Okay, we're starting a live stream. It'll help if I get the microphone near me and start calling people and get the, how is it my father used to say, show on the road. Okay, so that means lifting up the screen so that we call Jameson Reese. All right, starting even a little later than usual. Ring. Okay, do me a favor and bring everybody else on board. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, dear Jameson. And primarily, of course, Solomon Sheikh. You can check with Isaac Romero. Give Isaac Romero a call as well as Sammy. Do you have Isaac Romero's number? You should.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Amanda Ute, of course. And she may or may not be able to come on.
All right.
See what we can do. Let's do some, all right, the usual maneuvering here. And let's see if I can get things going. Other than that...
Let me see if I can find Isaac Romero. I might be... Oh, yes, I got it.
There we are.
All right.
Okay.
And as you know, there's quite a lot going on right now. We're in the politically in the threshold where what's his name, Mannequin or
Mannequin, yes, that son of a
whatever
bitch.
The hell his name is. The Republicans are extending an offer for him to join them. So if he does that, what will happen is the Republicans will have the Senate, and we'll see a rerun of the Obama term, which is basically the Republicans blocking every ounce of progress that, you know, the Biden administration tries to make.
Yeah.
So at this point, I'm just grateful that the coronavirus exists.
Okay, let's see if anyone else comes into the chat room to tell us how we're doing. And of course, everybody get your upvotes in there just because of the attacks from the enemy that happened as soon as we launched transmission. With that, of course, let's see who else has joined us. Has anyone joined us?
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas. My love and greetings to you, Brandon Young, Jameson Reese, Sammy, and all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. I come with salam and peace for all.
Wonderful. As always, that's beautiful. Marcus Grix in Australia says, hey, Jameson, hey, DD. And we're certainly glad he's here with us. With that, again, reminding everyone, the moment we start transmission, we get attacked by a bunch of downvotes that are bots. Oftentimes they get filtered out. But at the same time, we do encourage everyone to put your upvotes up there immediately by whatever IP address that you can source from. All of them, your iPad, your laptop, your PC, whatever has a different IP address, get your upvote in there through that. That's how the enemy fights, and that's the only way we keep them at bay and balance this out so that we can get the episode to show up in searches. Otherwise, it's all a popularity contest, and the aggregates prevent anything from showing up in searches. So Marcus Grigg says that we sound good and clear. Our lovely young lady who shows up as the pie in her little icon there says me. That's her avatar is me, and she says hi. Hey honey, so glad to have you with us. And with that, I turn it over to all of these gentlemen who are with us. Obviously, I believe, let me take a look at the Skype call and see who I can see is on with us, but I believe we have
hey Doug.
Yes, Sammy Romero and potentially Brandon Young. Is that the case?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Oh, fine, thank you. Oh my God, you got... Oh, let's have Brandon Young kind of introduce the topic talks tonight. Obviously, we just heard what Jameson Reese said about the situation being very, very dire when it comes to politics in many ways. And such is the case where, if I get time tonight, certainly there's a lot of history to cover. Might cover things going into our just horrifically bizarre domestic situation. But in the meantime, let's turn it over to Brandon Young for a little bit. We didn't get to hear him at all the last transmission because, of course, our dear friend Pac-1 Morales was relaying much of what was going on with him, which was just outrageous. And with that, we turn it over to Brandon Young, and hopefully his experience hasn't been that outrageous, where he wound up, shattering the jaws of any close friends or brother-in-law.
Well, I have been digging around in the graves, and usually the fresh ones come in the weekend, but nothing to compare with Pac-1. No, I'm joking, of course. I haven't been reanimating anybody for Christmas yet. But if anybody, I'd be reanimating myself. I do have permission now to dig at the Swan Point Cemetery, and I don't know if they know, but I've been starving. So the Al Ghul has taken over my body during Christmas time, as it usually does.
Nice.
I do now identify as Latinx. But anyway, good to be on. I don't know how to introduce the topic and how to follow anything Pac-1 had said relayed last transmission, which was fine. I mean, it's fine. I'm all ears to listen to and to be a consolement and just to listen.
Well, while you're protecting, I understand that there are security concerns with your family, but I am just curious, do you have a brother-in-law?
I do.
Okay.
I do have a brother-in-law, yes.
Yeah. And what can you tell us, if you're willing to say anything?
Well, the poison has been sent, and what they think is Christmas cookies for Santa will result in me amassing a fortune, which will then... No, I'm joking. No, they're fine. Fine people, aren't they? And, yeah. No, they're great. They're great. What can I say?
That sounded pretty obligatory. Okay, that's yes, we all love our in-laws. So that being said, at least you don't go around, punching them in the face persistently.
Not this year.
Yeah. So all of that being said, how is life now? You do live in the city. Forgive me, I keep thinking of you. You're a Bostonian, right?
For now.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
unlikely, but I am.
Yes.
And it's in the suburbs, sort of the suburb area. But I do teach at a middle school, and it's been quite hectic up until the Christmas season. With COVID and everything, and the concerns of school shootings and so on, I've become very protective over my students and the town I work in and so on. And I take the job I love it. It's actually amazing. But I've become recently the head coach of the basketball team, and we won our first victory Monday, which was a pretty stunning 26-point victory, and we had most of our star players out due to COVID, and I was filling in as the head coach, so that was great. I did talk to John Evans tonight, and he says hello. He sends his regards and love and everything.
Wonderful.
Yep. He wants us to know that he has finally changed from pink to neon yellow underwear. And that's the most important thing, and something about Christ being risen or something like that. I don't know. But at any rate, I have nothing to say. I'm trying to provide levity and joy to the very, as you said, serious political situation and world stage we find ourselves on, people dying and so forth.
Yes. Oh my God. So, at any rate, please, with that, we'll have Sammy respond. Obviously, John Evans, I'm anxious to pursue that at some point, but I don't think there's all that much more to learn. Apparently, did he have anything to say about the time that I invited him on to speak about fascism in the Spanish Civil War? Or does that register? Does he remember any of
Oh,
that?
we didn't even mention. No, we didn't have too much time. We
Okay.
spoke mostly about films that have come out recently. The recent Dune film that he actually has an interesting take on, as far as if you look at Paul Atreides as Antichrist or Christ, Messiah figure, and so on. And it was just kind of got lost in those type of things. So no, we never really hadn't mentioned it, but he just I did mention that I had been establishing contact and coming on shows and with Peter Moon and you and everybody else, and that I did, and I extended an invitation. I said, you are welcome, I'm sure, at on a show at some point. And he accepted, and he's sort of doing his own projects right now as a young man finding his way in the world in Manhattan. So
There we are. Thank you. No,
and
that's
in the pornography world.
yeah. Learning to cruise without catching all the viruses. Yes, I know that's a challenge. I mastered the art myself, so I have every confidence a young man of his intelligence can do so. I don't know exactly how blind people enjoy pornography, but I'm not quite sure I want to find out. That's how does that work? At any rate.
Braille.
Yeah, yeah.
Braille.
Oh God. Well, it's yeah, they're feeling their way along where their digits are, right? And
Yeah.
it's oh God, how does that work? I don't want to think about it. I would rather die than be blind. But he adapted. He adapted. He wasn't born that way. He adapted at a young age, but it happened at a young age, young enough age where he could do that. And yeah, so thank you as well for sharing everything. And so Sammy, give us a bit of a catch up on what's been going on with yourself. Thank you. Oh God, is he?
Well, hello?
Yes, there we are.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I've been. Hold on, I'm sorry.
Now he's being attacked by rabid
Sorry about
dogs.
that.
Yes.
No,
Oh my
it's
God.
my girl's multi-food right next to me. No, I've been adjusting to the holiday season and just family, like I talked about last time.
Mhm.
That pretty much handling that, but over and all, just trying to keep a level head. There's a lot of change going on everywhere, not just in government, but in my own world. And I think everybody's going through it. Oh God, I'm gonna kill this dog. So you can understand the changes going on, and as far as that senator, that was very odd of me. I took it very odd, but at the same time I didn't, because he's from the South, so I'm not that surprised either. But my world has just been that. It's just dealing with change and dealing with and loving people that at the time may not deserve my love, but you have to love, especially family. You have to show mercy to them and continue on. Yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you.
As far as my brother Isaac,
Yeah.
he's out of town right now.
Yeah,
He
New
should,
Orleans,
he should be
right?
returning. Yeah, he's in New Orleans actually. Yes.
Yes.
He had to go there on a project or something.
Okay. Yes, he said he might be back tonight, so I was just having him called in case, just hoping he might be back.
Okay.
Yeah. But aside from that, both of you have these very shall we say involved lives with your own careers, and I'm just glad that I don't have to work with people anymore like I used to, where you have these like you said, the one individual who you were driven to a murderous rage by. I mean, when you see him later on, do you have to work with him regularly, and you just move on as if nothing happened? How do you handle
Well,
that?
here's the thing I've noticed about anger. If anybody wants to chime in after this, anger. If you give someone your anger and you show even rage, it's almost like love in itself. this individual, he probably wasn't worth me beating him to a pulp. Uh, and now, as colleagues, we still work together, and we actually work better because I don't really have to act like I like him.
Right.
It's just straightforward. And he's one of the type of people that likes to use humor a lot. And with me, he doesn't, because it's just by me almost killing them, I pretty much established him like, hey, let's just keep your business. And every now and then he tries to humor me, but it's mostly, look, I'm gonna be here and you be over there, and it's a lot better. And he's actually one of the easiest people I can actually work with, because it's all business. And you learn to coexist. And I really don't pay it mind, but I noticed that if you do give someone your anger and you give someone your rage, it's almost like love, where either you can resolve a problem, or they at least get a part of you as far as that rage. Because I was very close to really hurting them, if not killing them. Other than that, I mean, it's straightforward business. But every now and then, some of my coworkers that I do talk to, they man, if we didn't pull them off of you, you probably would have, because it's just, when you get in that drunken rage, it's not good. It's not a good place to be.
No.
Other than that, it's pretty straightforward.
Yes, of course. Straightforward enough. Yes, so by all means. Salman, if you could respond to that, a little bit about rage. Certainly you must deal with this, people being angry, yourself, of course, having to deal with your own potential for getting angry.
Oh, yes, Brother Douglas. The best thing we could do in this time of great change is keep ourselves centered and grounded. And it's important to have spiritual practices, breathing practices, things to just keep you going, because there's a lot of chaos that's going on in the world. Just here in the city of Philadelphia today, our congresswoman got carjacked in the city. So it just shows you how crazy the city is, where they don't even care who's in front of them or who's behind them. And this is not just in Philly alone, but in all cities across America and the world. Even what Brother Sammy pointed out about LA, that people are just kind of losing it. And right now we're in a time of great chaos and change, and we need to level ourselves and ground ourselves and not let rage get the best of us, because anger can also be an asset if you use it properly in terms of honing your skills, using that the energy of that rage towards something good instead of using it towards an enemy, because that's how the enemy kind of gets the best of you too. And it's like there was a Chinese philosopher, I believe, from China, who said that the best fighter is never angry.
Yes.
And that's basically it. You have to keep yourself level, grounded. And even in the Sufi path, they teach us that when you start walking this path, all types of things will come and test you, try to get the best of you. But you must always remember who you are and who you promise to be in both moments of ups and downs, and don't let anything get the best of you. And that's what I learned living in America as well, Brother Douglas, that everything here is a big mind game. If somebody makes you angry and tries to get a reaction out of you, boom, they got you. Just like how I had that one time where one of the gang stalkers was walking next to me and he spit at my shoes. Had I reacted and a fight had breaking out, they were already waiting for me on the next block, waiting to take me in. But I didn't give them what they wanted, so they couldn't do anything. So ultimately in America, it's all about keeping the evenness of the temper and realizing who you are, what you stand for. And that's pretty much it. It's one big mind game here. And if you could navigate through that mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, then you always have the upper hand over the enemy. And speaking of the enemy, all of the people coming in, please support our brother Douglas and put a thumbs up on all of his transmissions. And also for all of the Pakistani men, please stop messaging him.
Oh, yes, we can. Oh, yeah, honestly, this is, just an ongoing issue, is that, I got a new one who came in, and it's like some of these guys, most of the time, these, I have to admit, the men with the South Asian names, I just don't accept their friend requests, because I'm just loaded with all of these South Asians that were picked up by when this timeline belonged to that Sora Aoi, the young lady who gave it to myself. And of course, there's been a death of another young celebrity in Japan recently that Jameson can tell us about. He understands that situation far better than I do. But honestly, just to give people an example of this, I'm just going to share a screen with these gentlemen for a few minutes, and they can see what we're dealing with here. I mean, like this one, individual looked decent enough. I accepted his friendship. He's like one out of like what, millions, or at least, every time I get on here, half a dozen. And then immediately he hits me with this shit. Like, this. I mean, like, I figured, like, can't he see that I'm a boy just by the photographs? Or do they even fucking care? It's just, no, they just keep getting... it just keeps getting worse. And then they continue with that stuff. I mean, honestly, if we go into let's take a look here, the friends, that would have to go to the Sora Aoi, the main timeline for that. And then we go to the friends list or something. Then just go down there. And some of these guys look just positively frightening. The further down.
I look frightening because, that's just what I do.
What was that?
I said I know I look frightening because that's just what I do.
Oh, well, there you have that. I mean, you look far more genteel than some of these individuals. I mean, we get, interestingly enough, more of the normal people who are, of course, not South Asian. So not that South Asian people are not normal, but you get my point.
Well, when they're sending you hearts right off the bat, yeah, they're not normal.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe they're normal for their demographic.
Yeah, I know this, but let me take a look down here. I mean, some of them. We'll know when we hit the South Asians. Well, you notice immediately it's going to be like a sea change. I don't know why it's taking so long for all of the images to manifest. This is probably because we're entering South Asian territory and it has to go through some terrorist screening process of the FBI or some shit. It's got to be that. But I swear to God, some of these people look like they're straight out of a slasher film. And it's I don't know how they get, once they keep coming in too. Somehow I wind up with friends. I don't know if this ever happens to any of you. I know it's happened to a few other friends I know, but there are people who wind up your friends who you never accepted as friends. And I never bothered to pursue it very much. There's very few times I just, trace them down and block them or anything like that. It's just I don't have the energy for it. But it looks like it looks like this is all FBI territory now, so we just can't get into it. They're probably deciding who gets on the U.S. Postal Service, wanted list. So we'll just leave it as it is for now. But everybody gets the point. And when things calm down later, and I guess the FBI has decided who isn't a terrorist and who isn't on their active watch list, then I'll be able to show people some of what these guys look like.
Unfortunately, the FBI are too busy. I know they have to have agents inside of hate groups who are terrorists, but oftentimes they are terrorists.
Salman, tell us a bit about that individual who got reprimanded, and what exactly does that do to him? Does he get ostracized from the local community for that, or what?
Oh yes, what Brother Douglas sent me was this individual inside the CARE Council on American Islamic Relations, and he was acting as a double agent for a right-wing, some extreme right-wing group, which was trying to find scoop on Islam and all of this hatred that they profess against the Islamic faith and Muslim people, and which doesn't make sense to me that you are of that ethnicity. What are you getting out of that by promoting hate against your own people? But I'm glad that he got caught, and all of the Muslim organizations on a global level will now know who he is, and he'll get blacklisted from all of the communities because they identified him as the enemy. And sometimes that's the best thing when you have that kind of thing happen to you. So basically now he's going to get reprimanded. CARE's probably going to sue him and probably pursue damages against him for leaking information and causing a threat to the community. On top of that, every Islamic organization in the world now has his name, so he won't be welcomed anywhere. He's been banned from the community. And that's exactly what happens when you try to do others wrong and you try to dig a hole for others. You end up falling in your own hole. And you look at the enemy, such as Aquino, the Bukaki Beret, and all of these people that tried to dig a hole for Brother Douglas. And look, they fell into their own hole. So good always wins in the end, no matter who does what. Eventually, it all comes out in the wash. And that's the time that we're living in right now. Is so much chaos going on right now all over the world, not just America. We have to keep ourselves level-headed, find good companionship like we have on this round table, find a skill or a hobby that you can hone yourself, ground yourself. Don't let the environment around you make you angry. And I see that a lot here in the local environment. People are just kind of losing it. Everyone's like fighting with each other and arguing with each other. You see the incidents happening on the airplanes where people are fighting with flight attendants. So there's something in the air that has changed. And on the aspect of rage, it's very important that we keep ourselves cool for the changes that are coming for the next 10 years. And I implore everyone, please heed the words of Brother Douglas Dietrich, because he is our Vulcan interventionist and he is offering the solutions for those that are willing to hear. And we all need to collectively come together and make a change if we are to see tomorrow. And I agree with him completely. And when you look out the window and don't see rioting and pillaging, that means we're good. But unfortunately, it looks like it's getting closer to that, the way the chaos is increasing day by day.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. They're very important. And honestly, I think all of you gentlemen can take it from here. By all means, continue with a roundtable. Sammy, what response do you have to that? And then Jameson can bring up a bit about, I want Jameson to tell us a bit about that woman who got pushed or pulled, basically somehow died so young. None of it makes any sense. And what significance we can draw from that as well, because I think that as Jameson has brought up, anime is very important. It's very influential on American culture, the culture of the world. As a matter of fact, why doesn't Jameson start off with that? I think, Jameson, tell us a bit about what happened there.
Well, I read that one article. The police aren't ruling out foul play.
Okay.
But this young woman was a voice actor for several anime, and and she was pushed out the window of a hotel room, which is, well, I'm not going to say push. What I'm going to say is that there's no evidence that she was depressed beforehand, so she was pushed. That's all I can say.
Mm-hmm. Out of a hotel? Didn't she wind up in front of a train or something like that?
No, she plummeted from a hotel.
Okay.
She was not only a voice actress, she was a singer as well. They are still trying to figure out what happened. I'm going to see if I can find out more on it. Mm-hmm. But what I will say is that that's a grisly death. It's the body, all the pressure builds up and your body explodes on impact, and it sort of always does this bounce where it flips over. I don't know why it does that. I've must have watched hundreds of videos of people committing suicide that way. There's something. There's something hypnotically awful about it, but you just can't look away because it's like fascinating every time.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That takes us in a different direction, but it's yes. Why don't you concentrate on something more like what she contributed? What exactly was the importance of? Are you familiar with any of the anime she was a voice actress in? Since you're very familiar, aside from Brendan Zoget as well.
Well, the thing is, I'm more familiar with the manga.
Okay.
I'm less someone who watches anime, more someone who reads, because the art form itself is something I aspire to create on my own. Mm-hmm. And there's damn sure no way I'm making a cartoon. That's just out of the question. That would take too much time and effort, and I'm not willing to devote that. But she did play the character of Anna in Disney's Japanese dub of Frozen.
Okay.
As soon as we say the word Disney, I think that explains everything.
Perhaps.
Never mind. Yeah. Everything Disney is cringe to me. They are I don't know. They are just really Well, what I'll say, they're not subtle. They're not subtle at all with their implications with certain things. I was, like, for example, looking over some old thing, a clip from like the Goofy movie that someone had put up, where with this girl who Goofy's son is interested in says says I like you, Max, but I love your dad. And I'm like, what the hell does that mean? Yeah, you kind of read behind the coding.
Yes. Yeah. Well, they're infamous for that. And so, Sammy, of course, now that I mean, when you were growing up with your twin brother, were you encountering any of this where your parents were what you were watching on television or anything like that, or were you watching any anime or something? I mean, does this bring anything to mind? I mean, take your time in answering. He might have to. Is he with
I
us?
think no, it just seems like there's just me and Salmon right now.
Well, I know, Brother Douglas, Japanese anime growing up. I mean, that was basically a lot of our education right
Yes,
there. And I'm
yes.
glad you pointed that out about the Ministry of Magic and how, like, they kind of fantasized it in Harry Potter. But growing up, reading a lot of the Japanese manga and watching the anime, playing the video games, everything was Japanese. Myself coming here as a Pakistani immigrant, a lot of the kids grow up with Japanese education in terms of occult and esoteric stuff. And it goes to show you how advanced that they really are. I mean, they put all this stuff in the video games and movies and mangas and all that stuff that they put out there. And it's absolutely fascinating. I remember one of the animes that's one of my favorite ones. It's called Fate Grand Order. And in there, they show Hassan Saba, the leader of the assassins. And they show him as this entity that when Hassan Saba chooses you for an assignment, he contacts you, you can't contact him. And he has sleeper agents inside all organizations of this earth. And I'm like, that is so powerful that they're showing that kind of knowledge in a Japanese anime.
Yes.
And he's also shown as like this Solominari character where he shows up as a beggar in random situations and he'll test you to see like if you would give him anything. So that's fascinating how growing up, all of this stuff we're taught by Japan, and Japan has so much influence over the upbringing of American children, yet they deny that Japan didn't win anything. So it's all self-evident right there.
Thank you. Yes, so true, and that's certainly noticed by the Americans themselves who hate that fact and attack everybody who's a fan of Japanese anime as a weeb, quote unquote, which is a diminutive of the term Weibo, which is actually a Chinese internet. Their version of basically, I guess, Google or something. Their version of kind of like the internet social media. And so then the term weeb has come to represent what the Americans consider to be people who are over-influenced by anime. And that's kind of, shall we say, the anti-cultural backlash against what little culture Americans are exposed to. And of course, it even enters a satire when you have something like South Park, which is created by a gay couple, and they attack everything from, from Scientology to everything else. And one time they were making fun of the Americans and their interaction with Pokemon. And they were showing this as some kind of Japanese attempt to brainwash Americans, but then it turned out the Americans had no brains, and so they couldn't impact them. And they bring in Hirohito as this villain in the cartoon. I mean, it's hideously funny, the whole thing, but it goes to show that Americans are self-aware to a degree. But of course, it takes a gay couple among them to even be aware to that degree at all. But that being said, our man Sammy and Brandon Young, they can jump back on if they wish, if we somehow lost them, and otherwise they can contact us to tell us that they've been knocked off. So we'll see what happens. In the meantime, both Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese will help take us to the top of the hour. This is the time, of course, when I use to just gather myself and collect myself would be the word for it. I collect myself in this opening hour because it usually takes a series of minor miracles to even get us on with all the crap that we have to deal with prior to opening transmission. In the meantime, the lovely people in live stream, the young lady named Me, uses that avatar. I know who she is, but until she gives me permission to identify her, I'll just identify her as the young lady with the pie icon. She says, Salman, thank you. And then Daniel Arola says, I remember watching a Japanime named Macross in the 1980s when I lived in the Philippines that they called Robotech in America. There we are. And Beryl Rogers says, hi, all love and happy Christmas and New Year to you all. Love Karen, Barry, Lily Louise, and the rest of the Sprogs. Love from Ireland and many green shamrocks accompanying that, along with 2 Christmas trees. Bless you. Love you dearly. So that's the wonderful people there. I presume we had some Russian bot, or was he actually trolling, or was that just like
that was a Russian bot?
Yeah, there we are. And so no surprise there. And Beryl Rogers was saying 22 in chat. Yes, that's right. Yes. And with that in mind, glad that we have so many in chat. Feel free to participate. Beyond that, of course, everyone again, throw in your upvotes just to counter the agents of chaos. Oh God, let me get busy with the hyperlinks. Let me get some of these hyperlinks up, and our men will take over. I'll be right here. And just go mute for a second so people don't hear all the keyboarding. And by all means, Salman and Jameson, take it away. I don't know if you've been paying attention to what was going on with the potential for the Republicans taking the House or the Senate or, Congress, but what's been going on with Macon and all that. Feel free to talk to Jameson.
It's interesting that you mentioned that because of that article that you sent me about the violence happening in Philadelphia.
Yes.
So what's happening now is people are so upset because Philadelphia is majority Democratic leadership, and the city's approaching close to 600 homicides just for 2021 alone. And there's so many families that have lost loved ones. They're frustrated that the leadership is not doing anything about the crime. They're not letting the police do their job in terms of being able to restrain criminals. They have this problem with a lot of these people they number like hundreds that ride ATVs on highways, and the cops and the people can't do anything about it. So it's total lawlessness, and the people are very upset collectively. So obviously they would say the Democrats have been in charge, so the blame goes there, and they're complaining about the high inflation and the crime being out of control. And they're saying that these people have the White House, the Congress, and they have majority of the power, yet they don't do anything. They're not helping us. So people are very frustrated just from that aspect. And of course, I look forward to your analysis on that, like what is the reality behind that whole scenario. But yeah, the way that it looks like from my perspective and what I've been seeing here in the local area, the Democrats have a high chance of losing in 2022. And then I think there will be forces from the Republican side that will capitalize on that and try to weave their way back in around 2022, 2024 timeline, and saying, look, this is what these people gave you, high inflation, high crime rate, like those kind of things. And I think the Republicans will try to capitalize off of that, the way that I see from my perception. And it's unfortunate. I hope things can turn out for the better for all of us.
Well, I myself am just waiting for La Palma to finally give us that mega tsunami. I'm sick of this journey in this human skin. I don't know what I did to deserve this punishment or what. I don't know what lesson I'm supposed to learn here, but what I've reached the point it does seem like there is a lot more violence out there. It wouldn't surprise me if the people who are doing the shootings and riding in on ATVs aren't coming from Republican states. So this is the civil war within the states that we are seeing unfolding right now.
Yes.
And nobody's talking about it because nobody wants to talk about it, and because everyone's afraid to talk about it. And it's something that has to transpire. At some point, the Democrats have got to stop. The Democrats have to do exactly what the Republicans do, and not permit the Republicans to take part in the process of bills being passed and shit. Because if they continue to try to do things by the book, this democracy as we know it is dead. Well, I suspect this is all actually more or less the beginning of the incursion of the anti-gods, the lesser incursion, of course, and which I believe is unfolding right now around us.
That's interesting, Brother JMO, you point that out, because I watched The Matrix 4 today. It was just released today, and that's exactly they're showing in that movie as well. I mean, it's interesting because I wanted to check that out. I was looking into it because, I mean, it's a funny story with those brothers that turn into sisters and the entire occult story behind that and The Matrix. But what I saw in The Matrix is what they pointed out exactly, is that when you die, they show the main character has been recycled by the machines, and he's going through this reincarnation process. And then he ends up meeting his love again, and together they escape the Matrix again. And so they're just showing this aspect that things that happened in your past life, there will be a recurring event. So things that, like, let's say people, antagonists, lovers, friends, those things kind of come back in each reincarnation. You'll see a pattern or a reflection of those same things taking place over and over again. And it's telling you that you're in a loop, unless you make the effort to escape that loop, like how the Buddha did by escaping the wheel of samsara, and how in the Sufi Islamic perception, they tell you that it takes you 50,000 years to get back to Allah, to cross all those veils. And those 50,000 years consist of different lifetimes and reincarnations. And it tells you that in the end, you do have a choice. And if you make a choice and you realize how to get out of this simulation, because in the Quran, it does tell you that this life is a deception and a game. So it proves the simulation theory that if you can make it out of here, then I guess it's just those few enlightened souls like the Buddha and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, those that can kind of figure their way out of this endless death and rebirth and death, and this cycle of this misery that we're in, Brother JMO. And I agree with you. I feel like that sometimes too, that every day it's the same thing. We're stuck in a loop. There's war and misery and suffering. And what they show in there at the end of the movie is that when the main characters are trying to escape from the Matrix, they show the aspect of everyone turning into a zombie. Because in the original movies, they had like, a few people that could turn into agents. So what they show in the new movies, that when the Matrix wants to terminate somebody, they'll turn everyone into like a zombie horde and have them come after you. So I found that interesting because I remember Brother Douglas has covered that as well on the aspect of the zombie and what it means. So I was fascinated to see that they had used that in the new Matrix film. And it's just basically telling you about the whole death and rebirth. And if you figure it out, great. If not, you'll just keep getting recycled by the machine.
Yes, and I believe that this is the kind of the reason why I, as much as I hate to say it, I keep getting this inkling that Michael Aquino was right in perhaps choosing the anti-gods. I mean, because I would look at the machine, I would look at the idea of God itself as the machine that continually returns this thing over and over again. And, it's like, yeah, I'm sick of this. I want out. I'm not doing this again.
It's interesting you point that out, because the psychologist that he goes and sees in the movie, so in the back of the psychologist's office, there's like a blue monarch butterfly. and the guy is wearing blue glasses too, and it shows you how when he goes to the psychiatrist or psychologist, whatever, and he's still participating in a system that's kind of keeping him in the loop. And the psychiatrist, or it turns out to be like the architect of the Matrix, who was there guiding him to the way that he was meant to be guided. And it's like so much stuff that they put in there about death and reincarnation and stuff from your past life and patterns repeating in your current life, and how your lovers and enemies and friends alike, you're going to be dealing with the same people. But one thing that I do like that the message that it shared is, if you can figure it out, like the great masters who walk this earth, such as Jesus, Muhammad, Moses, Buddha, peace be upon them all. If you can figure it out and try to escape the simulation, then that's more power to you, because it does give you the choice of free will at the end. So they emphasize free will. And you know what's interesting is in the first three movies, it was the man who had the superpowers. So in this one, it's the girl, his lover, the other half, who has the ability to fly and do all the fancy kung fu, which shows the transition of what the brothers are showing of when they were brothers in the first three movies, and how now that they're sisters, now the girl has the power. So that's something that they showed as well in the movie. I think they were trying to portray that through the character.
Yes, having to experience the realm, having to experience the world as both the male and female, or the sort of merging of the masculine and feminine into one whole, again, as a means of completion. That's something we see in mythology over and over again, and that's also something we see in the ritual. That's what rituals attempt to mimic, generally speaking, when it comes to alchemy. It's very interesting that they use that. What I find interesting, let me see, is the fact that, what's the fact that they even bring up the fact that it recycles again and again? That's because it kind of reminds me of Nietzsche's eternal recurrence, which he brought up as a philosophical problem, which is, why give in to nihilism in despair if there's a possibility you're going to have to recycle this life again and again? Would you really want to be happy with just being mediocre, or being, in nihilistic despair?
Right.
And so he has a point there. But of course, me being me, I took it as, what if that happens after we die, for all we know? Or maybe maybe all these weird metaphysical anomalies that occur from time to time, from UFOs to ghosts to spirit to all types of things, maybe they are an indication that something is wrong with the simulation, and the simulation is broken in some way. And if that's the case, then there's got to be a way to exploit one's way out of it.
Yeah, that's right. And it's interesting that they point that out in there, the aspect of death and reincarnation, and like trying to find your way out. Because in the Islamic point of view, they also tell you that this life is a game and a deception. And it's a verse in the Holy Quran that points that out. And they tell you that your real life is the one that's after this life. And in the Matrix, they kind of symbolize that same thing, where when you take that red pill and they wake up and they're in this, like, what they call the real world. And it tells you that you will go through these endless reincarnations until you get it right. And I was talking to one of my Sufi friends, and he was saying the same thing, that right now you're existing in this physical avatar, and there's this thing about your soul coming from Allah, and it takes you 50,000 veils to get back to that source from where you originally came. And that 50,000 veils is 50,000 years, meaning in this lifetime, you're 29, 30 years old. So until you reach that 50,000 threshold, you keep coming back in various forms and avatars until you get back to Allah.
But then the problem comes when you get back to the source. Then what's going to happen again? This whole cycle is going to repeat itself over again, and this is why I chose the left-hand path, because it's like, okay, screw this. I'm getting off this train. I don't want to be a part of it, you know.
Right.
It's you know, and technically, if a human being were to find a way to phase out of reality on frequency of some, and find some way to get back, be it a some kind of possession or whatever, technically, if you were to do that, you would no longer be constrained by the laws of this universe.
Mm-hmm.
And you would be able to come and go as you please. You would be able to evanesce. And that is the point I wish to reach through my arcane pursuits. Because because I can't assume that outside the simulation things are better.
Mm-hmm.
It would be delusional to think that, you know, okay, I want to get off this train permanently and things will be better. We don't know. It's a big unknown, you know. So
I agree with you.
So my mindset is creating a tether to this realm. Is keeping a tether in this realm while exiting this realm and seeing what else is out there. So that if things are infinitely more terrifying than things are here, I could just say, okay, I'll come back, but on my terms, you know, with no deity or God overseeing that, you know. It's the what I can't grasp is why one would be willing to relinquish control of one's life to a higher authority.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just me, you know, and I respect those who do, you know, those who can do that. I respect that.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't do that.
There we are. Thank you. And as for I'm impressed by the fact that both of you managed to imbue the evil Polish brothers, sisters now, with a sense of dignity in terms of their sex change.
No
There's
dignity at all.
dignified about them. I mean, for one, without Lawrence Fishburne, Matrix isn't a Matrix, and without what's his name, Hugh. Oh my gosh. He's got such a strange name that I can't remember it.
Brother Douglas, it's so funny because Morpheus was now played by a black Muslim guy named Abdul, and that made me laugh when I was looking at the credits, and I thought of you and that guy Abdul who wanted to be called Abu.
Yes, that's so funny. And go on.
The fact that they incorporated the monarch butterfly motif shows that they might have had a connection with Michael Aquino, without a doubt.
Explain to people the monarch program, of course, what you know about it. Just that this obviously
yes. What I know about it came from Sarah Rachel Adams.
Yes.
I don't consider really credible, but I will say
she's
that
actually the most credible source of all because she is a project of the monarch program.
I see.
Credit where credit is due.
So she really did endure what she said she endured.
Oh yes, most certainly. Yeah. No, it's definitely so. There was that one woman who I can't remember her name now. Maybe other people can remember her name for me. I did a lot of, I do a lot of drugs to block these people out, to bleach them from my mind. There was one woman I had as a guest on my program once, and she just drove me mad because she kept haranguing me and bothering me. And but she had a memory of being kept in a cage, and that Sarah Rachel Adams was in another cage beside her at one point. So I have no doubt that those experiences are quite real.
Good God.
It's
horrific what humans are. Well, I mean, it's granted, while I will say it's horrific what we humans do, there are other animals that are, well, equally as bad in the animal kingdom. So we're not unique in that cruelty.
Yes, yeah, and so we spoke a bit about those monkeys. By the way, they in India they managed to catch two of those monkeys. Two of the monkeys. We're talking about out of a barrel of monkeys. That's what you call a collective of monkeys, either a barrel or a troop. When they're on the move, you call them a troop. When they're in settlement, you call them a barrel. And so of that troop of monkeys, they managed to capture 2 of them. And I don't know what that means for them.
Well, the question is, what does it mean for humanity? Because it seems like all the primates are now deciding, fuck humans, we hate you guys. And you know what? To be quite honest, I'm on their side. I hate primates, honestly speaking. I don't quite like monkeys or macaques. I don't like any of those things. They're just awful. They're just
I'll be
awful
right back in a few
creatures.
minutes,
Apes,
hopefully in time for you.
orangutans.
Yeah. I'll be back in a few
just-
minutes, hopefully in time to join Peter Moon. So I'm going to refresh myself. I'll be right back. And do bring Peter Moon on at the top of the hour. Both of you gentlemen carry on till then. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just don't get why we don't just, rid ourselves of primates, honestly speaking, because, what they've done is they have done experiments where they injected a gene that they now know is responsible for human evolution into the embryo of a certain primate, and they were able to find that the monkeys that they injected that gene into, it showed that they had more folds in their brain tissue than a regular member of that species. So they do know what it is that caused us to become, what we were. And it was most likely probably created by a virus, because these viruses are what push evolution when it comes to it. Comes down to it. Viruses push evolution. What makes us different from our ancestors is the fact that we have a certain virus that our common ancestors wouldn't have. And while these things aren't necessarily living in the sense that we know them, they're not necessarily non-living either. They're like a threshold. So
it's interesting, Brother JMO, you point that out, because a lot of the cultures do have these stories about like these different parasites that like grow under their lands, and like these different flowers and different things that grow, which they give reverence to. So yeah, that's interesting you're pointing that out.
Yeah, and when in the occult, when they're often talking about evolution and all this and that, there's always going to be a physical analog to the metaphysical. And that the physical analog, of course, is viruses. In a real sense, the coronavirus is going to have it's going to alter the trajectory of the evolution of the human species. That's what it's meant to do. It might not necessarily it might not necessarily always be a bad thing as it is now, but right now we have to endure it for what it's doing. And honestly speaking, what viruses do is they turn the cells into factories that churn out more viruses. So your cells are no longer like regular cells. And so people who are walking around without masks now, I'm not going to, if you don't, look, I'm not going to jump on the vaccine thing and say, I would prefer to get the vaccine personally, but I know there are people who don't. But do mask up. Don't get the virus. If you get the virus, what you're going to do is you're going to wind up becoming a factory of the virus, and you're going to inevitably spread it to other people. So do take precautions, even if you did get it.
That's absolutely right, Brother JMO. And there was recently an incident here in the Philadelphia area where a local high school student died of the Omicron variant, and people think it's a joke. They already started shutting the schools down, a few of the schools here in my area, and they shifted it to virtual. And you're just dealing with an undisciplined culture. And that's what I was talking to many of my friends back in the East, that why in Southeast Asia and those different countries like Vietnam, they were able to get the virus under control, because you're dealing with a disciplined society and culture. I mean, look what you and I see daily in New York and Philly. I mean, these people are going to win the Darwin Award and are going to thin themselves out.
Yes, they will. And what this will do is this will ensure that more sensible people are left. of course, we don't know what other mutations are going to come from this virus because, again, this is still a novel situation. But it's one that still has to be taken seriously.
Yes, very much so. And well, there we go with that. And here it is, 6 p.m. California time. Let's see if we can bring on Peter Moon. And
Yep, I have him called right at the moment. He should be on in a matter of seconds.
And unless, of course, he has got something else going on.
Yeah, it says he's unavailable.
Well, he did tell his listeners that he would be on with us, so it's on him. We'll pick him up soon enough, of that I have no doubt. And in terms of let's send him a little message
here. Your brain about something.
Sure, go ahead.
You did get the email I sent you, right?
Email. I might have. I didn't know.
Yes. What I sent you in email were PDFs, and the PDFs deal with an author who is working with the specifically the jinn, the Ifrit.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so I wanted to know if you could look those over and let me know if that information is reliable.
Well, do me a favor and send the same email to our man Salman as well. And and our man Peter Moon is turning on his Skype and should be Yes, there we are. And dear man, so glad you could join us. And by all means, he's going to start the night. He's let all of his listeners know that he's going to be talking about Christmas from the perspective of the Romanian contribution and what he wrote about in the White Bat, etc. And by all means, Peter, the stage is yours. Thank you to these young gentlemen who brought us to this point.
Well, yes, and this is actually from the book, The Secret Parchment, Radu Cinemar's fourth book. And this book is a very interesting book. It is a story that is about the discovery of golden tunnels beneath the area he calls the Siriano Massif, which is the Siriano Mountain, which is where Sarmisegetusa is, the holy capital. It's within 7 miles of Choclavina. This whole area is studded with gold. And this experience of Professor Constantine goes down and he discovers this golden tunnels. And it gets more and more gold and quartzy as he goes down to where it becomes pure gold. And it's this like incredible discovery. And it started with an archaeological dig. And he's down there with the son of a contractor. And they were cleaning up. They found this little hole. They went in, they went deeper and deeper. It becomes rather almost, well, it does become paranormal-like, but it's gold, and they go down into the tunnels of the earth, and they keep going down, down, down until they get to this bed of gold. And it's like literally a bed with a plaque with some cryptic writing on it. And it says, and we'll get to the Christmas part, but it says it's all related. This golden bed, I call it a bed. In fact, well, he calls it a parallelepipedon. Parallelepipedon. It's a gold. I call it a golden bed, and it's elevated off the ground. And I recognize this as a bed for remote viewing. Now, the whole idea of a bed, of gold, as he expounds upon, is that gold is a conductor of electricity. In your house, you have copper wire, usually. It's a great conductor of electricity. Silver is a better conductor, and better than silver is gold. So this is the superconductive. Electricity makes your brain more superconductive. And you think faster, you think quicker. And this is the whole idea. So this bed of gold, I said, is perfect for meditating, remote viewing, whatever. The book actually begins with Radu coming to the U.S. for a remote viewing program with the U.S. government. It doesn't sound Aquino-esque at all. It's in Washington, but or in the area of Washington. So this golden bed has a marker, or what do you call it? Graphics.
Okay.
And
some kind of imprint.
Yeah. Yes. And they took this graphics and they took it to different universities to interpret the graphics and say, what does this say? Looking at all the languages of mankind these were universities in Europe. And it reduced to these words we're spelling them in the English vernacular, KR-IO, KRIO, which would be pronounced Creo. Then Salmos, SAL-MOS, Creo Salmos. And then it's a phrase, here is forever, the worlds unite. Now, the most obvious interpretation that this is the representative of the center of the universe, the center of creation. Preston said the same thing about Montauk. It was the center point. And any center point is going to be related to all center points. You can have an argument about which is first or which is better. But Creo, well, what was interesting, because he did not offer the interpretation for Salmos, which is Zalmoxes, obviously Zalmoxes, which my interpreter caught, and I caught, even without her, I caught this. But he doesn't mention Zalmoxes, which is the patron god of Romania and Transylvania, who became transformed from a human into a god. Creo can stand for different things. I related it to the goddess Kar, the goddess who inspired names such as Carthage, Karnak, Charlemagne, and even Koran. It's also where we get the word cardiac, meaning the heart. Kar or Kor is a major phonetic iteration of the goddess. There is, but KR, he defines quite specifically as time, as in chronos. Chronos. So it is like the center of time. The IO, after the KR-IO, IO was, I think, the most obscure. It was pointed out to me by a Romanian, IO is the same as 10, 10, which is the number of God, 10 or Dios. And you can do a lot with that. In fact, this person gave me a whole iteration on it that she wanted me to get into the hands of David Anderson, which I did. I did get it into his hands. They were close personal friends. I might talk about her later. But IO is also an iteration that was used by Jack Parson when he would recite his pagan poetry, as in Io-Pan, I-O, Io-Pan, Io-Pan. I-O also refers to a contraction of IAO, which is a sort of it's a formula that Aleister Crowley comments. He says it's another aspect of tetragrammaton, or Yod-He, Vav-He, and IAO corresponds to creation, destruction, and reservation, symbolized by Isis, Apophis, it's the A, IA, and O is Osiris. But this is this incredible bed of gold that this is where the worlds unite. It's like a center point. I'd very much like to know where it is specifically in relation to Sarma-Sejatusa and Chaklavina Cave. Now, this area is, this is some of the background of the area. Now, of course, the professor goes beyond that to where he finds eventually a big table of gold with big thrones, huge thrones that are bigger for beings that are much taller than humans, maybe 9 feet tall. And they have plaques behind the thrones or scripts that are in a different language with information. The most interesting place was in that area was an oval-shaped elliptoid vortex, which you could look down into, and it looked like outer space. You could see stars and a planet that looked like orange with a cloud, or like Earth, except that it was orangish with white clouds. It wasn't blue and green with white clouds. And the young man was getting sort of hypnotized looking into it, and he fell into the vortex. And this caused consternation with the professor. He got scared and ran back. He ran back all the way back into, out of the tunnels, back into normal reality, and he notified the Securitate in Bucharest. Now, this is not close by. And in the meantime, while the Securitate was coming for him, word got to Caesar Brad of Department Zero, who came down and interviewed Professor Constantine. And it was about, I think it was about a 1-page or 2-page interview. It was relatively short. And this is where we know this information from, was the interview with Caesar Brad. And this whole, according to the book, this interview became, the paper on this became a super state secret. It became the highest state secret of the Romanian government, at least at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And
explain to people as well that Department Zero is like a paranormal investigations department, or
yes. It would be the equivalent of the X-Files of the Romanian government. And that's the best I could describe it in a short, sweet phrase. It's their paranormal department that scrutinized K events. K events would be like psi events or paranormal events. And of course, they became the most secretive department. And there was a lot of vying for who could control it or who could destroy it or whatever. It was only known about by the head of the Securitate and the Romanian president, other than the people in Department Zero itself. Still is that way, as far as I know, and Department Zero is not necessarily its real name. But in any case, when the Securitate got to Professor Constantine, he disappeared, never to be heard or seen from since. And the document that Caesar Brad had became a national security. It was put in a briefcase. I think it even had, like, you had to have the iris or the eye identify. It was all super secret. And it was such a state secret that it would pass from one department to another because it was such a big deal. Now, why it became a issue of state was because the Americans were able to figure out, I won't get into this, it's too complicated, but the Americans were able to figure out there was an emanation coming from this area when an antenna was discovered in Antarctica that showed a triangulation between Antarctica, a moon on Jupiter, Mount McKinley in Alaska, an area near Mount McKinley in Alaska, and Sarma-Sejatusa. The triangulation was between the three areas of, again, the moon of Jupiter, Io, I think it was Io, or it was Europa, and Mount McKinley and Sarma-Sejatusa. Now, and it was revealed by this antenna emerging out of the ice of Antarctica. And I think it was near Maycor Base, Douglas, if you know anything about Maycor Base, American base. And the Americans...
I could look it up, but nothing consciously comes to mind.
If you know anything.
Yeah.
But so it was this very secretive project, and the Americans discovered there's something going on in Somerset, and then they found out as a result of the discovery of Professor Constantine, the Romanians had done some digging there, and Department Zero had not told the Americans about it. And this created a big flap between the Americans, because why aren't you telling us? I thought we're partners with the complex, the Buchej complex beneath the Sphinx and da-da-da-da. And to tell you the truth, the Romanians didn't know anything about it, or Department Zero didn't know anything other than Caesar Brad's interview. They didn't really know anything about it, so there was really nothing to say. And it created a big tension, according to the book. And the Americans were also irate that this area could be so important, and it was not theirs. It was not in America. America is so great and so important. Why isn't it in America? This was the mentality. We're the greatest country in the world, and why isn't it in our space? Well, I realized at that point, every Romanian, even the bad Romanians, know that this area is sacred, and they respect it as sacred, even if they want to misuse it. It's and many of them do not know the depths of it. So the Americans don't have a sacred space, because they've taken the sacred spaces of the natives, everywhere from Montauk to the Black Hills of South Dakota to almost to all these areas in Utah and whatnot, and they've desecrated them, or they've sought to control them, like that area in Arizona, in the Grand Canyon, ̔Chuo Canyon. They seek to control and manipulate sacred areas. So, of course, they don't have any sacred areas that are sacred. They have the Washington Monument. They have the Lincoln Monument. They have the Vietnam War Memorial. These things are impositions that are now garnishing disrespect from the body politic, or at least a significant amount of them. So this is the problem with the American viewpoint. Now, much of this book is dedicated not by me, because I have my own adventures in the book. If I just published Radu's books as they were, they'd be like pamphlets. They're too small. They'd be a thick pamphlet, but I can't publish a book like that. So the first book, Transylvania Sunrise, the second book, Moonrise, Transylvania Moonrise, I added my adventures there. And I also added my further adventures in The Secret Parchment, and add to the book and add explanations and some of my adventures. And Radu didn't really mind this at all, because it complemented what he was saying. But the latter books have not required my participation, because they've been thick enough to be, sellable books. Mm-hmm. And the so anyway, he goes into a whole diatribe about a scholarly diatribe about Romania being we can't say Romanian, we'd say Proto-Romanian, mm-hmm. becoming the Indo-Aryan language. Because the Indo-Aryan language, which is now called Indo-European, in an attempt to disambiguate it from the Nazi use of Aryan. It was always called Indo-Aryan.
So fucking stupid and disgusting.
It is. We will not say Aryan. Aryan is a bad word.
Oh my God.
So it's Indo-European. But they go into all of the phonemes and relate certain words. He goes into it in quite detail. Now, this is a problem for scholarship in general, because they've been, for hundreds of years, they have been trying to deny Romania its place in the development of society and the development of the language. And he addresses this. And they created a subject or a word called proto-chronism. It's for small countries that have a complex, I guess what you call an inferiority complex. So they have to say that they were first, and they make up all this stuff to say they were first. And rather than addressing the real history and the real shenanigans that took place to change the Romanian language, to take them away from the Cyrillic alphabet and change the alphabet to the Latin alphabet, so everybody would think that Romanian came from Latin and that Latin didn't come from Romanian. Because the Latin that we know is a literary language. It was never a spoken language. What they spoke was something called the Vulgate, Vulgar Latin. And Vulgar Latin is Romanian. And they made up this story that Romanian generals, Romanian army people retired to Romania, and the language caught on there. And this is really stupid. It's stupid for a number of reasons. And even Emperor Trajan, he knew that his ancestors came from Transylvania, and that's why he invaded it. And they knew they were coming home. And this is part of why Pope John Paul II, when communism ended in Romania, the first thing he did was take his entourage and go to ̔ He wanted to see it. He knew about it. And I had learned this from Viral, a man who keeps, he's like the super at a pension, which is what they would call their hotel, near ̔ And he took me on a great adventure. So he's a great friend who does not speak English, but we communicate. And he's a really, he told me this story of Pope John Paul. I said, what's the most incredible thing you've ever seen here? Well, the most remarkable thing. And he mentioned Pope John Paul II coming, visiting with his whole entourage. He wanted to see ̔. So I don't know why he wanted to see it, except that he knew the history of this place. He probably knows a lot of history that was not spoken of. But this is the mother country. And you see this with my wife, Paula, who can, pick up Spanish and Italian. She speaks Spanish fluently. Of course, she's taken some time doing lessons to perfect that, but she speaks Spanish. She speaks Italian. She's not fresh on it because she lived in Italy for a while and she picked it up right away. And she also studied French for 4 years, and she won't admit she can speak French because she's not fresh on it. But you give her a 6-week course in French, and she's going to be speaking it fluently. So they can pick up the Romance languages super quick. And this does not apply to Italians. Spanish can pick up Italians easy. Italians cannot pick up Spanish so easily. I find French the easiest of them all, and I've never studied it. I don't speak it. I don't know it well, but I find it assimilable myself. Having studied Spanish, I don't know why I find it assimilable, just some experience I had in Quebec. But it was the most friendly to me, the language itself. But what else is there? Portuguese. Now she's working with Portuguese people, and she can understand what they say if they speak slowly. So,
are you able to tell us why she's working with Portuguese people?
Because they give her a lot of money.
Oh, there we are.
No, it's a company that is owned by Portuguese people.
Wonderful.
Putting up 5G towers. They churn a lot of money.
Excellent.
And they're growing faster.
I can imagine.
They're growing faster than she can process invoice and pay bills for. It's just, and it's. I have to prevent her from working too hard.
Right.
Because the last guy quit. He couldn't take it.
Right.
And they need more people. And she's handling it. She's going to whip it into shape. So she has a cross pollination of Southerners from Alabama with Portuguese. Her first day on the job, they flew her down to Alabama.
Incredible.
With one of the, top execs, so she could meet the guy she was replacing and meet some of the people she'd be working with. And it's a cross culture of Southern with Portuguese. So she kind of fits in.
Right.
Whereas at her previous job, they would make fun of her for being, what do they call her? Oh, this is Paula from Czechoslovakia.
Jesus.
It was stupid. They knew she wasn't from Czechoslovakia, but
right. It was their joke.
They were, I guess, what you would say, kind of uncultured. And she says, I have to leave this place. These
right.
people are going to be here 14 years from now.
Yes.
I think one of them had been there 14. They were all making good money, but they were, watching Netflix.
Yes. At work.
Yeah. And they liked it if she'd do the work. They kind of passed the work down to her.
Yeah.
They didn't want to work. They want to watch Netflix. And I guess before she left, she told the boss they were watching Netflix. He says, they are not, he was defending them. So they had a very successful company, but they had oil. They were selling oil. So they didn't have to work. They didn't have to, you're either buying oil or you're not, they were rich. They owned the whole block around them, and they didn't have to be organizationally efficient. So if she comes in and has a work ethic, the employees hate her just for having a work ethic.
Oh God, yeah.
And this is common. And it is when my Qigong teacher took a look at her the first time, he looks at her across the room. He looks and he says, boy, people are going to be jealous of her. And I saw that come to pass, also because she dresses up when she goes to work. They don't like that either.
No.
That offends people. I used to do that too. It's like, if you go to work looking nice, they don't like it.
It's so true.
Depends where you go. Because now they have, I don't know if they have this in San Francisco, but in New York, which was the epitome of dressing up for work,
right?
They have casual Fridays.
Oh God! At this point, in California and certainly the rest of the United States, it's just casual every day. It got to that point before COVID, and at this point, God knows if anybody shows up at work, they're probably showing up in slippers and shit. But anyhow, so cool.
That used to really blow Paula's mind when she would go. We would go to Whole Foods. Like she got here, she came in December 7 years ago, and then I'd take her to Whole Foods, and these overweight people or chunky people. Not to say everybody was chunky, but there were many chunky Americans, and they'd be wearing halter tops and what she called pajama bottoms and slippers.
Yes.
In the cold.
Yes.
And why are they doing that? She says, I don't understand. It's cold. Why? She says, stupid Americans.
Yes. Well, they can't feel it because they're so fat. They got the layers of all that blubber, but go on.
Well, it's disambiguation here from blubber. My friend Michael Canizaro, who was, introduced to me as the best nutritionist in the world or the most knowledgeable one. I don't know he was the best. He was the most knowledgeable one. He explained to me that what happens with people that eat too much McDonald's type stuff. And there's this certain, I forget what he called it, but this processed food is you start developing a substance in the body that's not, if it was fat, it would be good, but it's not fat. The only way he could describe it, it's it's fat with something else. It's sort of like peanut brittle. And so it's like sort of like layered flakes of, and it doesn't break down. Fat will break down. This stuff doesn't break down. Jameson said saturated fat. I don't know. I don't think he called it that, but it's such that, you start eating too much processed food and pretty soon you can't process, your body can't process it. So it would take extreme measures. It's like you'd have to take nanobots with sulfuric acid to go in there and for those of you who don't know what sulfuric acid is, I'll just give you a reality. It's like what you use in chemistry to break down substances. It breaks things down. It's like acid. It's like you've heard of putting a steak in Coca-Cola, it will disintegrate. It's sort of like Coke, only it's much stronger. And I had a remedy for a toenail athlete's foot that was sulfuric acid mixed with, I think, DMSO. It was strong. And I brought it with me when I went to Frankfurt for the book fair. And I had it in this, sort of plastic thing, and it leaked. And I went to get some of my socks that I had in my suitcase, and they had holes in them. I was like, I actually laughed. I had other socks to wear, but it just burns right through your clothes. It burns right through your skin.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
So anyway, I was making a joke about nanobots going down and breaking up this fat, because I don't know how else it's going to break down. This is why some people who are overweight and have eaten too much processed food have painted themselves into a corner with their diet.
Yes. And
it's one more reason not to eat processed food and to have a good diet.
Does the word trans fat fit this? Trans fats?
I don't know. If Michael, if we could have my friend Corinne DeWinter, who speaks to the dead, maybe, she could talk to Michael and he could tell us. I don't know. I really, nutrition, I have a limited interest in it, mostly self-interest, not completely self-interest. But I mean, this guy was like anal, and he would tell you he was anal. Yes. I think he told me how he outsmarted his sergeant when he was in the military, and he would clean his razor to within you, I guess the drill sergeant or whoever it was hated him because he just hated him, and he wanted to get him on something. So he goes to his razor, he opens up the razor, and everything was clean inside the razor. There was no hair, no nothing, and he couldn't get him on anything. Finally, he ended up, I think he had to spend an extra week in the military on kitchen patrol. The guy got him on something, but it wasn't on his impeccability of being clean. Michael was anal, and he would just, he would clean everything. He would, and his knowledge of bionutrition, biology is very complex. So he'd go into all this complexity, and he could bring it down to a human understanding. And I had long talks with him on this when we go to Qigong, or we go to a place called The Grange, which was all about biodynamics. And Michael was great to learn from, but he was kind of not real pragmatic, and he couldn't process his own emotions. So for all of the nutritional knowledge he had in the world, he didn't have knowledge of his own emotions. And
sad.
He could alienate people very easily. But anyway, that's how I learned about this lethal fat in the body.
Right.
But so anyway, I was just talking about Americans and their arrogance over having this, the Romanians having a sacred place that was goes much deeper. Now, as they say, the Native Americans can take you into deep places of consciousness if their shtick, for lack of a better word, is palatable to you, and if you are palatable to them, they can take you into deep places of deep knowledge, into the inner earth itself. And in the case of one of the books, Inside the Earth, he takes, they are taken into deep within the inner earth via a South American shaman. And they also have an adventure in Yosemite with a Native American, I guess what you call interlocutor.
Interlocutor, yes.
Yes. So anyway, they're talking about Romania being the mother language and how everything derives from this. And I'll give some examples here, if I can. It's good if I can give some examples, if I can find them.
Sure.
It just so it becomes a little more
shows accessible for our listeners, of course. And one thing that I'll do to burn bandwidth while you do that is let people know that when the French and German expeditions penetrated the underworldly region that was accessible through the Ahagar region that was so violently protected by the Tuareg, one of the things they said that was from the few people that they could encounter, the situation being, of course, these were the Christians who were maintaining their faith. They even brought a few back with them to originally France and then to Germany, though these people, of course, have never been really mentioned in the histories. It's amazing how you have these certain incidents where people like the Green Children, you might remember there was the incident of the Green Children, which people can look up themselves. If people look up the Green Children from the Underland that appeared in Europe, then they eventually died. Or some of them adapted and survived. There were at least a few cases in which you had people who claimed to be from the Underland and they assimilated. Apparently that's what happened here, but these were essentially people who were continuing their practice of Christianity while being bred as chattel by the ghoul in that hollow beneath North Africa. But one thing that was mentioned in the records that I was ordered to destroy that concerned the Americans and their interrogations of the expeditions that had, on the German part, participated in the film that was ultimately released in the year before Hitler ascended to power, was that basically the language that was spoken was definitely referenced as essentially Indo-Aryan. So it was essentially a kind of language where when people, when the Germans or the French who had brought these people back into Europe, they felt that this was the common tongue that gave rise to Sanskrit and hence to all the Indo-European languages of the world. So it's what Peter Moon is speaking of right now. So this Proto-Aryan, as they called that language, is quite simple. It consists of verbs, nouns, and adjectives, and certainly was described as devoid of any complex system of tenses. So it was easily learnt. And the people who studied it said that it was like recalling a forgotten memory rather than studying a brand new tongue. So if that helps any with pulling out some memories and putting this into perspective for our listeners, then hopefully, well, I was able to contribute something.
Well, it's really great what you say. Now, I'm not finding exactly what I'm looking for, but one of the things he mentions is that Transylvania was the salt capital of Europe.
Yes. And that's so important because that preserves food before refrigeration. So please go on.
Well, yes. he says, now that the climate was good, even back into the Ice Age, because it was protected by the mountains and they had the caves. There is salt on the surface and there are salty springs. In the entire arch of the Carpathian Mountains, Romania is the only country which has salt at the surface. You don't have to dig deep.
Wow.
And he says, you can take a word, he says, and take ẓľatņa. I might not be saying it right. ẓľatņa, a word which means salty water. This is the origin of the names of cities like Slatina in Oltenia and Slatna in Transylvania. Came from salty water. They cooked with salty water, but that was not all they did. People there sell sacks of salt lumps. There's a town in Transylvania that I've been through. I've never been there. It's called Turda, salt mines, and you can go down and go into. I think they even have services down there in a cathedral, I think.
Wow.
But you can go down and get into the ground and see this incredible salt caverns and salt. I don't know if we call it a salt city, but I haven't been
build
there.
a cathedral underground in the mines? Because that's what the Australians have done.
Yeah, so some people have done that in the salt, but there are mountains where the salt is extracted from the surface. It's called Europe's salt cellar. Salt is rare in the southern part of the continent. And the Romans accepted payment in salt, and this is where we get the word salary. It was from salt. So it was called a soldier. Is he worth his salt?
Right.
Which means he's worth his weight in gold. He's worth his salt.
Yes.
If spilled the salt, it would lead to a quarrel. And so salt was difficult to obtain. So Transylvania was a huge resource. It also had rivers and lakes with fish and whatnot. And the salt gave a much better quality of life because it, as I said, Douglas said, it would preserve food and whatnot. And in ships of old ancient days, they would preserve the meat and the fruit with salt to the best that they could, because it's not as good as ice, but it will preserve and it would also help with the herds, help with the gardening, and it was a prized commodity.
Yeah. And
people would eventually migrate away from the salt because there were too many people.
yes.
The words I'm not being okay. Here we go. The Cambridge. Okay, Cambridge here. This is okay. He's saying here. There are tens of hypotheses trying to replace the origin of the Aryans. Some say that the Aryans came from the Altai Mountains, where it is known that the outside temperature is 3 degrees Celsius for 11 months out of the year. He says there's no agriculture in that area. What flora and what fauna? In other words, life could not come from there, especially as it's described in the Vedas. And you'll find that the flora and fauna described in the Vedas is the flora and fauna of Romania. So he's saying that the Aryans' origin was moved everywhere by scientists at different times. They'd always say, well, it couldn't have been here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. They're moving it all around.
Yes.
They're not going to point to Romania or to Transylvania. The researchers from Cambridge University were the first to say that this was the starting point. It's true that they named this area Hungary, but they were describing the geography of the Carpathian Mountains and the Balkan Mountains. It is absolutely natural that the flora and fauna are present in a wider region that neighbors the space of the respective civilization and without having a clear delimitation. This is so this is coming out of Cambridge. Of course, Cambridge is university in the UK. It's where Aleister Crowley attended as well. Okay, he says, as we go back in time, the area inhabited by people is reduced to a place called Ardeal. This is the western Romania, known as Transylvania. Transylvania, Ardeal. Ardeal makes a reference to Ari, A-R-I, the hills of the Ari, which means the area where the one's called Ari. Ari means hills. The hills of Transylvania is a word for Ari. It's where we get the word Aryan. Aryan, from the hills, the hill people.
There we are.
In the ancient language, letter inversion is common. In the ancient language, letter inversion is common. So AR became RA. So, if you have R, you can switch it around to RA, Ra, as in Romania. Romanians, it says some researchers stated that they found a population called Romania in the Vedas. Ra and Ma are primordial roots. Ra refers to light and flowing, as in the Romanian words reza. And I'm butchering these words. Wish I had Paula here. Soiree, which means ray. Raza, soiree, which means ray and sun in English. The letter R, or its sound, generally refers to flowing movement, which is why it is associated with solar activity. This is telling you that Ra, or Re, is right in the root of the Egyptian word for the sun god Ra. You see the synchronicity or the similarity here.
Yes.
The ancient word man in Romanian, and saying ancient beyond Romanian, is Om, O-M, Om. It's the inversion of man, Om-mo. N means closed mouth. So when you put N on the end of Om, Ma backwards, Om or Ma would mean man, according to this. You put the end of it on, it means closed mouth. So Manu is considered the primordial man, at least according to the ancient Hindu. And it just ties these things together. Raman means light man, men of the light. There are other people who will argue this with you. This is just one piece that he goes into, and it's rather intense. I'm just giving a smattering of it. It's too much to go into right now in this talk because I haven't read it freshly, and it's at least 70 pages of scholarly iterations about the origin of Romania, or the true Romania being a source culture. What I'm going to do is fast. I wish I could have been more eloquent in discussing all of this, but it's just. I would also say that it's very unique for somebody to come into the Romanian culture and champion it the way I have.
Right.
And stand behind them.
Yes.
It even goes beyond which many of them know themselves. Some of them do. And Paula's mother or stepmother, she speaks fluent German and fluent Romanian. She's still struggling with English. She can hear English very clearly now. She can even speak it, but she's not real comfortable with it. But she has said point blank that the ancient Gothic language, which if you look in scholarly texts, they say the Gothic language is lost. Then nobody knows what happened to it.
Yeah.
That's what the scholars say. She will tell you that both the German and the Gothic language came out of Romanian. It comes from the word gote or jete, and the jete became the Celtic people as well. The jete. That was one of the first things I learned from some of the people there. So they have their own knowledge of history, and as they say, it's a source culture. So it's and then you find that there's all this opposition to it, and there's this Masonic conspiracy against the whole place to change the language. Now, I didn't know. It was years before I discovered that Romanian did not use the Latin alphabet. They used the Cyrillic alphabet.
Right.
Until the Crimean War, and then they changed it. And that's where the Crimean War invented, actually, I think it was before the Crimean War. The Crimean War set the boundaries of Romania. It created the country of Romania. But it was the revolution of, I think, 1848, the communist Karl Marx revolution of 1848, where they changed they took the scholars, the Freemasons took the scholars from Romania, and they brought them to the Sorbonne in France, where they educated them, re-educated them, and basically began to change the Romanian language and to start putting it into Cyrillic. I mean, out of Cyrillic and into Latin, and start to create this fiction that everything came from Latin and that Romania was just an afterthought of Romans who invaded this country, because Rome did invade Romania. So it's, it's all back assward. It's sort of like us Americans invading England and then making it a state. And saying that England was, never really did anything. They speak English funny over there. They don't speak it like we do in America. They don't, they don't speak American English. So this is what we have here. Now, to get back into the Christmas spirit here,
yes,
we'll go back and it will give you some hint here. Okay, so now he's talking about this golden bed where it says Salmos. He says this is the only point where the translators hesitated, because Saul has raised problems. Our people have indicated Zaul, Z-A-U-L, instead of Saul, and I tend to think they are right. This is Radu talking. Kronos, who was the archetypal patron god of the Romanian people, was called Zolmos. So and my translator and me are both saying Zalmos was the origin for the name Zalmoxis. So all the Romanians know Zalmoxis. And Radu's saying it originally comes from this Zalmas, which is on this golden bed. So the Zalmoxis god has been, I think, Paula's mother told me there was like hundreds of books on Zalmoxis in Romanian. I said, which ones of them are good? She says, none of them. In other words, you're not going to learn it from the books. So he is identifying the patron god of Romania with Zalmoxis or Zalmos. And it's someone who is very old. That's Saturn, the archetype of Saturn, the root KR, which is Kronos. Now, he says the root KR sends us to another important element of our ancestors' tradition, which presents a complex symbolism and chronology. Christmas, also known as Santa Claus. The profound meaning of Santa Claus and the god this represents, as well as the holiday associated with him, are no longer correctly perceived by people who are confused and have no clear picture of what Christmas represents. And if this picture exists at all in their minds, it is very superficial. In ancient times, Christmas was an exalted celebration of time as the winter solstice occurred, marking the end of the old year and the beginning of the new year. So, New Year's, we say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And one is 1 week after the other. So it was originally the beginning of the year, because it's the beginning, it's the solstice, it's the sun returning to appear in the sky. So he says here that this is also the origin of the Romanian greetings. Happy New Year. Now, Happy New Year literally translated, the New Year's greeting in Romanian would be next year and many years from now on. They don't just say Happy New Year, would mean happy next year and many years from now on. When we return next year, we hope to find you in good health, would be a similar interpretation. Later, the association with the Christian holiday was added, and it's complicated things even more. Ordinary men prefer to build a simple image about Santa Claus, something funny, prosperous, and happy. It's just an exterior meaning. In conclusion, the inscription said that this was the holy place where Kronos, Santa Claus, the god of time, was alive, present, and united the worlds. The last part shows us that the place was considered to represent the origin of time. I was telling you that this is troubling because it is related to the idea that here in the Carpathians area is the cradle of all civilizations and nations existing now, and that this is the source of the primordial language, the Romanian language. As one of the greatest contemporary linguists said, it is the only natural language in Europe. Actually, it is exactly what scientists look for and do not find, the Indo-European language, which is common to all nations which make up our modern civilizations. So he's basically, telling us that this is the origin of time. Now, I will reiterate what I said earlier. Preston would talk about Montauk being the center of time. If you would get him to elucidate on it, he would say that all central points of time are related to each other. And he knew that it was self-serving to say Montauk was the center of time. Mm-hmm. And maybe it is. It's kind of relative. Yes, Jameson, Romania would be the origin of the Aryan people. But with regard to that, I discovered all of this through Montauk. Montauk is the central reference point in my own life because I attracted Radu and David Anderson through Montauk. And they both go to the inner earth. So you'd say it's kind of like if you had a central origin point, they both go to the inner earth and they're extensions thereof. So, but anyway, it's very interesting because what's more interesting or more important than is that this is definitely a hotspot for time. And there's this golden bed saying this is the center of time. Now, David Anderson tells me, quite independent of any of this, not reading this, not knowing any of it, he discovered on his own Choklavina Cave, which he did not introduce me to, but he introduced me to the importance of it. It was an archaeologist who brought me there. Mm-hmm. And when I told him some of these stories of Radu, he says, this lines up with what I've found out here. Mm-hmm. He said, it's very interesting, but it lines up with what he's talked to people throughout the valley as an archaeologist, and he says, many of them have had weird experiences that they won't talk about because often people have disappeared or been hurt, and it's like bad luck. They don't want to talk about it. So they're not going to talk about it to strangers. So David is introducing me to Choklavina Cave, the importance of it, and he has found, I believe, through his temporal tremor detectors, which is perceiving time. These are satellite it uses satellite technology in outer space, which he's expert in, to register what I would call, perhaps inaccurately, quakes in time, changes in time. So if people are doing experiments with time, he can go knock on their door and say, I understand you're doing experiments with time. And they'll look at him and say, who the hell are you? Well, I have a detector. I can tell when people are playing with time, and I know you're doing it. It gives him a lot of credibility. So he said that Choklavina Cave is by far the most significant, and that not all of the information on it has been released. I did receive a Christmas card from David today.
Oh, excellent.
It was basically just thank you for all the work you do. Blah, 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 blah. Regards, David. And I had sent him an actual gift. So we'll see if he responds to the gift. It's a very unusual gift because I usually don't send him gifts.
Right.
It's a pair of sweatpants.
Well,
that I bought for football, and they don't fit me. They're too big. They're too big. And I said, you know what? Who do I know who's a size bigger? David.
Oh my God.
David is 6'4". I'm, 6'2", and he's a little taller.
Mm-hmm.
So, as I say, I'm tall. If I go to a crowd, I'm very tall. I overlook everybody. When I play football, I'm usually the tallest one out there. And not by a little bit. So, but in football and real life, I'm tall. In basketball and psychotronics or time travel, I'm short, or I'm not tall enough, because Preston was 6'3", Duncan was 6'4", David Anderson 6'4". I just don't measure up. I just don't measure up. I'm not tall enough. So I've met my level. I'm not tall in basketball, and I'm not tall in time travel. And this is very frustrating in playing basketball, because I would often end up as the center, which is not my best position because I'm too short. They have a guy who's 6'5" or 6'6", and they put me up against him. I'm too short, but I would be the tallest one on the team. So it doesn't work. I'd be good playing, out as a guard, which is like what you have. The guards in the pros are like, they used to be 6'2" or 6'3", or sometimes even shorter. And the tall guys. So basketball didn't quite work for me because my height was a disadvantage. I was too tall. Too tall, but not tall enough. Anyway, so David got a pair of sweatpants for Christmas.
There we are, and hopefully that keeps him warm with all he's been through. So go on.
Well, yes, but back to the primordial. Yeah. So Santa Claus, this is time. This is the Santa Claus visits all the children. In some renditions, he's even got a time machine to do it. In some fictional things, how does he get to everybody?
Yes, he would need a time machine. Yes.
Yeah, to visit all the houses and go down all the chimneys and whatnot. So we have this investigation that I'm doing into CHOCLAVINA Cave. It's like I'm going for the mother lode here. This is the mother lode of time. And I was talking in the last transmission more from the Radu Sinamar angle and more from the penetration of Shambhala and the disposition of evil and how that conflicts with this. But when we're talking about time and Christmas, the ultimate Christmas, and Preston would call, he would say the original timeline, Christ represents the original timeline. He would, and this is in the book, The Music of Time, he goes into the diatribe on that and how Christ consciousness represents the original timeline. Now, in CHOCLAVINA Cave, or near CHOCLAVINA Cave, which is, and I encountered this through the dream state, I had this ray of light coming through the staff of Ra in my dream. And when I wake up after that dream, German, the owner of the camp I was staying at, starts talking to me about this energy, this ray of light that would come up out of the ground near CHOCLAVINA Cave and go into the sky. So that I went to meet the person who had witnessed this. And he told me that he'd seen it. Him and his wife had seen it. It only occurs on holy days, meaning Christmas, New Year's, or Easter. Now, we know that New Year's and Christmas, we just read, are one and the same. But they're both holy days. So it's almost as if this ray has you find out materials in Romania and Bulgaria, probably the rest of the world as well, do have intelligence. The landscapes manifest intelligence. So it stands to reason that the energy manifestations might relay intelligence as well, sending out signals on those days to people who are so astute or fortunate to perceive these. And he said when he traced down these energy beams, whatever they were, aura flames, golden rays, golden flames, when you got there closer, it would not manifest anymore. You wouldn't see it. It wouldn't be there. So I have concluded that there were time anomalies based upon, David said, either 200 or 2,000 years ago. Separate reports indicate thousands of people disappeared around the 1st century AD. The 1st century AD was when Trajan invaded Romania. And there was so many people disappeared that he didn't kill them all. They left. They left. This is the conclusion. And if they left, they can come back. And maybe they do come back. So I'm being led in this great adventure that I've talked about before with Chocolate Bean Cave. I'm giving it in the context of Christmas. Would it be a great Christmas present for me? Yes, indeed, it would. And I'm approaching it very slowly, very cautiously. It's really a beautiful way to look at Christmas, and we can even get the Christ consciousness in there if we revert to what Preston says. He's defining Christ as the original timeline, which we've all got lost from. And it equates to paradise or being lost in the wheel of samsara. And maybe these things are waiting for us to be the ultimate Christmas gift. The ultimate Christmas gift would be to, and it's really interesting because I mentioned my friend who passed over this year, and he appeared in my dream when I was in Sarmasijatuza, or not, I was actually on the boat at Atlanticron. He appeared in my dream when I was being attacked, although he wasn't part of the attack. I was looking for him in a bar, but I couldn't find him. And then I ended up this Asian guy trying to take my wallet. I had this run-in with these ninja type characters and was able to defeat them. But Greg he appears in some of my other dreams, and in my most recent dream, he appeared and I was giving him money. And I was told, I just kept pulling bill after bill out of my wallet. And I just sent his daughter, some money for Christmas to, just keep her in my energy field, and shared some stuff about her father. But I'm only realizing now that this is like, he appears in the dream because the ultimate Santa Claus, and of course we had Christmas adventures together being kids, and we remembered them. And I remember we were playing kickball out in the street on Christmas, and we couldn't believe it was so sunny. It was 80 degrees. We were kids. That's what Southern California is like for Christmas sometimes. 80 degrees, playing kickball in the street. But it's kind of like going back and visiting, reconciling with a friend. It's like he hadn't passed over then, but he's appearing in my dreams and I remember talking to him the last time I saw him in his backyard. I was just telling him about the updates on David Anderson stuff. I could have been talking about, my uncle or his dad or my dad. I was just giving an update on time travel. Why the hell am I telling this guy all about the time travel? because he didn't know about my work. He did know about it, but I was talking to him just like he was, like we could have been talking about baseball or work or whatever. It wasn't. It was just so casual, and it's almost like one would connect with, reconcile one's life with old souls. Even the religious funeral that I did the eulogy for, it's all contextualized in the context of, in his case, Catholicism, because he was Catholic. So it's interesting that this is like a big deal. It's nice to experience Christmas in this context, because Christmas this year for me looks like it's going to be kind of special.
Well,
we have one of our friends coming, who has been substantially involved in some projects in Romania. She's a healer, and she's not Romanian, but we'll be meeting her in the city, and I'm hoping to meet one of my Qigong friends in the city too, if I can, not on Christmas, but on Christmas Eve, and then she'll probably spend the night at our house Christmas Eve. So we'll have it'll be a unique Christmas when because we had nothing planned for Christmas. We didn't plan anything for Christmas. And Christmas can be a kind of a weird time. I don't know what the hell you do for it. It's not I have, my Qigong teacher taught me basically to treat it just like any other day. And I'm happy to treat it like any other day. But if you turn on the TV on Christmas, it's not like any other day. It's just, unless you can find reruns to watch or something that have no but most of those will have Christmas in them too. So it's like Christmas is not like any other day. If you're going to sit and do Qigong all day, great. That's great. But you got to treat, he says, every day is a holiday. In Qigong, every day is a holiday. It's just that when you process Christmas, if you have people in your environment, you have to process them because they're there. And you're right, Jameson. He loathes the holidays. They depress people because you're thinking of sadness, you're thinking of this, that. It's Sunday evenings can be that way. So I always tell people, don't get depressed on a Sunday evening. If somebody doesn't feel good on a Sunday, I said, you just gotta, wait till Monday. It'll get better. Because Sundays are just, going back to school, I think every kid, when I was a kid, at 7:30, I don't know if it was 7 or 7:30, I think it was 7:30, you'd watch Lassie, the TV show Lassie. Every kid watched Lassie. It's what you watched. And then at 8 o'clock, Ed Sullivan would be on. And there'd be this kind of like this very sad music at Lassie. Do, 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 do. It would put you into a sad mood, and it was kind of like, and then you're going to go to school the next day, and it's like, It's just, Sunday nights really sucked. They really did. So you have the whole, and you can even monitor the mood of people. You can even feel a Sunday night, and all the, the Christmas Eve and all that can, if you buy into it. So this is why Qigong is great. You just breathe, and I might as well put in a plug for it. I did a little bit of Qigong before I went to bed last night. I did plenty in the early part of the day. I just felt fantastic.
Great.
I'm only realizing I might have also felt fantastic because I gave Paula a massage, and it's like when you, in Qigong, when you give somebody energy facilitation, and I wasn't doing energy facilitation per se, in Qigong I was giving her a massage because she needed one very badly. And it's like, but when you're putting energy into it, chi energy, it makes you feel better. Masseuses can be wiped out if they work on like several people in a day.
Yes.
They'll be buttered across the environment. And I once experienced that with my friend, one of my friends who is very skilled in dealing with people. And she was, an empath, does face reading. And I met her. It was one of the first times I met with her. And I met her at a restaurant. And she was buttered all over the place. She just had this heavy session with this guy who was, I know he was a transgender, a transvestite, and he had a lot of heavy issues. And she was just buttered all over. And I just had her put her hands against the wall and breathe and circulate energy. Completely changed her whole ambiance. Completely changed her. So I mean, I'm doing this in this restaurant, which is, there weren't too many people in it, fortunately, but I was able to do it, get away with it. And so the Qigong really made me feel good. So what I'm saying is, whether you're doing yoga, breath work, it's a good way to overcome the holidays and not buy into all of the emotional issues and aggravation that takes place, because families are notorious for getting together and
stressing,
emotionally roughhousing each other.
Yes. The holidays are a time of horror. The families get together and stress each other out. Yes. It's incredible. Why do we torture ourselves like this? And as you say, there's a feeling that you're obligated to be with people at all, and that tends to depress people. I remember it was a few years ago when I was, God, what the hell was I doing? I was involved with Revolution Radio. I know that much. And I was like out and doing something. I was like just out and about. This was in the days before COVID, a long time ago. But while I stopped in for some food at one of the local eateries to take home, then this was close to the border zone between the Tenderloin district, which, as I'll describe later in Arc of Narrative, is under a state of emergency, and people have asked me questions about that, and I'll go a little bit, deeper into talking about the state of emergency. And
It was always a state of emergency. They just didn't declare it.
Yeah. And so the borderland between the Tenderloin and the more regular Polk Street, San Francisco, one of the main drags in San Francisco. I was there in the eatery, and some poor bastard was, like a usual depressed person around Christmas, just started talking to me as a stranger. And I guess he just heard me speaking with somebody else, and we were talking about Christmas, and then he said something along the lines of, older guy, he said something along the lines of, all Santa left me was a lump of coal in my stocking this Christmas, based on the usual kind of stereotypes that people have about if Santa doesn't like you, if you've been bad, you get the lump of coal. Of course, I related that to my gang brother Beaver later on, and he said, man, good thing he didn't invite you up to his room, or you would have stolen even that. And goes to show you what
That's a pretty good response.
Yeah. Yeah.
Beaver knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. Shows you what
he understands karma. He understands karma.
Yeah. So there we have that, and aside from that, obviously, our man Salman has grown up as a Muslim in America. I mean, exactly. What do you do during Christmas, Salman? Maybe you could enlighten us all a little bit about what, as a Muslim, you do when you're surrounded by Christian people who might be wishing you Merry Christmas, and exactly how do you respond to that? Let's see if we can get him on. We've had
well, Salman comes on. My sister, who is a Christian, and she's, I guess, what you'd call Church of Christ. But I think the only reason she goes to the Church of Christ because that's the closest to what she directly reads the Bible.
Uh-huh.
and she will go by her own interpretation of the Bible or whatever. But
I'm going to look up
says,
Church of Christ just to find out what I can about that. It sounds so generic. Yeah.
I don't know. It is generic. But the thing is, she says she celebrates Christmas, but she says Christ has no business in Christmas. This isn't about Christ. It's about, Santa Claus and having fun. She said that this Christmas stuff you do is, she embraces it, but she says this has nothing to do with Christmas. She says,
yeah. Well, I mean,
she takes the religion out of the commercialism. Just do the commercialism, have the fun, have your family over, but don't bastardize Christmas with all of this commercialism.
Yes.
Just enjoy them both separately.
Right.
That's her take. Not necessarily. I'm more interested in time travel, but.
Well, your sister has the right idea, and congratulate her for it. Certainly, we'll check into the chat room and see how people are doing tonight. Jameson has given us the observation that the Russian and Chinese bots are hitting us hard tonight. And by the way, he's not saying that by projecting onto the bots hitting us and saying it's the Russians and the Chinese. They literally are hitting us in Russian and Chinese languages tonight in the chat room. So I think that tells us everything we need to know about the waves that I'm making in terms of the Sino-Slavic sign axis. I'm a known figure to the enemy, but when it comes to what Peter Moon had said and what his sister said, yes, do bear that in mind. If you want to go to a place where people love Christmas and are just into it for the fun of it, Japan is all about that. Japan is, they love Christmas in Japan, and it has nothing to do with religiosity. It's just they love the commercialism, the gift giving, and the Santa Claus just kind of aesthetic. So they just pick that up as kind of like a general holiday of enjoyment. That's what it represents over there. It happens at a good, opportune time, the darkest time of the year, and that's what it's really all about, is surviving the darkest time of the year. Initially it would be just how would we say it, people trying to survive the harshness of the winter, and getting together to cheer each other up, to provide cheer and to provide the solace of company in the middle of dark times, literally dark times. Of course, as we've gone into the modern age, it becomes quite hard, and it becomes very psychologically hard on people who feel obligated to somehow be amongst loved ones and enjoying themselves. And as well, we have the coronavirus these days, which in a sense should be making people feel better, because now you have an excuse not to be with family in trying to surround yourself with artificial happiness. So you think that it would be easier for people to survive this time of year. Of course, everyone should know at this point that the suicides are at the highest rates during this time of year. A lot of people get depressed to the point of suicide. And there you have that. So aside from all of that, we had people.
By the way, I would say something about suicides, because, as they say, my daughter's boyfriend, he was ex-boyfriend when he suicided. He actually got married.
Oh my God, I had no idea. Tell us about
this.
Well,
that was some time ago. Last year he did this, or this year, I guess, early this year. He had, and I knew him. He was very talented DJ, really nice kid, but he had, he had separated from her, and when he suicided, it explained a lot of the difficulties she had with him. I remember one time she told me they were in Hollywood somewhere, and he was been having some difficulty. I think he was being heckled by the people in the car about where to park or driving. He couldn't handle the heckling, not heckling, and he opened the car door stupidly, and somebody drove by and hit the car door. He came very close to being killed.
Jesus.
And it was kind of like they had to do a whole, sort out about that.
Right.
But then they came back to the East Coast, and he lived in Connecticut, and my daughter lived with him for a considerable amount of time. She was very close to the family, and they knew that when she left him, it was curtains for him.
Jesus.
She didn't leave him; he left her.
Right.
Because he just couldn't handle her. She wanted to have a life. She wanted to have a real life with him, and he wasn't up for it. So, a year or something later, he marries this Russian girl, and then he commits suicide shortly after. And he went for help. He went for help. They told him, "You're not ready," and he proved him wrong. He didn't do that to prove him wrong. He hung himself, and his father found him. But he was still alive, but he couldn't save him. The ER couldn't save him. So I would say, when somebody is suicidal, it's very good to pay attention to them and give them some credence and be there for them and get them into the right hands, because you might not be the one to get them into the right hands. I do remember the first time I encountered a suicide. I was working at the restaurant on Olive Drive, or off of Olive Drive in Davis, and I was the cook, and the waitress, Flo, she came to me and she says, "Look at the note this guy left. He writes this note and he says, 'Oh, thank you for a nice evening. It may be the last evening I ever have.'" She says, "Should we do something? Should we call the police?" I said, "No." I said, "This guy's bullshitting you." And I knew he was. He was. I mean, he was gone, and what are you going to do? Go running down the street? You're not going to find him.
Right.
I brushed it off, and I knew I brushed it off correctly.
Okay.
But that's the only time I've ever done that. Brushed it off, because I knew, and there was nothing you could do anyway. So this guy's just yanking your chain. And I guess my brother-in-law, my former brother-in-law, he had some problems, and he came to me, and I guess he said this to his sister. He was living with us, and my sister had my wife, his sister, my wife, had no sympathy for him whatsoever. It was kind of the Scientology no sympathy syndrome. And that was, and I was better trained in Scientology. I never would have exuded no sympathy. I listened to what he said, and I said, "Don't worry about a thing. We're going to take you home." I called his mother, and I told her what was going on, and I got in his car and I drove him home. Now, he thought he was going to drive part of the way. I said, "No, you're not going to drive. I'm not going to let this guy drive the car." I drove his car, 6+ hours to Lake Placid, and just kept him happy. Did whatever he needed, kept him happy. "Don't worry, we're going to get you home." Took him to his home where he could be home with his mom, because he was trying to make it on his own down here. He had some experiences in prison, and he came back into the real world, saw his old friends, and he wasn't making it. He freaked out, and he was being suicidal. And I just said, "Don't worry about a thing." Reassured him. So you should reassure people and get them to where they needed to go. He needed to go back home. He's still alive to this day. And he was adopted, unlike my ex-wife. He was adopted. He was not somebody you would have expected to live a long time if you knew his history.
Wow. And
he's lived a very long time. That at least is a very much of a plus. And so I'm just saying this to the audience. If anybody says that, and they're not, sometimes people will jerk your chain to get attention. I did have one girl who told me, she said, "Well, if I don't get this, that, and the other thing, and I'm just going to commit suicide." And I told her, I said, well, if you do, she was jerking my chain. She was trying to jerk my chain.
Mm-hmm.
I said, if you do, it's not going to be very good for you. I really wouldn't recommend it because you're going to suffer great consequences.
Right.
I didn't buy into her shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then she did a play on David Anderson, and tried to, wanted $21 million from him.
Oh, Jesus. Holy shit. How did she
He
think?
said to me later, he said, she was rather rude.
Oh. Yes.
I was quite relieved. He was going to take her to the train station.
Mm.
And I said, I was going to take her back to the train station. And she said, oh, he's going to take me. I said, oh, good. Better him than me. Better him than me. This was after a Montauk meeting.
Mm.
And they later came in to join us at the diner.
Mm.
I went to the diner with Preston and some of the guys, and they later came in about 1:00 in the morning. Mm. They sat out there talking, and she later and she says, well, they're going to be over at the diner. So they came, and David joined us at the diner. It was really nice. I don't remember everything that was discussed, but he was just really like one of the guys talking. It was unusual for him to do that. But be that as it may.
Mm-hmm. No, in terms of, I noticed Aaron Tice is with us in the chat room. If he's on Skype, he's more than welcome to join us. He probably is on Skype, and he can.
I have something to send Aaron because I saw what he said in there.
Oh, good.
He actually said that he has Lyme disease.
Holy shit!
That's what he says. Read it and tell me if I'm wrong. And by the way, people who are listening to this, please give it a thumbs up.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Give it. I went and gave it a thumbs up. Give it a thumbs up.
Bless you. Yes.
Remember to give it a thumbs up. Because he said he has Lyme disease. What he says, people with blood disorders cannot use sulfites. Because he's talking with Jameson.
Okay.
And anyway, he says, or Lyme disease, which I have. I know Aaron quite well. He's never mentioned Lyme disease.
Wow. Okay.
I'm going to give him a remedy for Lyme disease, and the remedy is a qigong technique, and it saved literally Celeste's life. Now, who the hell is Celeste? Mm-hmm. Celeste was a yoga teacher. Mm-hmm. Celeste was a student, my teachers for a long time, and Celeste was a yoga teacher, and she had Lyme disease. And she had end-stage Lyme disease. She was going to die. Mm-hmm. And she was brought to the teacher, or he came to her. I don't know what happened. And he taught her an exercise called rising drill, which she could not do. Now, I'm going to send this to Aaron. I don't know if I've ever sent this to Aaron, but this exercise is basically an exercise where you lift your hands, breathe in as you lift your hands. When they get to the top, you bring them down and you exhale. Do that 24 times. And when you do that, I'm not showing exactly how it's done because I'm not in video. You start breathing better for the next hour. You come back in another hour or so, do it again. You just keep progressively increasing your lung capacity. You do it 8 times a day, and you're breathing like a, what's the word? You're breathing at more than 8 times what you normally breathe. And you do this every day, and all of a sudden you're taking in all this oxygen. Now, Celeste couldn't do this exercise full because she was too crippled with her joints and hands. She could only do it very attenuated. If you can imagine a T-Rex doing this exercise, because a T-Rex has very small hands, and he can't move very much, that's about what her level at. Okay. She kept doing it. She did it abortedly, kept doing it, got better and better and better. Then she could sit up and do it. then she could stand up and do it, and then she got better. And this was Lyme disease, an incurable Lyme disease. It's incurable, but it is curable. I went to a whole lecture on Lyme disease once, and I started to talk to the people about this, and you're not met with very much acceptance because they know better than you.
Yeah, it's kind of like Alcoholics Anonymous, where you're basically confronting people who have an issue that is this is their life. It is now their leitmotif, their life, shall we say, theme, their thematic, and they don't like other people coming into that. And so they have a crowd where they commiserate. And
well, I don't think this wasn't like that, but it was somebody who was showing a whole documentary on Lyme disease, and it's like it's all a bunch of shit. And the other thing about Lyme disease, it was originally called Montauk knee, and I've talked about this before. It was first noticed at Montauk, not Lyme, Connecticut. They had to change the name. So to take the attention off of Montauk, and because Preston had got Lyme disease and he researched it with his own resources, and he found out that the Americans had planned to insert deer ticks into the atomic bombs that they eventually dropped on Japan, and the deer tick. And I had pointed out or concluded that the deer tick. They wanted to get, because, the deer tick, the reason they put the deer tick, because the deer tick could survive the atom bomb. And they were going to infect the deer tick with the spirochete virus, which is a syphilis, essentially. That way, they could bomb and eventually get the deer tick into the emperor's deer.
Right.
He had his deer garden.
Yes.
That was my conclusion. But in any case, this is what Lyme disease. So they were monkeying with this. They were experimenting with it. They also took atomic rubble to Camp Hero. So I don't remember exactly when Montauk knee, they called it, broke out. It broke out. You can look it up on the net, Montauk knee, and then they changed the name to Lyme and named it after Lyme, Connecticut. But this... I'm having a hard time.
Everything they did, it came back to them, of course. But this goes to show people that this was total war, of course, and the Americans were doing everything they could to exterminate the Japanese, and this was something that obviously they deserved to lose. They certainly brought it upon themselves. So at any rate, is Jameson with us? I'm just curious. Can you vocalize or speak? I'm just wondering. Just curious to see if there's anyone here other than Peter Moon and myself for the moment.
Yes.
So Aaron, I've sent this YouTube to you that Aaron, you can stand up. You can do this exercise. It'll get rid of your Lyme disease.
Mm-hmm. Great.
I would. Another way to get rid of Lyme disease is ozone therapy. But this exercise just brings in your oxygen because you're also working your lung meridian, and the lung meridian will bring in more oxygen. And speaking of oxygen, I gotta give a vote of confidence.
Yes.
Jimmy Cramer.
Yes.
Jim Cramer, the famous stock market pundit. What's he called? Mad Money is the name of his show, and he'll tell you what stocks to buy, in his opinion. I think I have to begin to wonder if he's paid by Big Pharma. Not allowed to trade in the market. I have to wonder because I don't think there's anything that would stop him from being paid by Big Pharma to pontificate. Anyway, I posted on here. It says, Jim Cramer tells you why you must get vaccinated, then vaccinated, and then vaccinated again. Because if you do, you will be less sick than you would have been if you had not been vaccinated. And he posted on Twitter See, he got COVID. He's what you call a breakout case.
Mm-hmm.
He's a breakout case. In other words, he got vaccinated, but somehow he got COVID. There's a lot of breakout cases.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, this is what he says: I do not want to be glib. Many have died. Many are sick. I am just grateful to be vaccinated, which I think has helped me. I wish we were all vaccinated. Many will become sick, and many have passed away. I am on today to show people you can come back quickly if vaccinated. I fear if I hadn't been 3 times vaccinated, I would be far more sick. It doesn't make any sense. It's like the more vaccinations you get, the less sick you'll be. But you're still going to get sick.
Well, just to put some perspective on that, the vaccinations are only protective to a point, and it depends on which one you got. If he's not specifying which vaccine that he got, say for instance,
probably had them all.
Well, it's not only that. You got to wear a mask too. I mean, people think because you get vaccinated, you can walk around without a mask on. You walk around without a mask on with a vaccine, you're still going to get COVID. It doesn't matter.
It's
become a total, but he's just, he's over the top.
It's how would I say it? It's one of those things that explain it this way. When it comes to the vaccines, this is how it works or doesn't work, depending on how you look at it. First, we have to understand we're dealing with an extraordinarily complicated disease that's a new development that is literally weaponized out of a lab. So you're dealing with a bioweapon effectively. Whether it's a bioweapon or not intentionally, etc. I mean, at this point, it may as well be. But in terms of the vaccinations, they had to churn them out as quickly as they could. And so it's amazing that they work at all. But in terms of the one that I got, which is the Janssen vaccine from Johnson & Johnson, that was the old style of producing vaccines, which is just to take there's no mRNA involved. It's just taking the disease itself and then putting a little bit of the disease in your body, so your body gets a little bit of, builds up an immunity to it. And this is like barely like Jameson brings up it's being sued for blood clotting issues, but that's only in like one woman out of every 500 million people or something. It doesn't even count.
Yeah, well, honestly, I think the best vaccine is probably the mRNA one.
I'm just explaining this to people. The point is that the one that I get, which is like the old-fashioned one, has like a efficacy rate of like barely 60%. It's like 50 something. Like, in other words, I've got half a chance of getting it. If I go around and expose myself, I've got half a chance of getting the virus. The mRNA ones have like a 90 to 95% efficacy rate, but they wear out comparatively quickly. They wear out within a few months, not few months, but 6 months, they wear out. So it's recommended you get the boosters. And then, this, of course, is taken advantage of by the people who are exploiting this for their fair porn and feeding that to the anti-vaxxers. Whatever, it's all I can say is that you're taking a risk either way. If you get the vaccines, the risks are you could still get the disease. If the vaccines start wearing out after a period of time and the guy's been vaccinated, what does it matter if it wears out after a period of time and he's still exposing himself? And at that point, like Jameson says, if he's not taking precautions after that point, you just get to start to take this in stride, where you just start saying, I've been vaccinated, and then going around without the mask or spacing yourself away from people, then it's kind of like self-defeating. So the point is that we're in a conundrum. We're in very bad times. You've got a lot.
I went to the dentist today, and he says, "Have you got your booster?" I said, "No, I don't need a booster."
How did he respond?
He says, "Have you been vaccinated?" And I didn't answer him. I said, "Johnson & Johnson."
Did you really? And so he just took that
Johnson
as
Johnson.
He took that as a yes.
It's fine. And then I said, I asked him about India because he's Indian. I said, "What's going on in India?" I don't know. He says, "Nobody knows what's going on anyway."
There you go.
In other words, he puts up this defense of like vaccination's important, and then it's going to, he kind of admits, well, nobody knows what's going on anyway. It's like, it's like a social reaction, professional social reaction. And everybody's wearing masks now in Long Island. You have to wear a mask. And, unless you want to create a ruckus, but still, people aren't as enforceable on it as they used to be. Like in the first, they were like, and then you see all these people lined up in the, what do they call them? The care centers, what do they call them? Urgent care centers.
Yeah, ambulatory
They're
care
sitting there in
clinics
line.
Yeah.
I said, what are they in line for? You're freezing your ass off and you're in line to see if you got COVID. What do you need a test for? If you're sick, you're sick and you've probably got whatever this thing is. It's probably COVID. Do you need a test? Do you need to go to the hospital? You don't need to go to the hospital. You wouldn't be in line.
I don't understand this test bullshit either. I mean, why would you need a test to see if you've got COVID when you're either, you can start
look at whether it's intended or not, it's a psychological conditioning event. And it's just like, you just get conditioned. Okay, we need tests. We need a test. Everybody get tested. Test. And what do you need to get tested for? This new COVID thing is so light for the most part. Look at if you can't breathe and you're screwed, you got to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
If you're not, and you can sit there and drink your vitamin C or whatnot, whatever you do, you get better. I mean, people shake this off. It's not so bad, but I guess people are like hypersensitive about what it might be. Like, I've got COVID. I don't know that Paula doesn't have it herself right now because she had a sniffle,
right?
And she was sniffling, and she had a lot of other stuff going on. So they were saying, well, you're sniffling, but you don't sound that, they didn't send her home. I told her, I said, I would have sent you home if I was your employer.
Right.
I would send home people if they sniffled for any reason. I don't want sick people around me or around the office.
Yeah. I hear you.
That's the way I would be anyway. But she's okay. She's I mean, I don't know that she has it. I don't know that she doesn't.
Even if she does, it doesn't matter. If you have it and it's not impacting you in any sense that is, shall we say, putting you down, then what does it matter? Other than theoretically, you should be concerned and isolate yourself from others. Just be considerate in that regard in a social sense. But in terms of, if you get it, I know that it'll roll right off you. It's not going to do anything.
I could have had it. I could have had it.
You probably have.
I did have tests. I did have tests last summer, and I was fine. But I don't believe in the test anyway. Yeah. I don't.
I don't either. I mean, half the time they're just not. They just don't work. It's a terror, and like I said, the purpose of them is, why do you need them? Obviously there's people that were requiring them, but outside of that, if you take a test and you came out positive and you're asymptomatic, then theoretically you just isolate yourself and maintain space from others, and that's about it.
Well, there's also the subject of natural immunity, which they were talking about on TV with an immunologist, and the immunologist is saying, look at Biden's giving draconian mandates. Draconian mandates are never good. You must all be vaccinated. And there's some people who frankly shouldn't be vaccinated.
Well, that's people who have medical issues with vaccinations.
Exactly.
But that's always been taken into consideration
for those in the rhetoric. There's not. Another friend of mine, she got a religious exemption. She knows it won't be good for her. It's almost killed one of her grandchildren. The booster has almost killed one of the grandchildren, and because her son is a vaxaholic. There's an anti-vaxxer, but he's like what's the word? Zealous vaxxer. Got to get the kid vaxxed. Got to get the kid vaxxed, and it, almost killed him.
God.
And it's like, she's horrified, but she says, no, they're not gonna, I have a religious exemption till the end of March, and then they're going to review it. And that this stuff is all being fought out in the Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
And then if she doesn't, I said, well, if it doesn't get sorted out by then, you can, suggest a lawsuit towards them. In other words, the company doesn't care whether she's vaccinated or not personally, but they have to toe the line with the government. That's what the company's afraid of.
Mm-hmm.
They're not afraid of the disease. They're afraid of towing the line with the government and getting fined or penalized.
Mm-hmm.
This, as far as I know, this person could stay at home all day and work on a computer.
Well, yeah.
Doesn't even need to be at work. So what do you need to be vaxxed for if you're staying at home working on a computer?
Yeah. And so it turns out that Salmon Shake is with us. So
Salmon.
What? Yes, at any rate, if he's able to come on, then that's fine. If he doesn't want to come on, then that's fine too. But I asked him earlier about Islamic Christmas, which might be a bit more, how do we say it, a little less dicey than the vax talk. But I mean, not that I care too much about the vax talk. Obviously, there's some news that needs to be expressed about it. I mean, things are going on, and but if you're with us, Salman, do come on. I did ask you a question earlier. I don't know if you've heard it, or if I can certainly repeat.
Yes, Brother Douglas. I'm here, and thank you, Peter, and good evening to you. I was enjoying listening to your talk about Romania and all the great stuff from there. So I thank you for that, and I look forward to receiving the new books soon and reading them. I was listening in the back.
You didn't get it
I'm going to
yet?
get it tomorrow. I'm going to get it probably around tomorrow as I was checking the tracking number. But yes, excuse me for earlier. I was busy with some relations in the home.
Oh.
So with the aspect of the Islamic Christmas, we have two holidays. One where in Ramadan, where you have the Eid al-Fitr, and the second is the Eid al-Adha. So Eid al-Fitr is basically the breaking of the fast, where you celebrate and commemorate the spiritual stuff that you did during Ramadan, such as fasting, praying, helping the homeless, donating to the poor, things like that. So you collectively come together in a feast, helping your loved ones and just doing the good moral things like any human being should do. And then the second Eid al-Adha is basically commemorates Abraham's loyalty to God when he was asked by God to sacrifice his son. And he was willing to do it, but as soon as he was about to do it, the son was replaced by a bull. And that's a tradition. What happens is when Muslims do that, they sacrifice these animals, and they hand out the meat to poor families and people who can't afford to buy meat or eat meat in poor countries. So those are the two main traditions that we have in terms of holidays. Then there's another one which is known as the Miraj. And the Miraj is when the 23-year journey of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was completed at the Temple Mount, and he ascended into heaven and met Jesus. He met Moses, Abraham, Solomon, all of the great prophets that came before, peace be with them all. And that basically commemorated his 23-year journey, because the Holy Quran was revealed over the period of 23 years, and the number 23 pops up again in that regard. So it's the Miraj and the Eid holidays. So if there's any other questions, I would love to take them. And please excuse me for earlier. I was busy with family.
If I Salman, if I had went and met all these prophets, it'd be a lot of electric conversations if I was allowed to have conversations with them.
Yes.
It wouldn't be like the standard pat thing you might see in a movie, where where there's all this I guess what you would say adulation and awe and wonder. It's like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do?
You mean in this day and time, this day and age?
Well, yeah, it's kind of like these stories of meeting the prophets. It's kind of like they're doing, like, you're going to show it in a movie. What are you going to show in a few minutes? It's like it sounds like the actual event was very like it's not quite like this, but it's a little bit like in that movie Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade when he kind of bumps into Hitler. Indiana Jones bumps into Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember
We all
that.
remember the scene, yes.
Yeah, it's just kind of like, okay, bumped into Hitler. Oh, it's like, it's kind of like, it's almost like they're bumping into each other. And what's the dialogue that takes place? It's like,
well, there is none.
It's kind of like this. If you can say, put it in an analogy of baseball, you're going to have this big at bat, and you walk into the dugout behind, and you meet the ghosts of Babe Ruth and Mickey Mantle or these other stars, and you say, oh, and then they tell you, you've got to go out and hit the ball yourself. I imagine to a ball player who actually experienced the ghosts of these characters going out to bat might be very inspired. But he also
that's a good point, Peter. And what's reiterated in the Mirage, it's telling you that all of these great teachers that walk this earth, and whether it's Buddha, Christ, Moses, Muhammad, all of them kind of taught you the same exact thing, because all of these religions and philosophies are teaching you a code of conduct, how to be a good moral human being and things like that. So the reiteration that we get is that no matter what path that you follow, with all of those beings mentioned in that event, it all leads back to God. So you find a path or a spiritual practice that works for you. And right now, humanity can use that message right now where there's so much suffering and chaos, where people are not grounding themselves, they're not building companionships, they're not building with each other, they're not honing their skills, they're not honing their practices like you're doing with the football and the Qigong, and collaborating with the youth as well, and promoting unity and diversity. So that's what they're teaching to humanity, is that pick a path that helps you get closer to that source. And whatever it is that you do, it's humanity's free will, whether they want this world to dwell into chaos or they want to do the right thing and come together and help each other. And right now, unfortunately, many with their free will are picking chaos.
Yeah, very much so. Well, it's always easier. It's low-hanging fruit. It's why, as Aquino said, so many people go for the dark magic because it's the easiest to work, right? That's
Yes.
The majority of the universe is dark matter, and the darkness is the low-hanging fruit, the easiest to work with. So
what Joe Matheny used to say, he says people study magic as generally, not everybody, but it's a matter of empowerment.
Yeah.
It's people feel unempowered, so they study magic to become empowered. And he says, the more you learn about it, and now he's somebody who's practiced ritual magic, and it's very serious. It'll work. He's also, financially independent by reason of his skills in the computer world, which he kind of developed out of his study of magic, because he was using computers to correlate information and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But he's a unique individual as is. But he says if you look at what you want, he says, it's like, you want $1 million. He didn't use that as an analogy, but if you want $1 million, he said, look what you have to do to produce it. It's a lot easier to produce it by using normal means than it is by magic. It's much easier, rather than to solicit the spirits. Just
there we are.
Earn the $1 million. Of course, it might take some creativity and entrepreneurship, but there's plenty of people who've created $1 million. Look at the My Pillow guy. He was a crack addict.
There you have it.
And he was creative enough. I don't know if he was inspired by his crack habit. I don't really know.
Probably by his addicted need, yes.
Yeah, I mean, he looks kind of half cracked the way he talks, and he always wears his Christian cross. But he's just he looks a little affected. And I'm not, the fact that he's so pro-Trump and so pro-Republican, I it wouldn't matter. He could be just the other way. He's cracked. He's fighting an extreme cause. It's almost like part of his addiction is to be addicted to saving the country as a, what do they call these Trumpers? What do they call them?
Well, MAGA men, shall we?
Yeah, I mean, he's sort of taken that on as an addiction.
Yeah.
And he's fighting it at a very serious level with courts and whatnot and his corporation. And he really, I mean, there is certain things he's fighting against that are outrageous. But he's equally, he's just fanatically dedicated to it. It's like an addiction.
Yes.
Even if he's right, it's still an addiction. I don't even know what he's involved in because I don't pay that much attention to him.
It's probably for the best. You
can't avoid it. If you turn on the TV, you can't avoid the My Pillow guy because he's either going to be on the news or in one of his commercials. And I wouldn't trust one of his pillows. I don't know. Pillows are expensive.
Yeah, they are. They are.
That's how it works. You can go get a good pillow at Target for $5 or $10.
Oh, yes.
At least one that's acceptable to me.
There we have that. And so true enough, in terms of where we'll go later tonight, one of the things that Peter brought up with me, Peter and I spoke briefly before we went on transmission, and he was talking about my bringing up the three magi, as I usually do during the Christmas season. And I said, well, I'll be coming back on Sunday night, and I'll probably speak about that then. In fact, almost certainly, definitively so, I'll be obligated to do so. I've kind of even altered narrative to a degree tonight because I was going a bit into the Nostradamus prophecies, and when I was speaking about the war, it's one thing, the potential for war, but I said, next transmission I might go into his other prophecies about mass starvation and inflation, and but a number of people sent me some emails saying that that's just too depressing for the holidays, and I guess I can see what they're saying. So we can get back into that.
I think it's better if we're going to have mass starvation to just let it fly, not predict it.
So
let it fly because, in other words, it'd be better to give a lecture on self-preservation and, how to store spam in your attic.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'll go a bit more into war tonight because it's comparatively speaking, it's more fun than mass starvation and inflation. But in terms of the immediacy, it's also people are worried about it with the ultimatums being presented over the Ukraine and the like. In the interim, of course, let's just say that it is what it is. We're confronted with a lot of things.
Let me ask you a question about this. Let me ask you a question. Now, if you go out on the school playground, for example, and you draw a big sword, we're not talking in guns here. You draw a big sword, and you start menacingly swaying it and indicating you might go after some kids. Most of those kids are going to run away from you, and it's going to get back to the authorities real quick. Now, I view Russia or anybody swaggering on the world stage, Korea, whoever it is, that actually engages. Like, I was in Romania when Russia invaded Georgia years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was intimidating. It was a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what eventually happened, if Georgia's still Georgia. But
go on.
Yeah. But I kind of think that Russia or China or Korea or anybody who would, most countries wouldn't do this, other they would seem to. I think they'd be digging themselves a hole by doing this, because they're going to create outrage, they're going to create enmity, and for what? What are they going to get out of taking the Ukraine? It's not like they're going to conquer the Ukraine and then go on and take the next country and the next country and the next country, because it is a lot of problems to hold on to a country like the Ukraine. It's especially Ukraine has always been rebellious towards the Soviet Union. Always rebellious. They always wanted to be their own place. So I think that Russia would have their hands full and have their own little Afghanistan or Vietnam if they did that. So I think that Russia, in my opinion, and you know much more about world politics than I do, but they kind of get off on the threat and acting like the bad guy, and they max that out. They get advantage by acting bad and threatening bad. But even the Soviet Union did, after the initial takeover of Poland and Czechoslovakia, they did very well. They did do political stuff in South America and in Portugal, but it was more underhanded. It wasn't overt. It was more underhanded. They didn't really take any real territory, except maybe politically. They had a communist governor in Chile, I think, or a communist president.
Yeah.
But so what I'm saying is Russia really gonna, put the screws to the Ukraine? Are they really gonna do it? It seems to me like they're bluffing.
Well, I'll go into arc of narrative about that tonight. One thing I can tell you is they're mobilizing their public. I'll start a bit into that. They are truly mobilizing their public to prepare for nuclear war. Because I speak Russian, I do listen to their broadcasts. And so they're telling people about what to do with the bodies that are when your relation dies in the home while you're bunkered up to avoid the radiation outside. Make certain to dispose of the body after a certain period of time, etc. I mean, this is how serious they are about the shit. So at home,
they're talking about nuclear war between them and the Ukraine.
They're talking about nuclear war between them and the United States. So Putin is telling his people we're going to nuclear war. He's telling his people that we're going to launch nukes. That's what he's telling his people in Russian.
But does not that sound like a psychological operation in
Absolutely,
itself?
Absolutely, yeah. And I'll go into arc and narrative about that. It is definitely a psyop. It's basically he's got massive problems at home in that he's just got a lot of problems at home, and so this is his way of
because he's a terrorist in his own right, and he controls the country through terror. From what I understand,
yes,
and I think he does a better. Tell me if I'm wrong, but isn't he a lot more of a benign dictator than, say, the Soviet Union people were? Is he more benign than they were?
It's one of those things where, in a sense, yay, in a sense, nay, in a sense, yay, only in that, as Jameson says, it all comes out the same in the end. It's really, you're talking about someone who, at least when you had the Soviet dictators, there was more of at least putting on the airs of some sense of responsibility with when you've got someone like Vladimir Putin, who just basically has a Dachau, which is an estate that is larger than the kingdom of Monaco. You had him rebuild the whole city for the Olympics when they were held there in Sochi, and he was renamed Putingrad. This is at this point, it's like the man he's just separate from all reality. I'll probably go in depth to that tonight a little bit when I talk about the kind of adventures or misadventures he had with Oliver Stone. Now, there's people know, of course, both Peter Moon and myself have been interviewed by Oliver Stone's son, Sean Stone, and Oliver Stone himself is. You have no idea how crazed this fucker is. This Oliver Stone is like he sucks Putin's cock, and the guy is like now, for all intents and purposes, his official propagandist. And to give you an example of how insane this is, Oliver Stone is ethnically Jewish, for those of you who don't know. And this is a deal. This means something. It's relevant because he has always, as a quote-unquote Vietnam veteran, whatever the fuck he did in Vietnam, I have no idea, but supposedly he was in country and then came back, and no reason to disbelieve that. But when he came back and decided he was going to make a bunch of pro-Vietnam War movies, his big trip was he's Buddhist. He said, I'm a Buddhist. So this is kind of like his son becoming Muslim. I'm a Muslim, Oliver Stone. These guys put up this air of what they are. But here's this guy. He's up there with Vladimir Putin. And then Oliver Stone says to Vladimir Putin, when they're both talking about homosexuality, which they talk a lot about homosexuality, which blows my fucking mind. Like, what the fuck relevance does this have? But they keep going back to the topic. And so it seems to be of a mutual fascination for them. And when they went back to the topic, then what happened was at some point, Oliver Stone asks Putin about his grandchildren. And I'll go into this more in Arc of Narrative tonight, but this is like a bomb dropping, because in Russia, no one is allowed to ask Vladimir Putin about his family. It's like literally, they've got laws on the books for that. That if you ask Vladimir Putin about his family, you will go to jail, like forever, for life. So no one is allowed to ask about his family, but Oliver Stone is. So he talks to Oliver Stone about his grandkids, and that's when Oliver Stone says, oh, I hear you're a godfather, which of course, now, Peter Moon can attest to this. His wife, Paula, was there when I spoke about becoming, quote unquote, a godfather for Lena Shea's children. And she was just shocked. Paula was just shocked. She said, why would you take on such a responsibility? Because this is like, when someone asks you to be a godfather, then theoretically you can't say no. And at the same time, you become responsible for basically helping them go through college, essentially. It's a position of immense responsibility. And so when in the Eastern Orthodox world, so as a Romanian, she's very familiar with this. And I said, well, Lena Shea's an American. She had no concept of what it means. It was just kind of like, almost like a fun thing for her. It had nothing to do with anything realistic. And she later on rejected it anyway. But when it comes to someone like Vladimir Putin, then Oliver Stone says, oh, well, since you're a godfather to hundreds of people, right? And then Oliver Stone, this Putin's going, oh, no. It's only to a few people. And then Oliver Stone says, will you be my daughter's godfather? Now, bear in mind, this guy's got an adult daughter who's like 22 years old. And then
she doesn't need a godfather.
Yeah. And then Putin says, well, is she willing to convert to Orthodox Christendom? And he says, yeah, I'll make her convert. Now, bear in mind, this guy's got an adult daughter who's 22 years old. And this motherfucker is saying, I'm going to make my daughter convert to a specific religion just so Vladimir Putin can be her godfather. She's not consulted about any of this. She's like thousands of miles away. And this piece of shit says he's going to make his daughter convert to a different religion so that Putin can be her godfather. Okay, what the fuck is going on here? This is the kind of shit that happens with the Taliban when you had...
I'll tell you what's going on, in my opinion. What's going on is he's trying to ingratiate himself with the Russian regime.
Yeah, well, yeah, obviously. But this is the kind of shit that when Osama bin Laden got together with Mullah Omar, and Osama bin Laden was Al-Qaeda, and Mullah Omar was Taliban, what they did to cement their alliance was they married each other's daughters. Each one of these fuckers has like 20 wives anyway, and they said, okay, let's cement this alliance, and they marry each other's daughters. Of course, in that culture, these women have no choice. They're just animals, tools to be.
He's being politically allianced, like Vlad and Radu, Vlad the Impaler and his brother Radu were, ransomed to the Turkish Ottoman. They exchanged.
Yes, that's how the Turks maintained hostages to maintain power over all of their satraps. And so you've got on camera with just totally shamelessly, Oliver Stone bartering his daughter for the sake of ingratiating himself with Vladimir Putin. It is, for someone like myself who's familiar with that culture, It's disgusting. It's like unbearable to watch. Most Americans who look at that, they're just blank. It rolls off, water off a duck's back. They don't know what the fuck is going on. They're just looking at that and they think, oh, that's bizarre. Like maybe, yeah, I don't think most Americans would even register. They may not be familiar with the age of this man's daughter. They may not be familiar. It's not like he has more than one daughter. He's only got one daughter. And most Americans wouldn't even know that. So they wouldn't know what this fucker's doing. But think about that family and just the dysfunctional level of it where this is going down. And so you've got this sick motherfucker who's basically bartering off his daughter, and he's doing this on camera, and he's doing it before the world. This is what we're talking about. So at this point, he's the biggest catch that Putin has had. And he was how Putin propagandized himself for quite some time, because, this was going on half a decade ago by now. But when it comes to my reviewing that more recently, as I was dealing with the Ukrainian situation and trying to get a grip of what's going on, in general, I would calm people down and say that this is mostly Putin terrorizing his own people, but he's doing so through checkmating the West. He does have the West where he wants the West, because he's also exposing the West's impotence. The West should be responding to this with violence. We shouldn't be tolerating what this man is doing, which is terrorizing all of us, all of Europe. And so we're going to see what happens. It's just one of these things where, even though I will say we can pretty much try and calm down about this and not really dwell on it, he's basically terrorizing his own people. At the same point, how long can you continue that before you have to man up and deliver? I mean, it's like a guy who keeps saying, like, hey, you better watch out. He's got his people at a point now where they're hiding in bunkers. And at some point, if he doesn't do something, he's painted himself into a corner as well. He's got to do something, right? At some point. So it's either it'll all back down and somehow his propaganda machine will take care of it, get everybody out of the bunkers eventually, and hopefully he feels he's bypassed the crisis of a potential revolution in his own country and an overthrow. So we're in, but bear in mind that this is all going on while the Chinese were also trying to say that they're going to invade Taiwan. So, as I pointed out, they're coordinating, and they're very much in coordination over this, because Xi Jinping has stepped forward and said, I back Putin, about, and just to emphasize to all of this, I may go into this tonight or in the near future, but the one nation that has really been in the center of this all, the real forefront of Western civilization, is Lithuania. Lithuania pulled all of its diplomats out of communist China. They've recognized Taiwan effectively. And Lithuania is the one that's also facing all of the immigrants that Putin has been shipping in from Afghanistan and from Syria. Putin has shipped in thousands and thousands of Syrians and Afghans and gave them to Belarus, White Russia, his puppet dictator, to throw against the borders of Lithuania and Poland. And so you've got thousands of people just dying at the borders of Lithuania and Poland. And that's just Putin and the Belarusian dictator laughing their ass off. At the same time, it backfires. Putin doesn't give a shit, but now you've got thousands of Afghans, hundreds of thousands stuck in White Russia, Belarus. And they sure as fuck don't want them. So what are they going to do with them? So this is like he's caused his own fucking problem in there just to try and fuck over Europe with an invasion of refugees. So with Poland and Lithuania responding to that, you have Lithuania at the center of that crisis, staving off Russia, while at the same time China has threatened war against Lithuania. By the way, I'm not kidding. China has said, we're going to go to war against Lithuania because they recognize Taiwan. That kind of shit. So you've got Lithuania is earning the ire of these superpowers. Nobody talks about this. So they're the real front line of Western civilization right now. And so they got together with Poland and Ukraine, where they're saying that we're going to stand up to this. But Poland has just always got delusions about being the new superpower. They always want to start a middle buffer zone, a Mitteleuropa between Germany and Russia that'll stretch from the Baltic to the Black Sea. So they're just trying to take advantage of the situation to extend their own influence. But at the same time, they're so racist and exclusive, you can never go anywhere. So you just have that going on. So altogether,
Douglas, are you aware that Oliver Stone's wife is South Korean?
I had some hint of that. I never really pursued it. Now that you've said it to me, honestly, it doesn't surprise me at all. It's just it makes sense. It makes sense.
The daughter is obviously half.
Yeah.
Half Korean as well.
Here you have this half Asian daughter, and he's like bartering her off as if she's not human. So it goes to show that he's like, how would I say it? That he has no respect for her. That she's just like an animal to him, to barter off. That he would change her religion and make her the goddaughter of this foreigner for the sake of what? I mean, it's horrific. It's abusive. It's just plain abusive and a horrible example. So thank you for bringing that up. I think it's an important point. So there you have that, and hopefully
Just met her when she was a waitress. He met the woman Sun Young Young when she was a waitress in New York City.
Yeah. But that figures, and it's not surprising. If Mandy were here, she could probably add some of the gossip to it, because she met with a number of these kind of celebrities while up there in Oregon, where a bunch of them were slumming all the time. But definitely, appreciate you bringing that up. And as well, of course, these are important things to talk about before we enter the holidays. I think this is important. Then I can go into the holiday season and just blow my brains out with my partying and my.
But I think what I think is it's like Oliver Stone is obviously politicking. Yeah. He's politicking, and I mean, aside from I understand your revulsion, but I'm more interested in the political science of what he's involved in. His movie, JFK, is considered his monumental movie. It's supposed to be a very powerful movie, and certainly it did. It put a lot of people on edge, because that movie kind of reversed the position of the House Committee on Assassination of the President, because they had concluded that it was a conspiracy when the committee of the House investigated it in the late 1970s, but they didn't know who did it. But it was open and acknowledged as a conspiracy. Oliver Stone's movie created such a ruckus that then they began to say, no, it was Oswald. And it's kind of weird. So he had some cachet from that movie, and I suppose there's a lot more things he could have included, but I mean, it basically stated a case. I don't think it's a bad movie, but it kind of makes him. It kind of gives him his own political cachet.
I think he expended all of that. The political.
No, but I think in his own mind, he's not a politician. He's a director who did a political movie. And look at Gianni Russo, the guy who played Carlo in The Godfather and actually made the movie happen. He grew up as a mob kid. And he owned a restaurant in Las Vegas where all the mobsters hung out. He was a runner for the mob, admittedly so. And he talked about James Caan. James Caan was the guy who played Sonny in The Godfather. And he considered James Caan as somebody who was kind of like a wannabe gangster. And he'd kind of around and, hang around with John Gotti Jr. and was always wanting to know what John Gotti Jr. was doing. And he said, he says, I'm not interested in this guy. In other words, he's an actor. In other words, I get the impression from what you're saying that Oliver Stone is kind of a wannabe politician.
Yes.
He's like James Caan. He wants to be one of the guys. And it's very important to know your place in life. Like, I know my place. I'm a writer. I'm not a time travel scientist. I've worked with time travel scientists, but I'm not a time travel scientist. I'm basically a writer. And if I extend out of that boundaries, I'm being disingenuous. So he's like moving into the realm of politics. He doesn't belong there. And he's what is glad handing Putin because he's trying to gain cachet and make himself, relevant, important, if only in his own mind. And he's playing a dangerous game, although I think playing with Putin is a lot safer than playing with somebody like Saddam Hussein or some Arab dictator who you don't even know the name of. I think Putin would be a lot less likely to cut his throat, if only because he's well known in the West. Not to say that Putin won't cut throats. I think Putin would be far more circumspect about cutting somebody's throat than some of these Arab dictators would.
I understand what you're saying. It's one of those things where it all depends. When it comes to Oliver Stone, where Peter Moon is absolutely right, is that it would be much more sensitive for Vladimir Putin to take any action against Oliver Stone, because he's famous, he's a Westerner, and it would be extremely problematic if Putin
but I
had
don't
him
think
killed.
he wants. I think he's using Oliver Stone, and Oliver Stone is enamored of having some sort of political influence or PR influence and cachet by hobnobbing with Putin.
Yeah. Oh, no, you're absolutely right. No, you're absolutely right. But what I'm saying is, say problems developed, it would be much more problematic for Putin to take action against him than it would be any Russian citizen.
He doesn't need to take action. But where Oliver Stone runs into problems is if this country goes into extreme right-wingism and they wanted to persecute him. I don't think that'll happen.
No.
But yeah, it's like but what you say about Putin having his enemies come up from the woodwork, it sounds like he's created a lot of enemies. I know that he had some that he silenced, but it seems like he's only created, from what you're saying, he's created more enemies, and he has his hands full. And Putin could find Oliver Stone very useful, useful in this regard, to start portraying things the way he wants to portray them. And it could be very interesting. It sounds very geopolitically interesting. I think I don't think you never know what Oliver Stone's going to get himself involved in.
Well, we know now he's just like Steven Seagal. Both these guys are stuck now. It's like Edward Snowden, the man that Oliver Stone made a movie about. These guys are stuck. They're stuck. It's just like they're stuck doing what they're doing, because once you go in that direction, you're trapped. You can't go.
A one-trick pony. They're a one-trick pony.
Yes. This is what they're stuck with now. And so when it comes to Oliver Stone, this is why I've said what I've said about him, and of course his son has kind of responded obliquely, and that's something that may be spoken of in the future. We're not going to talk about that tonight, but definitely he has, like Steven Seagal, and I don't know if people are aware of this other than what Daniel Arola and I've said. I don't think Peter Moon is aware of this, but Peter Moon is aware that Steven Seagal is essentially like defected to Russia, and that Vladimir Putin doesn't even like the son of a bitch. And basically, however, he's enabled him because Steven Seagal is essentially a pedophile or a pedopredator, and yet basically what does Putin do? He allows them to teach kids. So he's teaching a bunch of young girls martial arts in Russia now. But at the same time, Steven Seagal travels to Russian satellite states where he helps to make movies for dictators like the ruler of Venezuela, who he's like making martial arts films with. I mean, it's beyond a fucking joke. I mean, but this is what this guy is stuck with.
Well, you know, this is interesting because we look at Oliver Stone's career with doing the JFK thing, and then it's like Leah Remini with Scientology. She did the Scientology expose, and then she wants to move on to Jehovah's Witnesses. And it just didn't quite work. There was nothing she could do that was bigger or better than Scientology, except to go in the direction of Peter Moon. And she wasn't going to do that. As she appeared in my dream and said, I just can't process this. This is what she said in the dream to me. Mm-hmm. So I can understand that she couldn't process it. But Oliver Stone did JFK. If he wants to accelerate, he goes to Douglas Dietrich. That's where, and he was led to Douglas Dietrich to the degree that his son interviewed Douglas Dietrich. He must know about Douglas Dietrich.
Yes.
But instead he goes to Vladimir Putin. And it's not a good move if you're doing conspiracy. And of course, Sean might have taken it further, but he inappropriately described Michael Aquino.
That's right. And this is where Michael Aquino comes in as decisive. Very important to remember, at the time, Michael Aquino was still very much alive and very much active. And what had happened that really decided all this, for people who don't, this was the chronology. The chronology was that basically I was interviewed by Sean Stone. At that time, Alex Jones was still very much a big deal. I had been earlier, when I just came out as a public informant, I had been driven up by the guy who used to do the stupid conspiracy cons, Brian William Hall, the guy who trademarked his name, the gay guy who everybody knew was gay, but considered himself in the closet. So my joke was that he was in a display case. So he drove me up to Bohemian Grove at one point, and then when I was at Bohemian Grove with him, that was when we ran across this one young lady who, I could have gotten something out of, but basically we were interrupted by that idiot Anthony J. Hilder, and I swear I could have killed the son of a bitch then and there. Just such a piece of shit, and he's dead now, I understand, and so glad for it. The world's a better place without him. But Bohemian Grove was a place that I had been up to in the past, at the time that Alex Jones was essentially a nobody, and Ron Johnson was basically driving up to that area. And my friends drove me up to that area as well, because they had stopped at Sonoma State at the time that they were going on up there. And basically, we had all met in the past, though we had never really talked or really gotten to know each other. But in terms of all of that, there was nothing much those idiots did any more than what I did up there, just kind of scouting around, looking around, because just a bunch of students that were with the journalism department were going up there to just see what the big deal was about. But when
did they let you on the grounds of the Grove?
No. And what happened was that the one thing I can tell you was that we were just kind of like... it's just, you're talking about people with telephoto lenses who are just trying to get as much footage as they can, what they could see, and there wasn't much of that. So in terms of what we're talking about is pretty much nothing. I got more out of that time actually when I was driven up there by Brian William Hall, and I was talking to all the girls that were leaving Bohemian Grove. The interesting thing was, like I said, there were two separate girls I met. One of them was a young girl who was about 16, if that. She might have been 15. And she was stepping out of Bohemian Grove. And she says, it's just like a job, my parents told me to get some extra money, so I was there waiting tables or some shit. And so when I was talking to her about why the fuck do they need a girl who's underage to wait tables, There's plenty of women who know how to wait tables that would do a far better job than an awkward 15-year-old girl. And that's when the CHP came up. It was all guarded by the CHP. By the way, those are state police in a different sense. It's kind of like for those people who don't know, we used to have state police. And that was California State Police. And they are different from CHP, California Highway Patrol, which patrols the fucking highways. So they didn't have state police. They had CHP, which is like the Marine Corps of the law enforcement. So the CHP officer stepped up and ushered her away from me. Like, hey, stop talking to this man. Stop talking to this man. And I said, man, maybe you ought to be inside of there protecting her from the guys in Bohemian Grove is what I told the son of a bitch. And he just looked at me like I was shit, of course, and he had nothing to say. And I said, he can't arrest you. You can keep talking to me. And but anyhow, at that point, she got intimidated and moved on. Basically what I was getting out of her was, yeah, she's going around with a bunch of guys groping her while she's supposedly waiting tables, or bussing them at least, in Bohemian Grove. That's what I figured she really was doing, was just taking plates away while a bunch of guys are copping a feel. But in terms of the other chick, she was like raised into this shit, and she had tattoos on her that were specifically occult tattoos, and they were written in Arabic. And that's when I started talking to her, when Anthony J. Hilder shows up and starts squealing and bitching and basically scaring her away. You couldn't get anything out of anybody up there because all the freaks who are working for the system. Anthony J. Hilder in his own way, or the CHP cops, being on the lookout. I mean, but at any rate, you got a glimpse about what was really going on. But the reason I bring that up was because another girl I met who was like in her 20s, and I can't remember her name to save my soul, but I got it in the record someplace, written down, and she worked for Russian state television. And I said, well, I speak Russian, and I started talking to her in Russian, and she says, hey, I don't speak a word of Russian, okay? I said, well, how the fuck are you working for Russian state television? And she said, look, I'm just an American girl, and they hired me to be the face of America, all right? And I says, so why don't you interview me? Because, I speak Russian and I know quite a bit about Russia. And she said, no, Alex Jones told me not to speak to you. And she said, I work for Alex Jones. And at that time, she worked for Alex Jones. I confirmed that. And so she worked for Alex Jones. Alex Jones knew exactly who I was. Alex Jones remembered me from when he went up to Bohemian Grove. And so he knew me, and he told her specifically not to speak to me at all. And so she said that. She said, I'm under orders from Alex Jones not to speak to you at all because he says the Russians don't want me to. So it was like at that point, she just copped out right then and there. Alex Jones worked for the Russians, and the Russians told him I was a threat and he was not to speak to me. So Vladimir Putin was running Russia at that time. So at that time, you had already Vladimir Putin knew about Douglas Dietrich. Now, how would Vladimir Putin know about Douglas Dietrich? Well, we all know how. Through Michael Aquino. And that's because Michael Aquino, when he was working with the Department of Defense, he was under assignment with the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, to try and find people in Russia who would stand up to the Soviets and ultimately bring the Soviet Union down. And the people he contacted were the heirs of the legacy of Rasputin. And Rasputin's cult, which lasted after his death. Indeed, they claim he never really died, and he has this messianic reputation where he will return. The Rasputin cult, which waits on his return, are purely satanic, and of course the co-religionists of Michael Aquino, one of them being Alexander Dugin. And so Alexander Dugin, the co-religionist of Michael Aquino, a chaos cultist, who was heavily involved with the Temple of Set, and started pylons in Russia for the branch offices of the Temple of Set. This is what ultimately brought the Soviet Union down, along with many other multiple factors, their economy, their corrupt, bankrupt ideology, etc. But the greatest act of resistance movement was Satanism. And so when Russia went straight from atheism, it fell into the flames of Satanism. Now, for all intents and purposes, the Russian elite worships devils. And the man in charge of that is Alexander Dugin, who was introduced repeatedly on Alex Jones' own program as Putin's brain. And that's on record. Anybody can look.
I didn't know that. He was featured on Alex Jones?
Oh, Alexander Dugin was a regular guest on Alex Jones, and Alex Jones would always introduce him as, this man is known in Russia as Putin's brain. And that's what he was called, by the way. That was his nickname, was Putin's brain, was Alexander Dugin. He was the man who everybody said was behind Vladimir Putin's rise to power. And so Alexander Dugin provided the ideology of expansion and conquest. So in terms of Alexander Dugin and his concept, his ideology is Eurasianism, and it's called the Third Path, which is supposed to be neither communist nor capitalist, but of course it's supposed to be anti-fascist. So it's basically Satanist is what it is his third path. And it's supposed to be like the left-hand path, except the third path, where it's neither hand. It's supposed to be this third path of chaos cultism. And this is why the Russians are dedicated to spreading chaos around the world. They have nothing to offer the world, so all they can do is bring the world down to their level. So when it comes to all of this, this is what brings us back to Oliver Stone. So what happened was that when Sean Stone decided he was going to interview me, and he's on this path of righteousness. For those of you who don't know this, his Facebook banner for the longest time was this angel that was facing with its flaming sword this oncoming monumental weather front shaped like a satanic dragon, as if he were the flaming angel standing against the incoming darkness. And so that was his banner on Facebook forever, for the longest time. And this is how Oliver Stone presented himself and wanted the world to see himself. And so then when he interviewed me, and we have to put this into perspective, not that I'm going to go deep into it tonight, but people have heard me talk about this before, and certainly Peter Moon's already familiar with it. But, you know, he had come fresh off the set of Conspiracy Theory, where it was, you know, our man who was a victim of a conspiracy theory himself, the former governor of Minnesota, Jesse Ventura, and Oliver Stone were on the same set. And here they were having this big hit series, and they were going full ball busters, top of the ratings. And then what happened was, that's when Michael Aquino sent Anya Briggs to tear him down. And bear in mind, Jesse Ventura's victimization by a conspiracy theory was he was on the roll towards the presidency. By all rights, it should have been Jesse Ventura in the fucking White House, and he would have made it, inevitably, had he not signed a contract with NBC or whoever the fuck it was, where they got one of these old classical alphabet agencies, ABC's, NBC, or CBS.
I don't think it was any of those. I don't think it was any of them.
It was one of them signed the contract where he couldn't speak. He couldn't speak.
Yeah, he did sign a contract where he couldn't speak, and he obviously didn't have an attorney.
Yeah, he was really fucked over. I believe it was one of those three. I believe that's the case. You can look that up and find out. But what happened was he thought that this was going to be the deal of his life because he was hot stuff. And if they had any brains, he thought they would just put him on, you know, and let him bring in the ratings. It's like what a lot of people thought about myself and Coast to Coast AM. But George Noory pushed me onto John B. Wells, and I started John B. Wells' career, got his career started off. He himself said that. And then again, it was the same thing with Clyde Lewis. And then, of course, once their career gets rolling, then they drop me completely because they don't want the controversy anymore now that they're part of the system. So in the case of Jesse Ventura, what he felt he was in with the system now, he was going to use the media, that they would be fools not to use him. And so he signed that he wouldn't be on anyone else but them for a period of 5 years. And then what they did was they never used him, never deployed him, never gave him any exposure, and they killed his career by keeping him silent for 5 years, like what they tried to do with me, just by making certain that I was forever silenced, and by ignoring me. That's what they did to Jesse Ventura. So he was a victim of an honest-to-God conspiracy. After that, he believed in conspiracies. So when he got onto this conspiracy theory show, then his shtick was, of course, to give everybody the wrath of Jesse, just for the sake of the camera. So if they said, hey, this place is like producing GMO or something like that, he'd go to the facility and he'd confront the fucking security guard, like, what's going on in here? And give them the wrath of Jesse, when it's some poor fucking security guard who has no idea what's going on behind the walls. He's contracted to patrol the grounds. You know, this is the kind of stupid shit that...
Okay, I've got it here. He was True TV.
Yeah. Okay.
And it says here it's an American cable channel owned by AT&T's Warner Media.
Yeah. There you go. Okay.
AT&T's Warner Media.
So that's who fucked him over. And then what happened was, when he got on conspiracy theory, then he was on there with Oliver Stone's son, Sean Stone. Then what happened was, our man Michael Aquino said, well, we got to fuck this up. And so he primed Anya Briggs like a torpedo and sent her in there to do her work, which she's wound up sleeping with both of them and getting them both trying to kill each other. And the whole series fell apart. There was like the third season was like, took years to get the third season back up on TV. And it was completely cut down to the bone. There was like nothing in it. It was like the third season took years to get up, and when they did get it out, it was like half of its episodes were missing. At that point, the whole thing was falling apart. But the one thing I do know was Anya Briggs talked to me about this quite intimately, because she was seeking to visit me, and I spoke with her. She was like the first person I ever spoke to for hours at a time on Skype. She was like the first Skype conversations I ever had, and they lasted for hours. And she finally wound up in San Francisco, where a bunch of people identified that she was looking for me. And so she missed me, and thank God for that. But in terms of what she was in for, she basically was, according to everybody from, like Max Spears, she was here to kill me. Not that would have happened, but who needs to, go through the experience where you're staving that off? But at any rate, when it came to Max Spears still being alive at that time, mind you, so at that time, while all this was going down, just so people know, one of the ways that she fucked everybody up, aside from sleeping with both Jesse and Oliver, so Stone's son, Sean, she wound up taking Sean with her Russian cameraman. Basically, her and this Russian guy were taking Sean to insane asylums that were abandoned military bases and shit, and they were holding all these seances to bring forth the dead and the demons that were inhabiting these negative vortex places, these negative vortexes. And of course, nothing good can come of that. And then when all the poltergeist activity started following him home and shit, that's when Sean Stone said, I'm fucked. I'm converting to Islam. And that's when Sean Stone suddenly came out. He was so fucked up. He was so frightened. He was so just scarred, so psychologically scarred by what he experienced with all this shit, that he converted to Islam. Of course, like a dunderhead, as our man Salman Sheikh can describe. Salman, just give us a brief hint here of what kind of Islam Sean Stone was involved with, okay?
So after Sean Stone converted to Shia Islam, he went to Turkey, and he coordinated with this guy who was this fake Islamic televangelist who was running a sex harem of women. And that's where Sean Stone went to get a piece of Islam or a piece of ass. That's what he was there to do. So the interview is on YouTube, Sean Stone, Turkey. And he's sitting in this like harem type setting with like women around. And this guy got busted in Turkey for running a sex cult, this preacher that he was with. So it would make sense that that's the kind of individual that he coordinated with. So that's the Islamic piece that he went looking for.
So here's Sean Stone, and then when he interviews me, I said what I said about Michael Aquino, and thank you very much, Solomon, for that. I appreciate that. And just so people understand, I'm able to say what I said about Michael Aquino because I'm Douglas Dietrich, and the Michael Aquino was never able to do anything about it. Nobody else could say what Douglas Dietrich says without paying the ultimate price. And in the case of Sean Stone, it was his freedom or his soul, worse than his life.
Well, he misstated things.
He didn't misstate
have
them.
said them.
He didn't misstate them. He certainly misquoted me. Me. But you notice I've never complained about it because I knew the only harm was going to come to himself. But you'll notice that Alex Jones never came after me like Douglas Dietrich said this, Douglas Dietrich said that, because Alex Jones, in a, shall we say, credit to whatever modicum of sanity or sense he might have, Alex Jones knew I never said what Sean Stone said I said. Such being said, I said exactly what Sean Stone said I said. But the problem is Sean Stone didn't know how to say it.
Yeah. In other words, he that's why I say he misstated things.
Yeah. And so when he did that,
he basically slandered Michael Aquino in terms of the eyes of the law.
Yes. And when Alex Jones reported that directly to Michael Aquino, and this isn't a case where Michael Aquino simply saw it on video or something like that, was watching Alex Jones, because Michael Aquino would never watch Alex Jones. Michael Aquino had told me personally years ago that Alex Jones was just some dunderhead who got set up by the CIA at the KJFK station in Texas, in Dallas. And just so people know how fucked up the CIA is, not only did they kill their own president, but they set up a radio station in Dallas called KJFK, just to show you how fucked up they are. And that was where Alex Jones started. So he told me a long time ago Alex Jones was just a CIA agent who was starting off there, and that was before Alex Jones was anything. That I never even gave it a thought when Michael Aquino had brought that up. But then I realized later on why he probably knew about Alex Jones was because Alex Jones was working with Bill Cooper. And Bill Cooper had called me. And because Bill Cooper had called me and basically was talking about being married to an Asian woman, and he had half Asian children, and he could relate to me. Now, by the way, this all developed organically, as far as I understood it, because Bill Cooper was calling up the Presidio Military Base Library because he wanted some references in terms of reference materials, and he had been referenced to the Presidio Military Base. And because of that, he reached myself. And when I was speaking to him, then I told him about Behold a Pale Horse and said he was in the wrong direction. And anybody who doesn't believe me, just look at the facts yourself. Bill Cooper wrote Behold a Pale Horse about ufology because he had seen a UFO while he was in the Navy, had been fed a whole line of shit, and then started talking about UFOs in such a manner that if you ever read Behold a Pale Horse, it's very apocalyptic, very revelatory in the sense of almost biblical. And as I mentioned before, for the longest period of time, I don't know what it's like these days, it was the most stolen book. It was the most stolen book in the book industry aside from the Bible. Something that people felt they shouldn't need to pay for because they felt it should be free information. So that's how much influence it had. But then what happened was that Bill Cooper, when he spoke to myself, I changed his entire perspective. And after that, he stopped talking about UFOs. Then he began fighting the conspiracy by talking about federal corruption. His whole perspective, his whole mission in life changed. And that's when he became targeted, and they glommed Alex Jones onto him as his intern. And it was later on, he fingered Alex Jones, said this man is the enemy, and pretty much insinuated that if I die, it's going to be because of this fucker. And then it was shortly after that he was killed. And he, of course, for those of you who don't remember, because of his background in the Navy and the training that he had in naval engineering, he had totally deconstructed the Oklahoma City bombing and had pointed out how the government blew its own building up, pointing out the fact, of course, that all of the armed services in the government, the FBI, the ATF, everybody left their offices and vacated the Oklahoma City building. Anybody who had guns, And they left the Oklahoma City building to the unarmed civilians who all blew up. And then all the guys with guns came back and said, "Oh my God, what happened? We were all the way on assignment." He pointed out, obviously, they set up the explosives themselves, the FBI, the ATF, and all those fuckers. And so when he pointed that out and then said, Osama bin Laden's going to be blamed for the Twin Towers coming down. By the way, he said this. Then what happened was he got killed after that. And that's when Alex Jones came on and said, "Oh, Osama bin Laden's going to be blamed because the Twin Towers are going to come down." And everybody said, "Oh, Alex Jones is psychic predictor and he's God's revelator on earth and shit." And all he was doing was regurgitating everything that Bill Cooper had said. So he gets the man killed. Then he defames him by saying he was a drunken abuser who beat up his wife, which was never the case. And then said, "Oh, the cops killed him because he was beating up his wife," which was all bullshit. And so here's this just piece of shit. And so you got him, and obviously he was affiliated with Aquino, or Aquino wouldn't have known that about him and was doing Aquino's work, and then winds up, well, as he was basically a gay lover of the guy who was with that Megadeth band. I'm forgetting the guy's name now, but the guy who everyone says looks exactly Dave Mustaine. Thank you, Dave Mustaine. James had spelled the name wrong, but we get the point. Dave Mustaine is, guess what? Vladimir Putin said Dave Mustaine is my lookalike, and people have made all these memes where they do show Dave Mustaine and Vladimir Putin are like twin brothers, except Dave Mustaine has really long hair. People can look this up, and you can find all the memes where they got Dave Mustaine and Vladimir Putin side by side, and they look like twin brothers. So here's this joke Vladimir Putin made about Dave Mustaine being his lost twin brother. Oh, and he passes it off as a joke, but this Dave Mustaine guy became Alex Jones's gay lover. They used to hang out in hotel rooms. And as Jameson Reese said, Mustaine aged worse. Well, yeah, he's a fucking rocker, right? I mean, yeah, he's gonna age worse. But in terms of Dave Mustaine and Alex Jones, so they're like an intimate couple sharing hotel rooms and shit. And so you've got that going down. And so then Sean Stone shows up on his show and then gets, basically after he said what he said, then that's when Michael Aquino approached Oliver North and said, "You belong to me now. Basically, I've got you by the balls, and everything you got is going to be mine unless you do as I say." And after that, check it out. If you don't believe me, check out the chronology. Before his son was interviewed by Alex Jones, Oliver Stone pretty much was hot shit. He was like Platoon. He was like JFK. He was like all these just the Vietnam War movies that he made. All of this was just solid stuff. And then after his son gets interviewed by Alex Jones, after his son interviews me, and then gets interviewed by Alex Jones, after that, Oliver Stone only put out propaganda about Snowden. Yeah, Snowden. And then after that, it's all Putin and shit. Just everything he's doing after that is just pure shit. And all this pro-Russian dictatorial shit. So check it out and you'll know everything I say is true just by all the circumstantial evidence. So there you go.
You played out a very good timeline here. And when you do the continue the arc of narrative, it might be nice if you can bring in the Trump connection as well.
Yes.
It's something I would like to. I'm going to have to retire now.
Understood. Well, we love you dearly.
I probably want to re-listen to this and reappreciate it because it's very good. It's and you can, those in the audience, you can read about Alexander Dugin and Alex Jones and see the affiliation. It's all there. They've done many interviews together on YouTube. And he's obviously connected to Putin. It makes a lot of sense. So I've never really understood the Trump connection to all this, Douglas, and never denied it was there. I just don't see it. I don't know it. So it would be very interesting if you could at least comment on that when you do your arc tonight.
Thank you. I'll do my best. And well, we love you dearly. Share that love with Paula. You take care and say goodnight to our listeners.
Yes, and remember to tune into Douglas's Christmas show. I'll be with him on Sunday.
Yes.
And okay, everybody, have a good night.
Bless you. Merry Christmas. We look forward to
Merry
you being with us
Christmas,
today.
Have gentle holidays. Gentle is a way of not, because it's depressing for most of us who are sensible beings.
Oh my God. Let's bring on Salman Sheikh to say goodnight to the audience as well, if he hasn't gone to bed already. Oh my God. Salman.
Yes, Brother Douglas. I would like to give my love to you, Brother JMO, all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich, and I encourage everyone, please get the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. Report the gang stalkers. Support our brother Douglas monetarily and with prayers, morally, whichever way you can, because this is our war collectively, and we are blessed to have him as our walking interventionist with the type of wisdom that he has been bestowing upon humanity, and why the enemy sees him as a threat. So please also share his transmissions and put a thumbs up on all of his works that you see on YouTube to counteract against the efforts of the enemy, because good always wins. And my love and prayers are always with Brother Douglas. And I know on the day of judgment, Allah will punish all of the cultists and gang stalkers with the punishment of the hellfire. And I encourage highly everyone to please support our brother in these pivotal times. We need him, and to give him our love and support as much as we can. And I look forward to hearing the rest of the transmission tomorrow morning when I check in. My love and prayers always with Brother Douglas, JMO, all the rest of Team Dietrich. I bid you all farewell with the greeting of Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you and yours. And a reminder to the Pakistani men to stop bothering Brother Douglas.
Thank you. We love you dearly, and blessed be. Have a Merry
Good
Christmas.
night. Merry Christmas.
That sounds so funny coming from you. Assalamu alaikum. Oh my God. Yes. That was delightful. Now, if Sammy Romero is able to return with us, that would be opportune. Otherwise, we're stuck with James.
Yes, you are stuck with the devil.
Oh my God.
Well, listen. At least you can rest on your side for now. I can say. Well, I don't mean that to you, Douglas, of course, but just to the rest of the human race in general.
Let's ask.
Because
Yes. So let's ask our man, how are you doing now? And let's see if NၤWÀ, let's give her a little question here, and see if she's got any response coming, which I highly doubt. But all right, let's see if we can get anyone to join us for a kind of roundtable. If not, then I may have to just jump into it, but I don't want to do that just yet. Normally I would have spent more time gathering myself, but we were just, our man Peter was laboring. And brought me back on stage, so had to kind of fulfill that responsibility. And with that, let's take a look into the live stream chat room and see how people are doing for tonight. Now you've taken care of the latest Russian guy who's got the, what was that, boom.org or ong or shit.
I'll get him right now.
Yeah.
Because since I freaking lost that game anyway.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm doing this while trying to write down the Enochian calls. Of course, I'm utilizing the Enochian calls as a sort of technology and changing some of the numerical values, which can be done. Also, I've decided to take God out of the equation and replace it with the simulation, just to see if I can hack reality and clusterfuck everything for the holidays.
Yes. Well,
'tis the season to bring the apocalypse.
'Tis the season. And so Bauer Rogers is saying in the chat room much earlier, he said, referring to myself, You can talk and talk. You keep us awake some nights, haha, and then we wake up still listening to you. I love it. I think it's hilarious. Yes, it's wonderful. And she is the lady from Ireland. And then Daniel was saying that the MAGA crowd is shrinking since Trump's cry wolf game with COVID is finally backfiring on him. By the way, Jameson, you are aware that Trump got on stage and said he had all the boosters and shit.
That was that popped up on my cell phone. So I chuckled at that. You know, our next president's going to be a woman.
Yes. Now, by the way, I may not be able to get in alternatives concerning Kamala Harris, but at the same time, I will bring up the problems that she has right now, what she can learn from historically. I may talk about either Christmas night or I may talk about Christmas night because it would fit in with my mother's experiences fighting the one person she could learn from in terms of a negative lesson, which was Henry Wallace. And Henry Wallace was, of course, the vice president of FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, whereas Kamala Harris is the vice presidentress of Joseph Biden, who wants to be like an FDR figure. And
I mean, the guy thinks he's immortal or some shit, and he could barely spew out a sentence that's coherent.
It's just very sad. It's very sad in the sense that right now with what's going down with their frustration of the Biden agenda. Honestly, I do want to argue that this year Biden was dealt a very bad hand, but he still accomplished a lot, comparatively speaking, for what that's worth. Obviously, think about what he came into. I mean, that would have been challenging for anyone. So when it comes to what he had to contend with, how do you dig your way out of that? So he did the best that he could, but he's not really all that much. He's just a kind of a regular guy, right? And
he's frighteningly regular.
Yeah,
that's the problem. That's the reason why I didn't like him from the beginning.
Yes.
It's just that there was really no choice. You know, it's either deal with the fucking bloated baby in diapers who likes to suck off Putin and Lil Kim and Winnie the Pooh, or Biden. So it's like, of course I'm going to make the most rational choice. You know.
Yeah, and
honestly speaking, I'm hoping to sort of push into the human collective unconscious a few commands to alter the trajectory of history, so to speak.
Yeah, and hopefully so. And like I said, one of the arguments I'll make is that Kamala Harris is faced with basically two decisions. She either learns from the historical example of Henry Wallace as an object lesson, a negative lesson, not to emulate Henry Wallace, who is, the enemy of all that's good in this world, or she could resign. And basically, that would give the Democrats some option in that regard. It's not that I'm saying she should resign, but I'm just pointing that out as that's one thing that is conceivable at this point because the situation is so bad. The Democrats, I don't know how they're going to recover from this. And so, of course, I'll try my best to analyze the situation. And
oddly enough, to be honest, I don't think they want to recover. Because if they really wanted to recover, they would just shut the they would really more or less shut the Republicans out of any process of what they wanted to pass and just do it, just like the Republicans do it.
I hear you. I hear you. We're in very bad times because what this means for the climate and everything else. This is going to impact our ability to fight climate change. So that is.
If I may be so blunt, I'm going to say, and you don't have to respond to this because I probably already know the answer, but I suspect that we're already in the beginnings of the minor incursion of the anti-gods.
Well, you brought that up with Salman Sheikh already,
Yes.
and of course, yes, that is true, and you know the answer to that, and so are we see more and more signs of that every day, and of course, this is something that when it comes to yeah, I know I'm going to get questions about this because I get questions about this all the time. People ask me, why don't you use the Vox Arca to stop them? That's not how it
No,
works.
that's not how it works. It's not possible to stop something like that.
Well, it's possible to intervene in different ways than people may expect, but it's not something that you just use the Vox Arca for, like it's a remote. And you push
but
buttons.
the thing is to stop it, you would have to reach into the human collective unconscious and manipulate everything from there.
Yes.
That's the sort of top down operation that only an angel can do.
Yes.
Or a demon, perhaps, but a human being couldn't do it. I mean, well, then again, you're baseline. And also you do have a fragment of an angel in you.
Yes.
Nonetheless,
So we'll do our best.
The fact of what I'm saying is nothing corporeal can do it.
And so very important to understand. And so where we're at now is in a very, very bad space. So whether we get out of this or not is up to you. You've got to do your best to make it known that Douglas Dietrich exists and that more people listen to Douglas Dietrich. Now, of course, this happens bit by bit, and people are listening, more and more. But as it is, we are just beginning to make a dent, and by the time that people realize that I have solutions to offer, it may be too late. But then that's what makes our life interesting, right? So we're in interesting times, as they say. Whether I can do justice to everything that we have to deal with tonight is, well, I'd better get fucking started, right? Nobody here is going to help us, and we've got how much time left? Never enough time. So let me take a look into the live stream, and we got more time than usual, and it's still not fucking enough. So I don't know if I'm going to be very good tonight. I'll do my best. And to Sarah Thomas with her 3 pink pulsating hearts, mwah, love you, honey. And to Amy Komu, mwah, love you, honey. To Aaron Dice, hugs, dear brother. And of course, Peggy Wood says hi all with her green heart. Love you, darling. All right. And to the young lady me, who I know who she is. Mwah, love you too. And you know that. Okay. So with everyone else, Grayfen says, Kings of Edom, please more. So there we are with that. And then you answered him. And I'm not quite sure he understood where you're coming from, but then very few people do. So aside from that, let me see. And so Sarah Thomas says, love you, Douglas and JMO. Wonderful. Wonderful. So good to have that.
As not to really, I don't want to advertise for the 11 Kings of Edom, so I just wrote down just Google search, whatever.
Okay. No, got it.
Yeah,
got it.
because I don't want to, you're against that, so that's the reason why I'm.
Thank you for respecting that. No, I appreciate you respecting that. And all right, is there anyone who wants to join us for a roundtable for a little bit to give me a little bit of a break, or do I have to start in on this? I honestly want to still gather myself. Didn't really get a chance to do that while I was, bringing up everything that was going on with, the boys. So does anyone want to join us? Clarice Claudette, if you're up there, honey, love you. Owe you so fucking much. And aside from that, who wants to help us kind of give Douglas a break so he can get himself together? And
if not, I could just go into an occult spiel. Well, no, no. It's not appropriate for the holidays, I suppose.
Yes, yeah, that's not too appropriate for Christmas
Okay,
time.
yeah. Well. I mean, there is the usual. At least I read better than Derek Talley. If you need to read a few articles or so, because I have to say my life is not going to be interesting to most people. My life is mostly internal rather than external, being an introvert and all. So, yeah, it's almost ineffable to be able to describe everything that goes on within.
Okay. And so definitely, I hear you. And what about there might be something you can go into that everyone would be interested in, and that would be talking about your, our man Daniel Arola says, I'm vaccinated because I do not want to experience erectile dysfunction if I catch COVID unvaccinated.
Yes, that's exactly why I got vaccinated. Shit, man. Could you imagine not waking up with that morning wood? What the hell
Okay,
is the
so
rest of your
that's
life
right.
gonna be
Sarah
like?
Thomas said, Douglas, I sent you my Skype ID and Messenger. Oh, that's right. So let me friend this young lady and bring her on for a few minutes, and let's see how she enjoys it. Let's take a look at our lovely Sarah. Here we are, Sarah Thomas Lyons, and the very name is so dignified and so regal. So let's take a look at this. I got to, honey, can you send it to me again? Because right now I'm going to scroll up for it. And so I know we've had some exchanges since you sent it to me, enough where, it may take me a few minutes to find it. And let's take a look. Oh, here we are. Okay, so let's take a look. If I might have it here. Looking up further. And and Maria Grigorich has never gotten back into contact with me yet.
I
She hasn't
hope
blocked.
she's okay. I hope
I think she
she's
is.
doing
She
well.
puts stuff up on her timeline.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just that I think her daughter really, her daughter does not want her to have anything to do with me. And let me take a look at what she's got here. To where she put her Skype ID. Damn, I have to scroll up further. That was like, I can't believe it was that long ago. She gave that to me. It was a while back. Holy shit. Yeah, that was a while back that Clarice Claudette came on. So I'm scrolling up for it. Hopefully she sends it to me again.
Are you looking for who are you looking for exactly?
Skype ID for Sarah Thomas Lyons. And I don't believe you have it, do you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, there we are. And so I'm still looking for it. And the problem is that, gosh, it was like, where is it in Messenger? Holy shit. It's like, I can see where she wrote her stuff down. This isn't going to do us any good. She's got to send it to me again. In the meantime, say something, keep the bandwidth burning.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep things going. I was like almost halfway in the game. All right. Well, there is some good news for all of us. We do have a pause on student loan payments.
Yes, thank
which
God.
Extended through May 1st because I didn't feel like going online and going through the entire process anyway.
See if you can look this up online. They've calculated that if they allow forgiveness of student loans, they'd add like millions and millions of dollars into the economy of particularly Black America. So see if you can look that up. The economy of Black America is impacted by forgiveness of student loans. And
Yeah, because we're the ones who went to college. Well, the white folks are just staying at home inbred and shooting shit.
Okay.
And they want to talk to and they want to say, "Oh, we're better than them niggers."
Okay.
What do
let's
you
see.
do all day?
Yes. Okay, I think
They just shoot shit.
she sent it to me in such a way I'm not quite getting it. It's like, okay, I've got the email. I'm not quite sure what this is that she sent me. She'll have to send it to me again, like in print, and then I'll delete it. Like, because what I've got is her email, unless that's somehow her the Microsoft account. Like, maybe that's what that is. So, all right. let me see if I can figure that out.
Okay, so I do have something, but this is from May. This is you're talking about something recent,
Okay, so
relatively recent. Canceling student debt. Yeah, of course, there's going to be someone who says canceling student loan debt is poor for economic stimulus. Yeah, well, no, these are your oil baron pieces of shit who don't really give a fuck about anyone but their,
Remember Brendan Zoget said the textbooks are written by the oil industries?
Well, yeah, there you go. There you go. I mean, that pretty much says it.
Yeah. And
okay, here we go. Urban.org. What forgiving student loan debt? What would forgiving student debt mean for the federal budget?
Right. And so, okay, good. She sent it to me. So, hopefully, the memory I shared doesn't get me locked out of Facebook like the other one did. And what happened was that the other day, I got locked out of Facebook because a memory came up of my mother in the Nazi uniform. And then what happened was that when I shared the memory, I was locked out of Facebook for obvious reasons, promoting Nazi propaganda. So, all right, so let me friend this that she gave to me, and let me give her a big check here. And so I'm going to respond here. I shouldn't do this because it's like... anyhow, are you finding anything? Just
no, everything I find is saying that it's going to fuck up
of the economy. It's all right-wing propaganda you're finding then. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I went to urban.org and they were saying it's going to cause a deficit. It's going to increase the debt. The debt's virtual. The debt's not real. It's not backed by anything but oil speculation prices. People don't freaking understand how the stuff works. Okay. And these are the people who don't understand how shit works, who are just getting their data from, people who are misleading them, and these are people who call themselves journalists. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you wonder why America is so fucked.
Okay. And I want to add her as a friend, but what I'll do is get back into the call. And I do that by shutting this, getting back here, and then adding. Here we are. Let's add this. And and press search. There we are. And then, okay, click that and press add. Oh.
Okay, so do you remember the source, the news source you found where they were talking about it?
Oh, she's on with
Hello.
us. Hi, honey. Oh,
hi. How are you?
Oh, much the better for speaking to you. How are you, darling?
I'm very good. I'm just hanging out. I'm just chilling.
That's wonderful, and that's the energy we need. So
yeah, go take your break. Go relax.
Thank you. It's not really a break. What I'm doing is just kind of gathering my thoughts so that I can speak later. But hopefully, Jameson Reese and yourself can hold the stage for about 45 minutes at the longest.
Yeah, me and JMO can shoot the shit for a while.
Yeah. All right. Love you. Thank you so much.
Love you too.
And I'll leave you both to it. And my blessings upon you both. I'll be back soon enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey,
JMO, how you doing? Well, I know.
Hey.
I see your Facebook posts.
Yeah, I'm all over the place. It's.
Hey, I get it. I trust me. I read your posts and I get it. You know that I'm on heavy medication for a lot of things, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So ever since I was in my teens, I had a couple suicides. Hey, look, I'm all out there. I don't hide anything from anyone. I have no shame, no blame or anything. But anyway, I had a couple suicide attempts when I was younger. So I've been on heavy medication for probably the last 30 years, and I still struggle with depression and suicidal thoughts and stuff like that. So I'm on heavy pharmaceuticals because I used to get high, I used to get drunk, and I used to use that to self-medicate myself. And now I'm on medication that I'm allowed to have. So I'm on a high all the time because my doctor says so.
Which ones worked better for you? I'm just curious.
Yeah, no worries. I really like Seroquel. Seroquel,
Oh.
I love Seroquel. I know. I had a friend that I used to work with, and he's huge. He was a really big guy, like really tall and big. And I was taking like 5 times the amount that he was taking, and he was like, "I can't take that much." I'm like, I love it. It helps so much. And
The
then,
higher doses are milder than the lower doses because the lower doses just put me to sleep. And the problem is when they put me to sleep, I stop breathing in my sleep.
oh yeah, okay, that's not good. Well, actually, it could be good. Depends what you want, right? So I hear you. Right?
Whoa.
But the
Checking
thing
out
is,
in sleep is scary.
hey, it's an easy way to go. I think when people die in their sleep, I'm thinking that's not too bad, right?
Actually, if you stop breathing, what happens is when you stop breathing,
Yeah.
the moment your heart stops, what happens is the lungs start to fill up with fluid. So you start to drown by your own
Oh,
fluids.
yeah.
It's
Okay,
not
that's not
pleasant.
good.
Yeah,
Okay, now what if you were smothered by a pillow? That would be different, though, right?
no, that would still hurt. Suffocation's painful. Because
These are things that I think about.
what happens is when your brain starts to lose oxygen, you start to have some really fucked up hallucinations. Then your adrenals will kick in. You'll get the what do you call it? Oh God, the catecholamine systems, which would be like epinephrine, norepinephrine, dopamine. Yeah, it's like having a really bad fucked up trip before you die. It's the only painful ways I know of is probably carbon monoxide poisoning, which
Yeah.
which families have been known to die of when they, have everything sealed up too much in the wintertime because it's cold.
That's right.
And yeah, whole
And they
families
don't
died by that.
have the detectors in their home either.
Yeah, that's probably painless. There's also certain drugs that will probably be able to put you in a clinical death state, and if they keep pushing it, you can die peacefully. Of course, because they have to do that sometimes when they put people into certain types of surgery.
Yep.
And there's also a company which Selena Khan bought to. Well, I'm not supposed to say that. It's come to my attention that there is a company out there that is coming up with ways in which one can there. I don't know what source I got it from, but what I do know is that it's one of those technology websites.
Yeah.
And basically, what it does is it inserts nitrogen gas into a certain chamber, so it's supposed to be like a peaceful way to go, because the nitrogen bonds to all the oxygen, and you slowly, just slip away.
Because someone mentioned to me today, actually, a friend of mine posted on Facebook, because of old age pension, disability, the amount of money that people are getting, it's not enough to live on. So they're actually trying to choose the right to die.
Yeah.
Like, that's a really big thing right now. And I read that, I was like, oh my God, I had no idea.
I mean, as much as sometimes I think about it, I have this unnatural will to survive that is not in my control.
Yeah.
And no matter how depressed I get, the minute I am faced with a situation where death is imminent, there's something unconscious that just activates and it preserves my life. So it seems to me that I am forced to not take my own life.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. And that might be the result of post-traumatic stress as a child and whatnot.
Yeah.
Which seems to happen.
The survival instinct, yeah.
Yeah, and it's such a strong will to live, even though I'm not happy with being alive. It's just like, it's just such a strong will to live that it's like no, I'm not going to check out.
Yeah.
I wish I had the balls to, honestly.
Yeah. It's not easy, but a lot of people are thinking about it every day, and comes the holidays, right? Makes it even worse for people, right?
Yeah, because the holidays force this sort of artificial happiness onto us.
Yes.
And this artificial happiness where most people aren't happy around this time of season anyway.
Yeah.
Due to the fact that, less of their skin is exposed to sunlight, less vitamin D, depression around these times of year. Not to mention the fact that we're in the northern hemisphere where vitamin D is a really big, vitamin D deficiency is the norm.
Yeah, it's huge.
So, add that to seeing all these ads and all this shit with people that's telling people, "Oh, it's the holiday season. Ha ha ha! Be happy. Buy this shit. Buy our shit." And it's just like, who wants to deal with that?
Yeah, no, I think a lot of us are more like the Grinch.
Exactly.
And you know what? The Grinch isn't really heartless. He does have a dog.
Yeah.
I
Wow.
know you have a thing about dogs.
Well, dogs are okay. You know, it's just like I see the damage they can do if they're in the wrong hands.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I see too many people who do not look like they should have a dog.
Yeah, they're not responsible dog owners at all. No, totally
Yeah,
not.
and they're walking
They're not.
and they're walking like monstrosities of they're walking like monstrosities of dogs that shouldn't even be legal in the United States. I mean,
They're walking dogs that are 100-pound muscle, and that person can't hold them and can't do what they need to do, like if they were to get out of hand. And it's okay. It's like, when is this okay? This is not okay. Like, I don't know. Like, do people have to be certified to be owners? Is this where we need to go? Because it's like gun control.
Yeah, it should be. Well, honestly, I think that should be the case if you're dealing with animals like dogs. Cats, on the other hand, I don't remember seeing anything about a cat mauling a person to death, a house cat.
Yeah, no, I've never seen that before either.
It's never happened, but
No.
but dogs, yeah.
Yeah, when they tear off people's faces.
Yeah.
Or kill small children.
Yeah, and having seen like the remains of things like that, oh, it's a grisly sight to behold.
Yeah, you do wonder, like, okay, if there's a certain you know, that's the thing, would you put small dogs in that category too? Because those things are ferocious, but they're small.
They're worse because
see, that's
because of the fact that they're bred so small.
Yeah.
They're also bred with a lot of defects that make them angry all the time.
Yeah.
And while you could probably kick one and just send it flying like 100 yards or whatnot.
Oh, it'll come back.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the fact of the matter is that the dog owners are idiots because they think it's cute because they're so small. So they don't train them properly.
They don't discipline them.
Yes, there are small dogs that can be disciplined and they won't be assholes.
Yes.
But it's very rare to bump into people who have that. And I've bumped into people who have had well-trained small dogs from time to time. And it'd be like a shock to me.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, this is the first tiny dog I walked past that wasn't like.
I know. I have neighbors and they have small dogs. And they bark at the dogs beside them. And they're big dogs. And they don't bark because they don't feel the need to. But the little dogs feel the need to bark, and they bark all day.
It's because they're scared.
Well, it's also because they've had no discipline. It's like with anything, with children, with animals, with anything.
Yes, and the thing is, when it comes to training, because the person I used to be friends with, when he had a dog, he would watch these videos about how to like raise dogs and all this other stuff. A lot of times when people are dealing with smaller dogs, they don't realize that you have to put yourself down to their level so that they're not intimidated, frightened.
Yes.
So how many people, when they're training their dogs, are actually those little dogs are actually, going down there and entering their world? They're not. Most people aren't, 9 times out of 10. So these things are just frightened all the time. They don't know what's going on, and they have no reassurance from their owners.
That's right. Do you ever watch that guy on TV, Cesar Millan?
I used to, and then I learned how much of a piece of trash he was.
Oh, really? Okay, only because I've watched him with dogs and how he talks about being the pack leader. Right?
Yes,
So,
and what I learned is that biologically speaking, that's not how dogs are wired. The way he talks about them with a pack mentality, they actually aren't wired that way. and he
Okay.
actually has lawsuits against him for abuse.
No way. I didn't know that.
Yes. I found this out. He more or less, yes, there's a certain way you have to show a certain level of assertiveness with dogs, granted, but you're not, you don't get there and you don't smack them and say, and all that stuff he does that looks like magical when you watch it.
Yeah.
That stuff is actually quite abusive. None of
Wow.
that stuff is necessary.
Wow. I had a dog growing up and we never had problems with our dog, but that's because my dad trained him. So
Yeah, and when your dad trained him, he didn't do any of that stuff Caesar Milan
no, of course
talked
not.
about, did he? Exactly. So
No, he would never do anything like that to him. He, you get a dog and he's like the member of your family. You don't do stuff like that. You don't do that to a child. Why would you do that to your dog?
yes, and dogs have the mentality of like a small child.
Yeah.
Maybe like a 3 or 4 year old child. That's their intelligence level. I think cats, it's like maybe a 6 or 7 year old child, or maybe it's a little older. I don't know.
You know
Yeah,
what?
6 or 7.
JMO, I'm sorry about you losing your friend. My friend is still here. We went to the vet today. We had to have a follow-up. She had antibiotics, and they think she's got like kidney disease or whatever, but they said it's normal because she's 14 years old,
Yeah.
so it's just something that happens as we age, right? So we took her up today. We took her up for the road trip, and my son sat in the backyard in the back seat with her, keep her company. Went up, had blood taken, and she's home and she's fine. And hopefully we find out tomorrow the blood test to find out what's going on. But she's our cat's. She's a wise cat. She's definitely older than 6, or I don't even know. But she's definitely wise, that's for sure. And she, has her own space and does her own thing. And if she doesn't want to hang out, we just leave her be, and she just does her own thing, and she's happy. And today I put the heater on for her, and she was stoked. She sat by the heaters, got all nice and warm, and yeah. But she's her own cat. She is not the cat that you pick up and carry around. She's not having any of that.
Yeah, that's the thing about the one I lost, is that she's the only one I could do that to.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, when I would do my rituals or whatever, the other two, they would be like, "Oh hell no, we're out of here." It's not because they're like scared. It's just that they sense something's different in the atmosphere, and they would just.
Yeah.
Whereas the one I lost, she would just be right there watching, and she'd actually react to some of the spirits that would that we'd see visibly. That she'd look at a certain spot, and I'd look at the same thing and be like, "You see it too, right, Scully?"
Yeah.
It was just she was my familiar, and
Because she was more in tune with you.
in a sense, she was like, we shared.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was more in tune with you than the other cats. Right? She got you, just like you got her. Right?
Yeah, that's why this hurts so
now,
goddamn much.
You have 2 other cats in your house?
Yeah.
What kind of cats are they?
One's black and white, and the other one has like the leopard spots, and she doesn't have a tail. And the one without the tail is the eldest. She's a small cat who still looks like a kitten, even though she's 20. We've had her for almost 20 years now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I call her immortal because the only problems that she has is like a what do you call it? Elevated thyroid, a hyperthyroidism, which which the medication take.
Yeah, I had hyperthyroidism at one point. It's over now. It's done with. Yeah, a lot of people have that. Cats. I refer to myself as a cat. My cat's like, yeah, well.
Yeah, and she's grafted onto me now that Scully has passed.
Really? No way.
Yeah. And I'm glad, but there's still a level where she's her own cat. She's not she's less like she's not going to be my familiar.
Yes.
I start doing rituals. She's like, okay.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out. It's just where I draw the line. But
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
nice though that you have one of them that is kind of taken to you, knowing that there's something missing, and the cat wants to help.
And the other one's is a male, and he's still young,
Mhm.
and he adores me. You know, he just and he my mother will play with him. You know, she'll spend time playing with him upstairs, so you know I don't see much of him. But when he comes down, you know, he just loves to sit in my lap and you know be pet, and you know he just they gravitate to me for some reason.
You are the cat whisperer. Yeah. Wow.
I used to watch that show. That was very interesting.
Was there a show called The Cat Whisperer?
Yeah, it's this guy with glasses, and he would go. They
Is
used
this
to have.
the guy with the guitar case?
I'm not sure.
Anyway, sorry, go on.
He would be taken into homes where like they were having problems with the cats were just like, you know, behaving like tyrants to the people. In which
Yeah.
case, I'm thinking, yeah, there's something wrong with the fucking people. And he would sort of
Exactly.
address
That's it.
and he would address the behavior, and 9 times out of 10 it would be like the people.
Yeah,
Sometimes
it
it would be
would
the
get sorted
cats.
because he would work with the people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's sort of the same thing that Caesar Milan was doing, but with him, he was more working with just the dogs, which he probably should not have been working with the dogs, because he probably would be better advising the owners psychologically than working with dogs.
Well, the times like I watched Caesar Milan not too long ago, and when I did, it was when he had. Sorry, that's my garage. I'm going out for a cigarette. The last one I just watched, and I haven't watched him in forever. I didn't even know he was still on TV because I knew he disappeared for a while. But anyway, he was trying to help a family, and the dog that needed the most help, they all needed help, but the one that needed the most help was one that had killed another one of their dogs. So he had taken that dog to his ranch and worked with the other dogs with this one dog. But I was just like, wow. But that's the only one I've seen for a while. But there was a cat guy, and he was going around and helping people with cats. And his name was like Jackson, and he had glasses.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Oh, is it? And he carried a guitar case and was full of cat treats and stuff, and cat toys and stuff.
Yeah, that was the guy. Yeah. And you know, it's just the interesting thing about cats is that it's just like I don't know if it has to do with a certain personality type, but it's just easy to graft onto them and deal with them, you know, because you just let them be themselves. And I find a funny thing about dog owners. One thing that always makes me laugh every time I see it is when they like when they're walking their dogs and they see another dog and they let their dogs go sniff each other's butts. It's like it's like that's the highlight of their day.
Yep.
Oh, look, he's sniffing his butt. Oh, look, he's licking his balls. It's like,
yeah, it's all good till the one chomps down on his balls.
I don't get it. It's just weird to me. You know, I mean,
but you know what? Cats are doing the same thing. I have cats that my neighbor has and my other neighbors, and they all hang out in my backyard, and they're always in my window trying to get my cat's attention, and my cat could care less. She's like, I don't know who you are. I really don't care. Anyway, they end up fighting all the time, these cats, because I think they're all trying to have sex with one cat. I don't know which is which, whatever, but they're all sniffing each other.
Oh yeah, when they're feral, that's what they do. You know, that's usually why.
No,
you know,
these are people's cats.
Oh, these are people cats. Oh, or they
But
probably
they
didn't.
let them outside, so they come out during the day. So the sun will come out and they'll sit in my window, or they'll sit on my air conditioner, or they'll sit on my fence or whatever. And they all kind of congregate, like they're waiting for the one cat to come out so they can all try to have a turn with the cat. And I'm not kidding. Yeah.
Yeah, the cat must be an estrus then. That happens. The problem is when they don't spay and neuter their animals, this sort of promotes the populations to get out of control. And when that happens, you get a lot of what do you call it? You get a lot of stray cats, a lot of stray feral cats. I mean, we feed some feral cats in the backyard. Well, they're more stray than feral. I mean, because they've gotten used to us as human beings. They won't let anyone touch them, though.
No.
Actually,
I was talking to a woman who was handling our cat because she doesn't like people. She barely likes us, let alone other people. So, and the woman had said to me, "Oh, don't worry, I have my cat's a stray, like a feral, so I'm totally used to it." So, I think the cat they're waiting for is from next door, and I think she's fixed.
Oh,
but,
okay.
But they're still, I don't know. I guess they're still going at it. I have no idea. But yeah, there's fights in my backyard. I have to constantly break up the cat fights.
Yeah, cat fights can get really vicious. There was a cat we saw like not too long ago that had like half its neck ripped out.
Oh God.
To its jaw, and oddly enough, the thing healed, and now its face looks like it looked like it was never gored.
Oh my God! But can you imagine though the infection and God knows what?
That's the funny thing. We thought it was going to be infected, but we just kept feeding them because we don't let them in the house since they're outside cats.
Of course, yeah.
And oddly enough, you just keep feeding them. They heal the way they heal is incredible. Which is part of this, and part of this has caused me to really question the decision that I made. And I have to continually live with the fact that did I do the right thing by telling my mom that it might be time for us to put her down. Because could she, granted, you could see her ribs, you could see each individual rib, even though she was still eating. That's how bad the cancer had ravaged her system. But I was just, she had a seizure and she let out this. It just sounded so horrible that and then to this day I'm still thinking, what if we gave her time, and what if she still would have lived, what if she still would have lived. And being she was so close to me, I have a moral injury where it's just I can't grasp whether I did the right thing or not.
Yeah, and it's something that you struggle with every single day, every minute of every day.
It aches. I still break down into tears almost every day.
Of course.
It's been 2 weeks, and it's still
it's right. It's right there. It's right at the surface. Yeah, it's right there. But you got to think though, if she was dying of cancer, was she going to get better?
I was just thinking, it's just my mom said that they said that they could perform surgery, but they were afraid that she would have died in surgery. And my mom was like, I'm not going to pay all that money for them to put down my cat, when, putting her down normally would cost less. And what hurts so bad about it is the fact that there was a part of me that was holding on to the hope that she could survive, 50-50 chance, and I would still have her.
Yeah.
But because of fucking money, because of finances, because of all this shit, now I'm half of a human being.
Yeah.
Half of me is gone. I'm never going to get that back.
Can I tell you about my aunt? My aunt has multiple myeloma, and it's through every bone in her body. And the only reason why she's still with us today is because she chose to, and because she has chemotherapy 4 times a week. She has blood transfusions, and it's a constant rigmarole. She is constantly in the hospital to try to stay alive. So you kind of got to think, what's worth it? Right? What's worth it?
It's letting go. I don't know how to let go. I can't let go.
Me too.
It's still fresh.
You know what? My first early dog that I had, I got him when I was 7 years old, and it still hurts. Like, yeah, he had a seizure. He was, like this was it. He had gone on in age. He couldn't see out of his eyes and stuff like this. We had to put him down. It doesn't matter though. It still fucking hurts. Doesn't matter if you have to or not. It still fucking hurts. Nothing takes that away.
Yeah.
I still think about him today. He was my one and only dog, and I was in the vet today, and I was playing with people's puppies and like having a blast. And I think about how great it would to have a dog again. I can't. I couldn't do it again. I couldn't lose another dog. No way.
Yeah,
it's too hard.
I don't know how I'm going to how it's going to hit me, when I have to lose these other two. I know it's going to hurt a lot, but I don't think it's going to hurt as much as this last loss was, because there was something peculiar about this one. I mean, she would always sleep at the foot of my bed.
That was my dog. My dog used to sleep in bed with me, and he used to put I had a double bed, and I had two pillows, one for me and one for him, and he used to sleep on the one pillow, and I would sleep on the other. And that's how I grew up. So when we had to put him down, I was devastated. And you know what my mom said? Oh, good. Now he can get new carpets.
Yeah, that was the sort of same. Yeah, that's the same sort of feeling that I
right?
got from.
Yeah, exactly. They don't get it.
Like, no, don't get me wrong. My entire family cried. My mom was devastated when she saw my cat have a seizure. And that's when I knew that, it's not that she couldn't feel the emotions, it's that she wasn't showing it.
Mm-hmm.
But she did. It genuinely hurt her. It hurt, it hurt my father who let her in the house. It hurt all of us.
Mm-hmm.
But, for me, it's like, I have her ashes. I couldn't let anyone else hold on to the ashes.
Yeah. I
have a picture that we had that was taken over. I have a shrine, for God's sake. It's, I have a lock of her hair. That's all I have to remember. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, the wound's still fresh. I don't.
You lose your best friend, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So no doubt you have a shrine to her. Of course you have a shrine to her. And she was a magical kitty, so you don't know. She could be, by your side. So
yeah, you're right.
I do think about that, when you discuss your cat. I do, wonder, because she was a magical kitty. She knew what it was about. She was always there with you.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And to know that you have a shrine of her, she's probably looking at that going, yeah, that's right. That's me.
Yes. Yes.
And he hasn't forgotten about me. Right?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of weird. I mean, it sucks that people have to hear me break down and cry on air.
But don't you think that anyone who has had an animal or a pet that has been like their best friend and they've been able to tell all their troubles to, don't you think anyone who has lost an animal like that or like a best friend, don't you think they all understand?
Yeah, you're right.
And we all understand. We've all been there. We've all lost a pet, which someone has said, oh, now we can get new carpet. And you're like, are you kidding me? I'm fucking heartbroken. I just lost my best friend. It's like they mean the world to you, like sometimes more than people, because we know what people are like, right?
Yeah, a lot of times more than people.
That's what I mean, because you're with these animals in your deepest, darkest moments.
Yeah, and when there's no one else to talk to, you talk to them.
That's right,
and it's almost like they understand.
That's right.
It's almost like they're there to listen when no one else is.
That's exactly.
And in some of the moments when I would have done some of the worst things, when I would have made some of the worst decisions in my life, I just saw her walk up to me and let out a little squeaky meow she let out, and it would just pull me right back down to earth, and I'd be like, no, I can't do something stupid like that because I have to take care of you.
That's right. Hey, what about me? She said.
Yeah.
That's right. Hey, what are you doing? What about me?
So in a sense, she was like my, guardian angel.
That's right. And probably still is.
Well, of course, I just came back on now, but if you're talking about his cat, I would figure she was more of a witch's familiar, but
Yeah,
uh,
she was a familiar. She was in the raw sense a fragment of my soul that's
I
broken
understand.
off.
I understand. By the way, Bizarre HD, who is our friend George Knight, is in the chat room. He says, "Much love onto you, Douglas. We love you dearly." Joe Tai, who is a individual of Taiwanese descent, is in the chat room, and we appreciate what he is saying as well. And he's definitely echoing much of what we have spoken of. Bless you, Joe Tai. Now, the lovely Sarah Thomas Lyons, and she's been so wonderful. I've been only listening in briefly while I was gathering enough materials in Russia, the Russian language, to review what was going on in Ukraine, to do it whatever justice that I can. I still don't know if I could do it that much justice tonight, but I'm going to try and then veer back into what our man Peter Moon requested, which was to go into the Trump connection as best as I can. But while we have the grace of Sarah Thomas Lyons' company with us, I do want to ask this angel on earth here to ask myself some questions. I mean, this is an opportunity where she can conduct a kind of impromptu interview. So I'll give her the opportunity. You've been so good with our man Jameson, and you've helped to put into perspective for him some of the reasons why we, in my opinion, of course, need to let go to a degree and understand that these creatures, or they're really people in animal form.
They really are. Yes.
Yes, why they'll always be with us. And hopefully with genetic engineering, things will change in this dynamic, because their lives will be extended to the point where we have them longer. Of course, if human lives are also extended, proportionately, they'll probably still be living shorter than ourselves, but
I get the feeling that if human lives are extended any longer than they already are, there won't be a world left to live in.
I'm with
It would be like
JMO.
a geriatric ward hellhole.
We do not need to live longer. Our animals do.
We'll have old FDRs running around everywhere. I mean, it'd be a nightmare.
Yeah, it would be a nightmare.
I understand what both of you are saying. Obviously, there's always a change in dynamic. And one of the things that we will likely see happen, unfortunately, this is not something that I am presenting as a recommendation, but we all know we're going to see all too many deaths. So it's not like there's going to be the threat of overpopulation that we had before. One other thing I'd point out, of course, is that in all the developed world, and this is Canada, the United States, China, Japan, Russia, everywhere, just any place that has been developed, the birth rates are just, they've crashed. If anything, the populations are shrinking dramatically. So we're not going to need to worry about extending human lifespan. There's just simply far less people to use resources in those areas. Where the population is growing dramatically is only in a few places, and mostly in Africa. Even India is having more of a population decline, in the sense that finally they're developing to a point where there's a bit of a population control. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of the...
I have one more question, though.
Of course.
That being said, with a population decline and potentially less of us on the surface, wouldn't that make us easier pickings for the other non-humanoid species that are bipedal, such as the ghoul and the other cryptids out there?
Not necessarily. In terms of what I said before when I was talking a long time ago, first, we all have to learn to do more with less. But aside from that, aside from the hard reality of that, in terms of the real danger is you see a balance in terms of population shifts when they occur in the natural world, where, say, for instance, there's an overpopulation of a certain kind of species, and then another population moves in to start purging them. You see that happen when there's usually population explosions, since what we have is a population implosion in the northern world. Well, the biggest threat would be in Africa, where it's been predicted for quite some time that the ghoul may yet arise to swarm.
Anyway, well, wherever they go, I would rather welcome them as allies than welcome them as. Or rather, I'd rather have some kind of mark to distinguish myself by which they...
Well, the one thing I can say is that what you're speaking in general of are relic populations, as we used to call them when I was working with the Department of Defense. And in terms of these relic populations, though the ghoul really aren't that, they're more like a kind of scavenger carrion feeding population that is not so much relic as perpetual. They would, of course, arise in an extreme population explosion as we see in Africa. So the potential is there that they may happen. That may happen.
All right. Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing then. I mean,
right,
rather
I understand what you're saying.
Doesn't
I didn't
matter.
want to present it that way, but
because it's a natural balancing act. Honestly, personally, I'm really apathetic to whether it's of my own race or not. It just, if there's too many people, just
where I brought up the concept where they might swarm the surface world on a more encompassing level was in terms of what Aquino was aiming for, this kind of world of an anti-godly incursion, which we're beginning to witness, as you said, to a limited degree. The way that we can...
The thing is, I don't see it getting past a limited one, though.
You mean like a World War Z?
Now, there you have it. Now, honey, since you brought that up, I'm just curious, did you read the novel?
No, I saw the movie, but I was listening when you were talking about Max Brooks and all that sort of stuff, and how you were talking about a board game and all that sort of stuff.
Yes. Yes, and so did you hear my interview with Mr. Salman Sheikh when I spoke?
Of course, I've listened to all of them. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Well, in terms of that,
so that's what I was saying. If the ghouls are going to come to the surface, well, what would it look like? World War Z.
Well, it's interesting that you say that. In terms of, well, without overdwelling on that right now, because that's almost like more of a Halloween episode. that would be. If anything, the ghoul would be more of an ally if we had a zombie infestation, which would be caused, as I said, if the Israelis did something as incredibly maniacal as to trigger the Samson option. By the way, for those of you who don't know about this, there is a book you can purchase easily called The Samson Option, which was published probably in the 80s and has been in perpetual print ever since, or you can find it easily online, a used copy. But they talk about the nuclear option of Israel. What that book would not go into, even though that's very thick and detailed, and you can find all kinds of espionage details in there, it has nothing to do probably with the neutron bomb. I never read it, but I know it talks about the Israeli nuclear program at length and in great depth, but whether they go into the neutron aspect of that, I don't know. But I can, and the aspect of the Israel nuclear program that nobody ever speaks of is that neutron option, and they're the only nation on Earth, and that's important to emphasize that, and maybe I didn't emphasize it enough in my interview with Salman Sheikh. They're the only nation on Earth that maintains a neutron arsenal. There is no other nation on Earth that maintains one because of the horrible experiences that people have had. One question that I did get online from someone was about, speaking of the Salman Sheikh interview, was they said, why would they use police forces to counteract those outbreaks of prionized individuals in places like the Appalachians? Why wouldn't they break out the National Guard? And the reason why is quite simple. The National Guard is comprised of people like you and I. The National Guard is you and I. These are people you actually know. These are your neighbors, your relations. These are people who would come home and talk. They couldn't count on the National Guard to keep the phenomenon hidden, to keep it under the cover that they had to. The National Guard would have ensured a nationwide panic. the National Guard had to be evaded at all costs, and that's why they brought in special forces that were not military but police. So for those of you who don't know, certainly you saw an example of police special forces operations at Waco, and that's the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms with its own private army, or rather a federal army that is police-oriented, quote-unquote, but operating on basically a military platform. They're operating with a military paradigm. So the FBI has its own version of that called the SOG, or the Special Operations Group, or SOG. So they're called SOGers. So the FBI and ATF and these various militarized police forces are infamous in that they take no prisoners. And where they go, instead of arresting people, they annihilate them. That comes from that background, that exposure to what they did. And that was because they were deployed in place of the National Guard in these wipeout operations for prionized populations. So that puts that in some perspective. Of course, Our Lady Sarah is in Canada. And of course, for those of you who don't know, and she could add some perspective to this perhaps, but the Canadian forces are very different and they're very unique. And for a long period of time, of course, the Canadians, and I don't know what the case is today, but I presume it's something similar, but they had, of course, like branches of service. Like, for instance, when I was young, the big craze was the Royal Canadian Air Force exercises, which Our Lady... You remember that? Oh, my God!
I do. If you actually go up to... So there's a Hamilton. So Hamilton's about maybe 10 minutes away from me. And there's a wartime museum. And they've got all the planes in there. And you can buy T-shirts, all sorts of stuff with their logos and stuff like that on it. Yeah.
Oh, that's so adorable. Oh my God, you're showing our age.
Yeah.
The Royal Canadian Air Force exercises were like world famous for a period of time. And yes, everybody was doing them like they were like, what would you call it? Like aerobics. Like it was
yeah,
aerobics.
like the snowbirds.
Yes.
Yep.
And so in terms of that, but for Canada was also infamous for experimenting, and I say use the term infamous, I mean in America, because the Americans, Harry Truman wanted to go that route, following the route of Canada, where they were experimenting with what the Americans called purple uniformism, or a single service. It kind of like, this is a poor analogy, but kind of like what the communist Chinese have, which is basically everything's under the army, and then they have a People's Liberation Army Air Force and a People's Liberation Army Navy, but they're all really under the army technically. And so Canada had something similar where they were practicing a single uniform system where they were supposed to be a single service. It was just all the function would be integrated in that. That was something that was either promoted and they came very close to doing, or they may have actually got to the point of doing that. I've never really pursued it, but the other thing that I do know is that at certain periods of time, the real predominant force in Canada was actually the Royal Canadian Mounties, because they were essentially Canada was essentially for the longest period of time basically a frontier. And so the Royal Canadian Mounties was essentially their military force for a long period of time. And there was a period of time where essentially in place of, even though they had special forces, they had certain special forces active in World War II, etc., but still one of their versions of special forces would be like Royal Canadian Mountie SWAT teams, would serve almost as like the apex of their special forces food chain, so to speak. Kind of like what Americans view the Green Berets to have been one time or something. You know, all of these are kind of like perspectives that the Americans have that I try to deconstruct to try and put it into a more realistic perspective. But
like the Mounties have become like, if you're thinking of Canada, you think of a Mountie, you think of an igloo, you know, things like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Red uniforms, which were very colorful. I think they still use them as their dress uniform, right?
Yeah, it's like a red wool jacket.
Yes.
And then they usually have a thing, like some sort of thing that goes across their body. And then black, I think, pants, high boots. And then it's not a cowboy hat, but it's almost like a cowboy hat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the Mountie hats. Well, it's an iconic uniform, and it's very attractive. It's splendid, very regal, and
Yeah, my brother-in-law was a Mountie for forever, for a long time, till he retired.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
What age was he when he died?
Oh no, he's still alive. He's just retired now.
Oh God, no, I'm so sorry. Shit, the way
That's
you made
okay. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, he's done now. He's like, yeah, I'm done. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yes. So there you have it. And yes, he could tell us, of course, were he available, he could tell us exactly what I'm talking about and add some details to that. But definitely one of the things that Canada is it's very unique. Its military and its police forces have kind of operated almost in tandem, and it's very difficult to tell them apart as well. So they have a kind of their own, shall we say, traditions and systems. But in terms of going back to taking advantage of Jameson taking off for the moment, he said he'll be right back while he's gone. So let's take advantage of this time. You can ask me some questions if you wish, and then we can... obviously, I'm not going to ask you any questions because we're on record and we're public, so I'm not going to ask you anything. You, on the other hand, should feel comfortable asking myself something.
Like when I talk to JMO, I'm like, dude, I'm an open book. I've suffered from depression. I've had suicide attempts, like this, that, whatever. I'm on a medication. What do you want to know about medication? Like I am an open book. I have nothing, I don't care. I'm almost going to be 50. So I really don't care.
Oh, you're
you know
a baby. I mean? Oh my God. That's like, in terms of, being an open book, I appreciate that. And
yeah.
I think that's wonderful. And by the way, most of us should be like that. Honest to God. I mean, part of the problems, all the dysfunctions that people suffer from is this feeling that they have something to hide. And I usually wonder why.
A lot of people that I've talked to, they're like, wow, thanks for sharing your story. I'm like, yeah. And they're like, well, no, people don't talk openly about mental health and stuff. I'm like, why not? Because you're going to be called crazy? Go ahead. I don't care.
Yeah.
Doesn't bug me.
Yeah. No. And so
it's not a derogatory term to me.
So do you want to take advantage of this moment to kind of introduce yourself to the audience, or do you feel you've done enough of that they've got the general idea?
I think they've got the general idea.
Well, I'm certain there's a lot more to you than that, and obviously we don't want to go too far simply because out of respect to your family. I mean, you're welcome to do so, but just as a forewarning, obviously I'm stalked by crazies, and so because of that, people who affiliate with me can pick up some of that flack. So just for the sake of respect for your family's security, we won't talk too much about that. But you seem very functional, and you seem to be doing stable enough.
Because it's nighttime. I'm better at night.
There we are. Yes.
Right?
Yes. So just out of curiosity, I'll ask you.
I like it when the world is asleep.
Yes.
Like okay, my son is still awake. He's 13. He should really be in bed, but whatever.
Yes. Oh my God, you're such a bad example.
I know.
So just out of curiosity, normally, given your own devices, obviously on nights where I'm transmitting, perhaps you're staying up a little later to listen. I flatter myself by thinking that would happen. But I
am. I actually fell asleep the other night, so I had a nap during the day, and I put you on during the day I was listening. Yeah.
Yeah. But and I appreciate that profoundly. But so what time do you normally go to sleep? What time do you
2, 3.
Okay, so about 2, 3 in the morning your time.
Yeah.
Yeah. In Eastern, you're in Eastern Standard Time, right?
I don't know. Whatever's close to Toronto. I have no idea.
Well, let's put it this way. It's 12 minutes after 10 p.m. here, so it'd be 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1, about 1 a.m. where you're at. 12 minutes after 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
you're on Eastern. You're on Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. Yeah. I have no idea. It's like when people ask me how old I am, I'm like, I don't know. I was born in 1972. How old am I?
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. And they test your sanity with shit like that. Yes, I know. And
Yeah, I'm like, why am I wasting my brain power?
yes, thank you. Thank you.
You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't really care, so why should I think about it?
Yes, yes. So, in terms of now that we've got a general idea, you usually go to bed about 2, 3 a.m. in the 2 a.m., 1 or 2 a.m.
Which is a
2.
terrible thing because I got to get my kid back in school, which means I need to get back on a routine where I'm getting up at 7:30 in the morning and getting him up at 7:30 in the morning and going to school. So at some point after Christmas break, I'm going to have to go back to getting up early and going to bed earlier. So
then you'll be listening to the replays in the daytime, so to speak.
Yeah, but I'll be listening at night until like a certain time, and then I'll have my headphones in and I'll go to bed with you in my head.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you're a bad girl, yes. And so in terms of where we're at with your sleep routine, obviously you've been a bad girl all your life in that regard. You've always been.
It's a pile of shit. Yeah. My sleep routine. But it's only because I went on disability. I would say about 7 years ago, I left IKEA, had a nervous breakdown, and my doctor's like, yeah, you're not, because it was constant like mini nervous breakdowns, and then I just like totally shot my load, and then that was it. And he's like, you're not going back, and you're never going back. None of this shit is worth it. So I've been on disability for like the last 7 years. So for the last 7 years, my sleep has been shit. But before that, I was actually at work. I would leave here at 1 o'clock in the morning. I'd be there for 2. And I would work till 2 o'clock in the morning till probably noon. That was my shift. Yeah.
Okay. And so in terms of that, I'm very glad that you got on disability, and I'm so proud of you that you did that. Believe me, it may sound strange to people hearing somebody say that, but I personally think that you've done what you needed to do. You've given all you could.
I really did need to do this.
Yeah.
So, and I have no shame in it. It's like, the corporate world just wants to grind you down to dust. And I was like, fuck you, I'm out.
Thank you. And
it's not worth it.
Yeah. And of course, in terms of Canada, Americans, of course, they have no idea what Canada is like, but they have bizarre ideas. And
yeah.
One of them is
very bizarre. Apparently, I must live in an igloo and have Wi-Fi. So
well, there's that. Well, I as far as I'm concerned, that's closer to truth. Fuck, Canada is, as far as I'm concerned, is uninhabitable. But such being said, it's got it makes up for it by a fabulous social welfare system, and so it's certainly far more advanced than it is in America. I mean, fuck no, it's far more advanced than almost anywhere in the world, and America is just a shithole compared to any place else in the world when it comes to social, care for its citizenry. So
I don't what I've never understood why America can't do it.
Oh, they can.
They're just fucking lazy.
It's going to take basically a revolution here, and that's why I said it's going to take a civil war revolution. The majority of Americans want it. Crazy Americans are unfortunately the ones dragging the rest of us down. So,
we got plenty of those.
Yeah. Oh God, yes. When I was working with the Department of Defense, and they had to make a show to the American public that they were trying to purge their ranks in the military of the white supremacist infiltration that they had. We're talking about mid-'80s, early 90s.
Oh, we're talking David Duke, yeah?
Those days, but at the same time, it was also, we're talking about, who was it? Metzger? You might remember that name.
Yes, I do. I know who that is.
Yes, she knows it. Richard Metzger, David Duke. There was also, but for some reason, when I was doing this at the Department of Defense so that I could get information out for the JAGs, the Judges Advocate General, the military attorneys, etc., and various PR representatives for the military to speak on that subject, there was a lot of that in Canada.
There is.
Yeah, and Canada is loaded with white supremacists, and
people don't realize that.
Yeah. Yeah.
People have no fucking idea the amount of fucking crazies there are here. I swear to God.
Yeah, and men with guns. And so the gun laws in Canada are different from ours in America. It's not as crazy as it is here, where you've got guns in nurseries and shit, but they're pretty loose. I mean,
you can have a gun, but you can't open carry.
Right.
Yeah.
And
but you can have a gun unless you're like me. They won't give me a gun.
Well, you aren't missing shit, but and don't worry.
No, but they're better off not giving me a gun. Though I have shotguns before. They won't give me one of my own.
I was gonna say, honey, whenever you really need a gun, believe me, you'll be able to get a gun.
Yeah, I can get one.
Yeah, whenever it gets into those situations where if things are bad enough, you'll just be pulling a gun off some dead guy's body, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's mine. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. When you did, but so not that, I mean, personally, I'd rather talk about you because it's so much more fun, but just out of curiosity, I mean, since you're with us and hopefully we have more of these opportunities in the future.
Sure.
That may not be the case. Well, that may not be the case while you're taking your son to school and all that's going on, but maybe it couldn't be on Sunday nights, but it could be. Yeah, I'm not really. Yeah, my nights aren't really conducive because the next days are always work days when it comes to the nights I'm transmitting. But
it's all good.
Yes,
we'll figure it out.
We'll figure something out. Yes, I'd like you to be on more often. But just out of curiosity, is there any question that you have that comes to mind? Because I'll be diving into it pretty soon and sucking all the oxygen out of the room. So before I do that, is there any questions
I love that quote. Sucking all the oxygen out of the room.
I got that from Judith Ager, dear lady, who had this Christine.
She your best friend, yeah.
Yeah. God, she's such a, Judith. I mean, she's such a fucking, what a bitch. What a fucking bitch. Honestly, I love her, but she's really a fucking bitch, and I probably will never see her again, and I'm really disappointed. And her trip is really that she won't forgive me about Lena Shea, but it's like, well, she honestly was just constantly dumping me aside. It was like an inevitability.
What did you then? It's like, what did you expect?
Yes, I know, it was just awful. And
I had a boyfriend do that to me once, and he kept putting me aside. I'm like, I'm sorry, am I your girlfriend? It's like, because it doesn't feel like it. Fuck you. So I dated his best friend. It's like, fuck you.
Good for
you.
He
wasn't happy, but I'm like, well,
good for you. Honestly, good for you. I mean, people should do things.
But that's what you have to do. You got to look out for yourself. Fuck everybody else. Seriously.
Thank you. But so I'm just curious with the suicide attempts in the past.
Oh yeah.
Was this caused by that boyfriend type issue, or was that?
Yeah, the very first one was I was 14.
Okay. Yeah.
And I had met my first boyfriend. I was in grade 9. He was in grade 11. And you know what guys are like when they're like 2 years older than you, and you're fresh meat when you're going into high school.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
No, and you're young, you're naive, you don't. And people are telling you, oh, don't believe him. He's full of shit. He's this, that, whatever. You're like, whatever. You're just jealous, whatever. Well, they were right. And he broke my heart. So I was like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm out.
Oh, gosh. And so what did you attempt suicide with? Was it pills, a noose?
Pills, yeah.
It was pills. Okay.
Yeah.
That's, so I'm glad it failed. May I ask, was it Tylenol or what was it? In Britain, they use Tylenol. A lot of women use Tylenol and they overdose on that. Do you remember what it was?
Yeah, I know it was something in the cupboard.
Okay.
It wasn't
it?
It was something in the cupboard. I don't know. And then like I took it, and like they told me afterwards, after they pumped my stomach, after they gave me like the charcoal shit, right? And they're like, you would have only had liver failure. I'm like, well, fuck you. I was so fucking furious.
Oh my God.
And then the next time I did it, I actually went out and bought a whole bunch of sleeping pills. I'm like, okay, this ought to do it.
And it didn't.
No, it did neither. And I was fucking pissed.
You know who tried that twice? Laura Lee Solomon tried that. Do you remember? Were you listening to me at the time I was working with Laura Lee Solomon?
No, but I've heard you talk about her, yeah.
Yeah. She tried it twice with sleeping pills, and it didn't work.
I'm like, what is wrong with these things? It's like, God. You know what? You're just going to have to find someone to shoot you up and kill you. Like, seriously.
Yes,
the pills ain't going to work. You're going to barf them up.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
actually, it depends on what pills.
Wait,
'cause
don't
if
give
you
her any
use-
hints. Don't.
Well, I'm sure you're not suicidal, right? Okay.
There
Not
may be
this
people
second, but I
listening
might be
who
tomorrow.
are. Yes. So Jameson, please, keep that
Okay.
to yourself for now. Maybe
It's-
another time.
it's-
It's just this
That's
is what.
why
Yeah.
that's why I take lithium,
Yes.
because sometimes they creep back.
Right.
I didn't know. All right. Yeah. I'll leave that alone then.
Thank you.
So
I honestly didn't.
it's okay.
No worries.
It's all right.
No worries. Yeah, I mean,
Like, that's the thing.
Yes,
Sometimes they creep back, and sometimes they're there. It's almost like having a backpack,
Right. Yeah.
and you just can't get rid of them.
Yeah.
And you have to carry them around, and you argue with them in your head. It's like they don't feel like they're part of you, and you want them to be gone. And the only way I can get them to be gone is to take more lithium.
Yeah, yeah, and so when I was young, and I was had the bleeding duodenal ulcers, then after they did what they did in terms of the human experimentation, during that period of time that I was admitted, back in those days, of course, they considered ulcers to be purely a product of stress, and they had me on Valium and lithium. And then that lasted maybe a few months or something in terms of that prescription. And then after that, it just kind of, I guess, faded out. I don't think I was on it for all that long, maybe 6 months or maybe a year at the most. But certainly it was nothing that stayed in my life all that long as a phenomenon. But definitely it's interesting to me that that's still in use. And
I love it. Like when my doctor prescribed it for me a couple years ago, when my cousin, he killed himself, and I was really angry because he didn't take me with him. So I was really fucking pissed off.
No, I think I heard that when I was like had the earbuds on for a little bit, and you were talking about your cousin killed. What triggered that again? What brought that on with him? Why?
He had we're not sure if he was manic or bipolar, but there was something that was going on with him all of his life, and his parents were totally oblivious to it, whether they were in denial or not. But me and my mom knew something was wrong with him.
Okay.
And then he was like, I don't need any medication, I could do this myself, and it ended up killing himself.
Yeah. Yes.
So when that happened, and I was like screaming, like he was here, like I was screaming at him. I then saw my doctor, and he's like, let's put you on some lithium. I'm like, okay, cool. Because at this point, I'll put my finger in a light socket if I think it'll work.
Oh God. Yeah.
No, like to help me. Do you know what I mean?
You know,
like,
I actually did that. It doesn't. It might. I don't know if it helped or not. What I can say is it was after that point that I became a little less stable than I used to be.
oh, so it's not a good idea?
No. There we go.
I thought maybe it could reset my brain.
Well, you see, I thought the same thing, and what I did was I took a coat hanger.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I unwired it and I jabbed it in a power socket, and the breakers were activated and they shut down all the power in the house, and I got thrown across the room, and I think I blacked out for a split second, and after that I started to have a lot of strange spiritual experiences.
A bit. Okay.
It really opened the third. Well, no.
Okay, let's not try and inspire others. So
no. You don't want to do it. You don't want to spend the rest of your life chained to the arcane, not able to get laid and hold down a normal social life or job like me. Don't do it.
There we are. Oh, by the way, our man George Knight in the chat room says Israel is where World War Z is based in, because the author was exposing the Israeli neutron bomb. Thank you very much.
Wasn't that because it was Max, right?
Yes, that's right. So
that's right. Max is Jewish, correct?
That's correct. Son of Max.
Exactly.
Yeah, Max Brooks is the son of Mel Brooks.
Yeah, Mel Brooks. Yeah.
Yeah, and just so people understand, the book itself is not based in Israel per se. Israel is a good part of it, but it's not the substantial part of it, because it has to be enough of a part of it to like rationalize it being accepted by his community. So it's like, Max Brooks put a big chunk of Israel in there, but it's only a few chapters really, but it's a big enough chunk where it's like, that way he shows his Jewishness, and that way he like, appeals to the community. But most of it is America, because he's basically identifying as an American, and, puts most of it in America. But in terms of the film, they made it Israel. And he, at that point, in all fairness, didn't really have control of the creative material at that point. At that point, it was on its own. And when they took it and they did what they did, they made it all Israel. So it was, and that was because at that point the Jewish media machine pretty much took it and ran with it. And but the reason they made it Israel is it was very much a kind of, how would we say it? Kind of like an in-your-face, we have the neutron bomb bullshit. It was like, showing why the walls are so necessary. See, this is why we have these walls. See, this is why we have to have the walls, is because the zombies will come over them, which is,
those walls were huge until those zombies figured out how to become their own wall.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't seen it.
Yeah, no, it's in the movie posters. So, the movie posters show that, spoiler alert anyway. Everybody's seen that scene. But in terms of that, it was, I think that was almost like a in your face to anybody who was in the know, kind of like, such being said, that puts that.
Oh, Douglas, can I ask you a question?
Of course, honey. Yeah.
Have you ever thought about watching the TV show called The Witcher?
I know it's based on a video game, so I've been.
Wasn't that on Netflix?
I just finished season 2 and I loved it.
Okay.
Wait, they came out with a season 2 of it?
Yeah, it just came out. Yeah.
I'll investigate it if you recommend it. I'll be happy to investigate it. Okay.
Well, because I like anything that's kind of dark and gothic, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nice.
Dark, gothic, lots of blood and swords and shit.
Yes. Yeah, honey. Okay. I mean,
And
aside from that, is there something else to recommend?
It was really good. Well, I just finished the 3 seasons of Succession.
Okay.
I don't think you're going to want to watch that, though.
Okay. Why?
It's just, it's based on a family, and it's based on a business, and how fucked up the family is, and just shit like that.
Okay, rather soap opera-ish,
No, I hate soap operas.
Okay.
I didn't think I was going to like it, and I started watching it, and I was like, these guys are so fucked up. I love it.
Okay.
And that's why I watched it, because I love watching fucked up people.
I get it. No, I fucking get it. I mean, when I was talking to my friend Gary States, and he has this almost fascination, there's no other word for it, with just how fucked up all the families in his like white trash Oklahoma community he grew up in, how fucked up they all are. And so, okay, our man George Knight says The Witcher season 2 was filmed 8 miles away from my home. He says Henry Cavill was staying nearby. Holy shit. Well, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, Henry's a big geek, so he loves video games and board games and stuff. So
okay. Oh, that's amazing. You know this guy? Henry Cavill? I mean, it sounds like you know him personally.
No, I know enough about him. I know how much of a geek he is. Like, he built his own computer, and
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, seriously, he built his own computer and he videotaped it to show people this is real. I'm not pretending to be a geek. I really am a geek.
Okay. Oh God.
Right? He played Superman.
Oh my God! I had no idea.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never been watching a lot of the comic book movies lately. It's but no, I appreciate you bringing that up. So, before I start, hoovering, sucking up, vacuuming up everything around me, is there anything else you want to ask me, honey? I mean, while you have the opportunity. Yeah. Or
I do want to ask you, but you can't say. So
wait, no, go ahead and ask. You never know. But go ahead and ask.
Because I want to ask about Silicon Valley.
Okay. And what do you want to ask?
But I can't ask about Silicon Valley.
Well, you can ask. It doesn't mean I'll answer, but go ahead and ask. I'll probably be able to dance around it a
because
bit.
because I just kind of like to know, like, what sort of is it what kind of tech industry are we looking at here? Is it gaming? Is it social media?
Oh,
Software.
are you talking
All
about
software.
Sugar Daddy and what?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
See, that's what I mean. Yeah. That's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm wondering. Because I find it all fascinating.
Understood. No, I understand completely. And
that's what
I think I have an idea, but I'm not going to say anything.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Because the show Succession is based on like a media mogul. And what they're doing is they're trying to buy up other companies to become, and like they talk about Zuckerberg and how much he sucks and this, that, whatever. Anyway, they talk about like all like tech companies and stuff and mergers and things like that. So
understood.
Anyway.
Anyway. You know, and which show are you talking about? The Witcher? That's not.
No, this one is called Succession.
Oh, Succession. I get what you're saying now. So I thought the way you described it, I thought Succession was like a kind of run of episodes within The Witcher, but now I understand it's a different series completely. Okay.
Yeah, it's about this family. Yeah.
Okay, and Succession, it's spelled the traditional way. It's not the way you said it. I almost thought it would be like SUCK.
Yeah, it's on HBO.
Okay, so it's not spelled Succession.
No.
Okay, I thought it might be spelled as a joke, like it's satire, but it's more like a drama. It's drama, right?
Very drama, yeah.
Okay, and so like you were talking about, the people are fucked up. So do they hint at the transfusion associates in that series?
I'm trying to think, because they make a lot of sly comments.
Okay.
And you're kind of like, oh, nice. They put that in there, did they? Actually, I think they do put that in there at some point.
Okay.
Do they have the fecal implants?
No.
No.
There was no fecal implants. No.
No, that's so.
But they do like mention sly little things here and there that probably a lot of people are kind of like, okay, well, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you're just kind of like, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Right. Interesting. Well, I'll check into that. I'll look into that because it's something that, I may have heard about it, but I never really pursued it. It was one of those things that I hear a lot about, what's on TV or whatnot when I'm at the estate, which I'll be for Christmas, of course. And
yeah, you got lots of time.
I'm sorry, what's that, honey?
You got lots of time.
I wouldn't say lots.
Someone's gonna have some fun.
Oh yeah. But in terms of the Blood Boys, of course, they speak about a lot of these things, and it's like birds chirping. I don't really absorb it consciously. I mean, it's but I'm glad you brought that up. So I'll check into that as well as The Witcher, and so. Aside from that, I adore you, and you've graced us with your presence tonight. We hope to have you on more in the future.
Regularly. Yes.
Sure, you bet.
Yes, and you handle Jameson well. There's very few people who can deal with Jameson. And
come on, JMO's great.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate
it. JMO.
Yeah. Yes. That's wonderful. As a matter of fact, it was Sarah Thomas Lyons who basically told me to let you rage the one time that you were going off, and I was getting irritated to the point where I was responding rather hostilely, and then she's the one who told me to just let you rage, and everything balanced out after that. So
why don't I remember that?
Well, fuck, it's all the drugs you do. Same here.
Yeah,
right? I don't remember shit either,
I do that every day, don't I?
Yes.
Sometimes you gotta let people rage and let them burn themselves out.
Yes, that's true, darling. And so just out of curiosity, before I let you go for tonight, what so after the suicide attempts, you obviously found a husband. I mean, what did he think of all this?
But I've been seeing the same psychiatrist for like the last 30 years.
Uh-huh. Is that the guy who married you?
No, I didn't marry a psychiatrist. God, no.
I was about to say that would be unusual. Yeah,
That would be
because
a conflict of interest.
yeah. Well, I'm sure it happens all
Well,
the time.
I'm sure they're used to conflicts.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
But-
You know, let me share something with you. I'll share something. So, Lena Shea, she's a masseuse, as we know. They hate that term, massage therapist, and so she was one of her clients is this Jewish psychiatrist, and so then she would relay to him a lot of the philosophy from my program, and he would say, you sound so stupid when you talk like that, because she'd talk about Trump getting hacked into the White House, and he would think of that as quote-unquote paranoid, that, the Russians hacked Trump into the White House. He was, to show you how fucked up that guy is. He's living in this fantasy world where we live in some functional society. Anybody who believes that they're the crazy ones. But so this fucker who she's having sex with, who's basically paying her for prostitution, he basically said, when later on she starts bitching about me, and then she relates to me, he says you're crazy, and I'm like, I told her, yeah, a Jewish psychiatrist is paying you for sex, and you tell him about this guy who thinks he's the son of Adolf Hitler. What's the Jewish psychiatrist going to say?
Okay,
Yeah.
I see what happened. He turned her.
Oh God, I wouldn't give him that much credit. I wouldn't give him that much credit. No, she's
Well, him and Zachary Garrett in combination.
Well, no, it's more like that guy's just what he is, and it's a totally different trip. But in terms of Zachary Garrett was like the handler, so to speak. That was something that I should counter for our listeners, because the way our man Peter Moon presented it the other day was, yeah, Douglas had first this handler, then the other handler. He said that, and I didn't even really bother to try and correct that or something. I mean, obviously they're handlers, but it takes more context. So it's like these are handlers that I was fully cognizant of being handlers, but at the same time I was seeking handling, because it's just like, who wants to deal with all the crap that otherwise I'd be dealing with, which was for the longest period of time. It was like we didn't know where Peter Moon was coming from either. And so, it took a long time before I felt gradually like, all right, let's work together with Peter Moon. So, obviously, Peter Moon, we know, was living with Stuart Sverdlow for a while, which, of course, and I knew about this, and didn't know exactly where Peter Moon was coming from. And, of course, he had, like, the background where he's working with these Montauk people, and so well, let's just put it this way, he comes from a background which we had reason to be suspect, let's just put it that way. So there we have that. And as for Laura Lee Solomon, Judith Agert was right there, where she could have been, a mind control product of the military. But oh yes, our man Jameson's bringing up something to me in the private messages, and yeah, that was quite funny. Something that was brought up earlier. At any rate, so I'd best get to work and live up to my responsibility. And I love you dearly, Sarah. And I'm so glad that that you were able to join us. And we're going to, with your permission, is it okay if when we start our show on Sunday night, we try to call you as soon as the show starts, kind of bring you on with the roundtable in the beginning? Wonderful. Now that we have that. So what I'll try to do now that I've called you is do me a favor.
I tried to go on and change that goddamn.
Oh, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Letters.
What you can do is maybe the fact that I called you automatically made us quote unquote Skype friends, but I don't know. Send me a Skype friend request. Just so everybody knows, my
Douglas Dietrich 1.
That's right. Yes, send me a Skype friend request, and that'll make things.
I pay attention.
Yes, there. Thank you. Yes, you're very good. You're very good. And by the way, this is what can drive people to suicide, when they have a good attention span and they just absorb everything and they retain it. That's what drives people to madness. It's you don't forget, and it just stays in your mind, and you do what's called ruminating. And I'm sure you're familiar with this. You ruminated a lot, I'm sure, in the past, and it just wouldn't leave your head. And Oh my God, that's so awful. Oh God.
Douglas, that also causes addiction. That's why
Yeah.
some people use to stay sober, and
That's why
that
that's
doesn't
why
make
I'm
any
on
sense, does it?
pharmaceuticals.
Right. So tell us about the pharmaceutical high when you're on lithium, and is that really give you a kind of a buzz?
Well, it just kind of keeps me even keeled.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm just going into the garage for a smoke.
Oh, just out of
I
curiosity,
smoke
is
it.
it
I smoke in the garage, not in the house.
No, don't worry. No judgments from me. That's Lena Shea used to go to the shack, and that's where she does. I suspect that's where she's doing her karaoke these days. She does her karaoke. People can find her Lena Crane channel. She's got all this expensive equipment that's she's not hurting for let's say the finer things in life. So she's got the expensive stereo equipment and stuff, and she gets on there and just let's go. And she would go there to smoke, or her pot, of course, which that's what
I'm
fucking.
smoking a cigarette.
Okay, so it's nicotine. It's nicotine in your case, then.
Yeah, it's just nicotine because I have all the pharmaceutical drugs I need.
Right. Cool.
Because I used to like drop acid, like any sort of drug, anything that didn't include a needle, I would do. I've done. Yeah. And I used to drink a lot, like blackout drunk, the whole bit. But then when I started getting on all these meds, they actually sent me to AA. Because they wanted me to settle down. Because they're like, if you're going to be on these meds, you can't drink like you used to, because otherwise it won't work.
Right. That's right. And how do you feel about AA? Did it help?
Yeah, it was great.
Good. Oh, I'm so glad.
It worked. So, like I had a drink when we went to Barbados. Yeah. I had a couple of beers with my dad, but nothing crazy. Like I don't drink like I used to. I don't smoke weed anymore. I don't do anything anymore. So, but like now the medication that I'm on just keeps me kind of like even keel. And then I took it maybe an hour ago. So it's like, I know I should be starting to get sleepy soon. And that's the sweet spot, because I know all the meds have kicked in.
Cool. Oh, cool.
And I'm like, I like this. I like this a lot.
There we are.
So are you able to deal with the cravings with no problem?
Now I am, because it's been so long. But like when I was in my teens, we were dropping acid every weekend.
Wow. Cool.
Right? We were doing shrooms, right?
You're lucky you didn't fucking damage your nervous system to the point where you're still seeing multicolors and shit.
But you know what?
Yeah, that's my case, oddly enough. I wake up seeing multicolors all day.
Okay. Delightful. And so you, honey, I'm sorry, you were going to say, go on.
That's I do wonder, because I was getting high and drinking and doing so many drugs at such a young age before the brain develops. What sort of damage did I do? Did I do this? And that's what's caused this now. Because we don't talk about brain development at such a young age, where people are using to cope with whatever bullshit they're dealing with, and what that leads to afterwards.
Oh, I mean, people are starting to talk about that now, but they found out through cases such as yours.
Seriously.
Yeah, and so while you wonder about that, let's just put it this way. No need to overdwell on it, because otherwise I think you're doing fine myself. And, the fact that now you've got the prescription alternatives is great. And the fact that they work for you is wonderful. And so that's I think you're doing great. And again, I'm so sorry. Maybe this was something you didn't want to answer publicly, okay. So we can talk about that later. But my question was, so how did your husband meet you? What did he think of all this? It was
so we met at work.
Okay, was it IKEA?
Yeah, we were coworkers. We were working together.
Oh, okay.
So we knew each other. Like when I first met him, I'm like, "Who's this kid?"
Right.
Because he's 5 years younger than me.
Okay. Yeah.
So we just kind of knew each other as friends, and I got to boss him around because I was the boss at one point, and whatever.
Oh, cool.
And then like years later, we got together. And
well, that's how people meet each other. They meet each other at work. So that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
That's the best place to meet people, because you're not pretending to be someone who you're not.
Right. So, well, I mean, we are, but at work, we're always pretending to be something that we're not.
No, I wasn't.
No. Okay. There we are.
I wasn't. I'm an open book. When I was at work, I was like, "This is who I am, and if you don't like it, I don't give a shit."
No, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. And so, is he a normie?
Yeah,
Just
totally,
just a totally normal guy.
totally normal. He quit smoking and everything.
Oh my God. Oh,
Yeah,
that's so,
he goes to the gym every other day.
oh my
Yeah,
God. Oh, that's so
yeah.
funny. And well, there you have that. And well, I love you dearly. Mwah. You have
Love
a
you
blessed
dearly too.
night.
Love you, JBO too.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Good night,
You
honey.
too.
We'll be speaking again soon. And send me that friend
Okay.
request on Skype.
Okay, will
There we
do.
are. Okay. So there we have that. And I'll take over now. We'll start with the solicitation and then cover everything I possibly can tonight. So, Jameson, do me a favor, say goodnight to our audience, but hang out and let me know whenever you have to take off and come back, etc. And,
Oh yeah,
oh,
gotcha.
God, what was that?
Oh yeah. They were these. Those are my colored pencils, which are under
Okay.
my desk,
Okay.
which I just kicked over.
Okay, there we are. But by the way,
Well,
what happened the other day? It was really funny when I asked you to come on at the end of the transmission, and you had said just before it was the end of the transmission, early in the morning, you said back eating, and then when I said, "Oh, come on, say good day to the audience," and then it took you a while to get on, and I said, "What the fuck did this guy do? Fall asleep in his plate?" I had this image of you with your face in your plate, just you dropped into a blackout and shit, and so.
Oh no, I was eating cereal on my bed, and I had to like get up and put the bowl over on the ledge on the mini fridge.
That
so
was
that
what I was going to ask. I had this because I
Yeah.
know you listen to the show lying down in bed, and then when you said you're eating, and I had this image of you in bed, are you like eating your cereal lying down? How the fuck does that work?
No. I was sitting on the edge of my bed because my
Okay.
mattress is on the floor, so I'm just sitting, with my ass on the mattress and my legs on the floor, and I'm just like,
Okay.
yeah.
And
And I have like my laptop and stuff, and
oh my God, that's so awful that you
right by the bed.
that you're on a mattress on the floor. That's awful.
No. I don't like
The beds, yeah.
bed frames.
Oh, you don't
I
like bed frames.
like my mattresses being on the floor.
Is that because you're afraid there's something under the bed frame?
No, it's actually because I don't know
Yeah,
why.
okay, we don't need
It's
to
one
go
of
there.
those
Yeah.
weird idiosyncrasies of mine that's always been there.
Right.
I never
Understand,
could
of course,
explain it.
in Japan, people traditionally have slept on tatamis. Most people still sleep on tatamis in Japan. Okay. And, as far as I'm concerned, I, at that part of my Japanese heritage, I can do without. That's, all right. Such being said, love you dearly, James. Say goodnight to our listeners. Let them know you'll be here with me throughout the night in case I need breaking. Okay.
Good night, folks, and I shall be in the background while continuing to write this with my left hand, which is not dominant, which will take forever anyway. So, yeah, I'll be awake for a
And
while.
why are you writing with your left hand?
Well, because for some reason it's because I can write with both hands, but my left hand, it has to do with it's an occult experiment. We'll put it that way.
Yeah. And by the way, our dear friend Green7 says, ruminate. Yeah, Douglas, I do that. Good program tonight. Thank you. If you're male, hugs. If you're female, mwah. And then we've got this other idiot in there, so you can take care of them. And all right then. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book of that very same title, The Unfinished Man, and review scenes from his cinematic documentaries available for yet-to-be, shall we say, released, but currently in production, as his book is not yet published, to my knowledge, but still currently you know, in the making, but he's gotten through a great deal of it. He held off on publication because one of the people originally involved with the case published his own book, and he didn't want that to come out at the same time. So he's been quite the gentleman about this. But you can check it all out at theunfinishedman.com. And other cases such as the strange case of Dr. Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. And Tucson will be spelled as if it were Tucson, Tucson, but put the word "the" in front of it. The TucsonMurders.com. And telephone him privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Okay, about this state of emergency in the Tenderloin, the most dangerous neighborhood on earth. While San Francisco, along with the rest of the country, continues to grapple with the COVID-19 pandemic, our fair Golden Gated city has also been dealing with an epidemic, the rampant increase in drug overdoses. So the San Francisco mayoress, London Breed, announced a state of emergency in the Tenderloin on Friday into this last weekend, which will allow city officials to bypass the bureaucracy and expedite the process of increasing social services to help mitigate overdoses. So KCBS Radio's Kathy Novak attended a press conference at City Hall Friday to better understand how the state of emergency will address the overwhelming amount of drug abuse in the Tenderloin, where I grew up after we came from Taiwan, and of course escaped my abusive grandfather. Well, after I killed him at the age of 3, my first kill, and relocated to the other side of the country to be as far away from my family as possible on my father's side, into the Tenderloin, which was, as far as I'm concerned, from one fire pit into another. And so Kathy Novak of KCBS Radio spracketh with the city officials who have been championing this declaration during the pandemic. Novak herself noting that Breed's announcement to ensure more police infrastructure came as a surprise because of our Black African-American mayoress's London Breed's prior promise to decrease police funding in the wake of George Floyd's murder. On Monday opening this work week, Kathy Novak told KCBS Radio's Bay Current program, Mayoress Breed had a community with people who live in the Tenderloin and heard firsthand from people who have kids, and they said they have to walk into oncoming traffic to avoid people lying unconscious in the street with needles in their arm. She is striking a balance, and there are people who feel unsafe, and as mayoress, she has a responsibility unto they. We had a national reckoning with police in the Black Lives Matter movement. There were commitments made for redirecting funding from the police, but her response was that it's not okay for people to not feel safe in their own neighborhood. The District 6 Supervisor, Matt Haney, one of the proponents of the state of emergency and a supporter of Breed's proposed safe drug consumption site, told KCBS Radio that while he believes increased policing is not the answer to the drug epidemic, he admits that San Francisco needs to be aggressive when handling overdoses. After the press conference Friday, Haney said, "This epidemic is tragically more deadly than COVID. But I don't believe in incarcerating people who are addicted to drugs. I don't think we should be locking people up because they are addicted. And there are many other tools we can use to get people to help. Police should not be leading the response." Regardless, the state of emergency allows San Francisco to ensure that emergency programs are implemented quickly and can waive rules regarding zoning codes. The declaration of emergency must be ratified by the Board of Supervisors within the next 7 days and can exist no longer than 3 months. So we're going to see what happens with this. In the meantime, the New York Evening Journal's depiction of how American troops killed Filipinos in Balangiga, killing everyone over 10 years old, circa 1902, was molestation, that was their term, revenge, deprivation, massacre, and genocide. The reason I'm bringing this up is because, of course, this is the anniversary of the Japanese invasion of the Philippines, or yesterday, depending on which time zone you're in. Here we've got a little while, about an hour before it's midnight, so we're still in yesterday time. And this is, like, as I said, the 80th anniversary of the Japanese invasion of the Philippines, and it is the Eve Day, and depending on your time zone, you have probably entered the day of the 80th anniversary of the Japanese conquest of Wake Island. So I will put that into some perspective. By the way, we have the wonderful, the lovely young lady, Sarah Thomas Lyons, just sent me a friend request in the Skype, and I pray to hell I can fucking find that. There we are. She reacted to my message. And let's see. Or is this Amanda Yu? Okay, that's Amanda Yu reacting to my message there. So let me see. How do I find... damn, I should have pressed on that when I got the notification, but these notifications disappear so quickly. Oh, well, I'd best stay and call and hope I can track that down later. Either that or I'll wind up sending her a friend request. And so with these anniversaries, we are also... it is how long since the collapse of the Soviet Union's, the collapse of their war effort in Afghanistan was also, we're in the anniversary date of when it comes to tomorrow. So we're on the Eve Day of the anniversary of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, which happened 48 years ago. And hopefully that puts some things into perspective. By the way, we've got somebody named Jorge who says, hello, everyone. Here is Spain. The masks are officially mandatory on the streets starting tomorrow, and the military are going to patrol the streets to vaccinate everyone who wants it. And then after he says that this is totally insane, he says, besides, our president is a clone. Looks different. Right. Okay, so we now know what goes on in the mind of anti-vaxxers, and I think you should take that into account and learn to get your goddamn shot. All right. That's so you don't think like that. People who think like that are anti-vax. Okay. All right. Andrew Carnegie spent the rest of his life fighting for the independence of Katagalugan, or the archipelago of Tagalog peoples, from America. What Americans call the Philippines, named after King Philip of fucking Spain, as opposed to having their own name, which would be Katagalugan, the archipelago of the Philippine peoples. And so the American billionaire went so far as to offer 20 million United States dollars, the equivalent of what would be something like 20 billion today, to save Filipinos from U.S. imperialism. When the United States won the Spanish-American War in the latter years of the 19th century, it purchased the Philippines from Spain for 20 million United States dollars. The United States wanted to annex the Philippines, but Filipinos resisted. This resulted in another war, the Philippines-American War, that lasted for 2 years. However, the resistance was not only happening in the Philippines, as many Americans were also refused the government's decision to colonize that archipelago of Katagalugan. In fact, There was even an anti-imperialist group headed by prominent figures, some of the most prominent in the American world in America's economy, the backbone of America's economy, certain captains of industry, as a matter of fact. One of them was the American self-made billionaire Andrew Carnegie. He didn't merely oppose American imperialism, but he also fought for Filipino independence, or what I would call Galugani independence, the independence of the Tagalog peoples. Now, this is because he saw the Filipino Holocaust in the hands of Americans that ultimately brought the Japanese over to liberate them from American oppression. You see, the great valor achieved in the minds of Americans in the early 20th century was at the expense of Filipinos' lives. When the United States conquered the Philippines, a little-known history was completely revisioned until it was forgotten. The Filipino Holocaust at the Americans' hands. This tragedy, this travesty, started with what back in the day their newspapers termed molestation, what would be better termed today as rapine, that snowballed into revenge, deprivation, massacre, and mass genocide. It was known in terms of its primary engagement, the engagement that stands out above all others in the same way that the rape of Nanjing, or Nanking in your bastardized language, refers to what the Japanese did in terms of campaigns in China, or stands out the way that various atrocities come to embody or represent an entire campaign of separate operations. So basically, we're talking about the Battle of Balangiga during the Philippine-American War. The general public can readily reference two openly accessible books. One is titled Benevolent Assimilation, and Benevolent Assimilation is subtitled The American Conquest of the Philippines. That's a book by Stuart Miller. The other book I would recommend that is openly available to all Americans is a book entitled Hang the Dogs, and it's subtitled The True History of the Balangiga Massacre. That's by a man named Bob Cootie. His surname is spelled Coutie, Bob Cootie, and as well review the award-winning independent film of a man named Con de la Cruz. His first name is spelled Khavn, Con de la Cruz. It's titled Balangiga, which is spelled Balangiga. It's subtitled Howling Wilderness. Balangiga, Howling Wilderness. Look that up. You might be able to find that on YouTube. The Philippine-American War. Well, when the United States occupied the Philippines after winning the Spanish-American War, the Americans projected their imperialism unlike any other. Compared to the Spaniards, the United States argued that taking over the Philippines had zero intention to harm locals and develop them via the benevolent assimilation. Like the Borg, you will be assimilated. In a simple term, Americanize the Filipinos. Recreate them in our image, mostly dead. The Filipinos had already endured 333 years, half of 666, under Spain's rule. So being manipulated once again by another white colonial master escalated into multiple insurgencies. However, not all towns and cities in the Philippines had organized resistance, especially in southern areas. One of these areas was Samar province in the Visayas region. On the 11th day in August 1901, that cruelest of all months in many ways, which I'll explain later tonight, the United States sent their 9th Infantry Regiment, Company C, to infiltrate a small town in Samar known as Balangiga. And that's what brings us to the rapine, revenge, and depravation, as in depravity. Now, since the United States projected that they had come in peace, the locals welcomed Company C with open arms. In the beginning, the American troops and the Balangiga townspeople established friendships. However, this relationship went downhill when two drunken American soldiers tried to molest a young woman who was tending to a store. The girl was rescued by her two brothers, who mauled the soldiers. In retaliation, the company commander, Captain Thomas W. Connell, rounded up over 100 male residents for forced labor to clean up the town in preparation for an official visit by his superior officers. They were also detained overnight without food. Afterward, Connell ordered the confiscation of all sharp bolos, or machetes, from their houses. He also directed his men to destroy the locals' stored food as crops and rice. Company C also blocked the coastal entrance of Balangiga to cut off the locals' food supplies and started assaulting young women in an organized campaign of mass rape. The woman's body all became the battlefield. Such an abuse led the Filipinos to fight back armed with a concrete plan of annihilating the American soldiers. That's what led to the Balangiga massacre. Balangiga police chief Valeriano Abanador, along with guerrilla officers Captain Eugenio Daja and Sergeant Pedro Duran Sr., plotted the uprising against the American invaders. At that time, cholera was a raging epidemic, killing tons of locals, especially the children. Abanador and his team used the outbreak as an opportunity by hiding their weapons inside small children's caskets and placing them inside the church. Reinforcements from neighboring towns also entered Balangiga several days before the attack under the guise of preparations for a town fiesta, a festival. The night before the attack, women and children were evacuated to ensure their safety. To mask the woman's disappearance, the Balangiga men cross-dressed in woman's clothes. The next day, the morning of September 28th, 1901, during the supposed funeral procession for children killed by cholera, Abanador initiated the first strike by shooting an American sentry. The Church of Balangiga rang its bells, signaling the start of the attack. The men dressed as women pulled out their weapons, mainly bolos, and massacred the American troops who were having their breakfast. The attack slaughtered half of the 74 American soldiers. Even though 26 of them survived, 22 of those were heavily injured. The Balangiga massacre was considered a victory for the Filipinos and the worst defeat for the Americans in the Philippines. Of course, the Americans claimed Uncle Sam knows no defeat. Amid the massacre against the American soldiers, Abanador ordered his men to retreat. Compared to the U.S. troops' supreme firepower, the local men's bolos were no match. Those American soldiers who managed to grab their firearms rapidly degraded the locals' offense. Those members of Company C who survived the massacre decided to escape Balangiga using canoes. They paddled their way to the nearby town, Bazy. By the way, the very name Tagalog of the peoples of the Philippines really kind of roughly translates or transliterates into people who settle beside rivers, which everyone in the Philippines, one way or another, all communities are based around the rivers. So the Company C survivors fled via the river because that was the fastest mode of transportation. They fled with the fear that the locals would attack again, and they didn't have sufficient numbers for defense. The American defeat in Balangiga shocked the American public. The American press published the news across the United States. Many news editors noted that the massacre was the worst disaster suffered by the United States Army since General George Armstrong Custer's last stand at Little Bighorn. Such humiliation infuriated the United States Major General Adna R. Chafee. He told the press that they would take revenge against the natives and asked American journalists not to sympathize with the local niggers. That's what led to the Balangiga genocide. The American soldiers returned to Balangiga some days after the attack. The town was abandoned, and their troops' remains were lying on the streets. U.S. Brigadier General Jacob H. Smith vowed that he would turn Balangiga into a howling wilderness, earning him the nickname Howling Jake, or Howling Mad Jake. He then ordered his troops to loot the houses and burn the villages into the ground. Smith's remark became even more infamous when he instructed his men to kill everyone over 10 years of age, all Filipinos that are capable of bearing arms, especially if they were children. By the way, this is what you see glamorized in the film Fury. If you see the tank film Fury, where they show a Hitler Youth taking out a tank with a rocket launcher, and the man can't fire back at him because he's a child. And then you see the veteran who's always raving about killing Germans, that I've been killing Germans in Africa, now I'm killing Germans here in Europe, and he grabs the man, and you're supposed to root for him and support him as an audience while he drives it into this man that you have to kill children. The children are the enemy. The children are the danger. This is how the American public was told that all Filipino children needed to die. This is how in World War II they were told all Japanese children needed to die. When they were told in Life magazine that every pregnant woman bearing a Japanese child is bearing a Jap soldier for the future, that they need to be exterminated. That is what was glamorized by America's media when U.S. Brigadier General Jacob Hurd Smith said, I want no prisoners. I wish you only to kill and burn. The more you kill and burn, the better it will please me. The interior of Samar must be made a howling wilderness. Well, the killing spree did not end there, and the United States continued to enforce a scorched earth policy until 1902, which meant the total destruction of the Balangiga and its people. Filipino historians have concurred that around 50,000 Filipinos were killed in that genocidal operation on the Isle of Samar alone. After turning Balangiga into a howling wilderness, the U.S. troops took the 3 Balangiga church bells, the ones that had been used to signal the attack against Company C, to the United States as their war trophy. 2 of these bells were displayed in the Trophy Park of Francis E. Warren Air Force Base in Wyoming, while the other is with the United States military unit in South Korea. Now, this is where Andrew Carnegie stepped in to try and staunch American imperialism. Before he sold his successful company, Carnegie and other prominent personalities in America, such as Mark Twain, William James, and George S. Butewell, formed the Anti-Imperialist League to oppose the U.S. government's plan to colonize the Philippines. When the U.S. won the war against Spain, the U.S. government decided to take over some of Spain's former colonies. Well, basically all of them. Guam in the Western Pacific and Puerto Rico in the Caribbean. But for the Philippine Islands, the United States purchased that nation from the Spanish Crown for 20 million United States dollars during the Treaty of Paris. According to the U.S. State Department's Office of the Historian, which I personally consulted while working with the Department of Defense, it stated that the state's policymakers' decision to annex the Philippines was triggered by several reasons: desire for commercial opportunities in Asia, concern that the Tagalog peoples, the so-called Filipinos, that's a fucking stupid name. It's like the term Saudi. It's naming you after a Spanish king. That would be like if we were all named Windsorites after the British Crown. The real name is Tagalog. The concern that the Filipinos were incapable of self-rule because they weren't really truly human in American eyes. And lastly, the concern that Germany or Japan would colonize the Philippines, in which case they would have been infinitely better off. Those who favored colonizing the Philippines argued that getting the Philippines created a strategic position for the U.S., well, both in economic trade and quote-unquote defense security, a launching pad for the invasion of the rest of Asia. And by the way, since Taiwan was part of Japan, that meant that the United States now directly bordered Japan. They would be as if the Japanese had conquered Mexico. Those, of course, well, in August, that month again, we'll get back to that month, of 1898, Andrew Carnegie scrutinized the colonization of the Philippines in his own article, written by himself, published in the North American Review. And within, he stated his arguments one by one, emphasizing that America's acquisition of the Philippines would not only bear an additional expense for the American people, but was simply morally wrong. I shall read 4 paragraphs from his article. And think of Sugar Daddy when you think of Andrew Carnegie, a man, besides wealth, bearing a sense of social consciousness and responsibility. So Andrew Carnegie said, "Shall we attempt to establish ourselves as a power in the Far East and possess the Philippines for glory? The Philippines have about 7.5 millions of people, composed of races bitterly hostile to one another, alien races, ignorant of our language and institutions. Americans cannot be grown there. The islands have been exploited for the benefit of Spain, against whom they have twice rebelled, like the Cubans. But even Spain has received little pecuniary benefit from them. The estimated revenue of the Philippines in 1894 through 95 was £2,715,980 the expenditure being £2,656,026, leaving a net result of about 300,000 United States dollars in profit. If we take the Philippines, we shall be forced to govern them as generously as Britain governs her dependencies, which means that they will yield us nothing and probably be a source of annual expense. Certainly they will be a grievous drain upon revenue if we consider the enormous army and navy which we shall be forced to maintain upon them." And Andrew Carnegie also pointed out that the government was unfair in giving Cubans their independence, but not with Filipinos. And he stated to effect, I shall read from this same column, "Why should the less than 2 millions of Cuba receive national existence and the 7.5 millions of the Philippines be denied it? The United States, thus far in their history, have no page reciting self-sacrifice made for others. All their gains have been for themselves." So, when the United States finally purchased the Philippines from Spain, Carnegie conducted a counteroffer. The New York Times 1898 edition reported that he offered to donate the equal amount, $20 million to the government itself if President McKinley and the U.S. Congress gave the Filipinos back their country and granted them the independence they had been struggling for 333 years. However, his offer was immediately undermined by the McKinley administration. Carnegie and the Anti-Imperialist League continued their protests against the annexation. Carnegie even wrote to President William McKinley that Filipinos and Americans would inevitably start killing each other, his words, if the colonization would push through. Carnegie was right. After the Paris Treaty, Filipinos turned their weapons against the American soldiers, and the Philippine-American War broke out. The United States had spent millions of dollars by sending more troops to the Philippines, and the Anti-Imperialist League had been questioning McKinley's actions. However, McKinley justified the war to the American people by depicting the scenario in the Philippines as a form of insurgency, that the Filipinos were ungrateful to their rescuers. Carnegie himself consistently juxtaposed McKinley's press releases. Despite the opposition, McKinley pursued the invasion and sent more troops to the Philippines. He also released the benevolent assimilation policy to the Filipinos, which deemed to civilize and Americanize the locals. However, during the war, thousands of Filipinos died as they didn't have high-caliber weapons compared to what American soldiers had. Accordingly, Carnegie sarcastically wrote a letter to his friend working in the McKinley administration, in which he said, "You seem to have about finished your work of civilizing the Filipino. It is thought that about 8,000 of them have been completely civilized and sent to heaven itself. I hope you like it." Well, the Americans won the war, America's first Vietnam, in 1902, and the Filipinos in the northern islands alone lost over 300,000 lives. In that same year, the United States officially annexed the Philippines. Understand that this happened with Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt, in charge, because 1 year earlier, in the midst of the war, the United States being at war with the Philippines, a Filipino man named Leon Czolgosz came to the United States to wage war. And he met the U.S. President William McKinley in Buffalo, New York, and blew his ass away with a firearm, assassinating him 100 years to the day on September 11th, 1901, 100 years to the day before the Twin Towers collapsed in September 11th of 2001. And, of course, the American government went into overdrive to cover that up, Teddy Roosevelt going so far as to pay a Polish family to claim that their white son, who was mentally disturbed and in no position to protest, was the assassin of President William McKinley. Because, as Teddy Roosevelt said, if the American people find out an Asian nigger killed our president, we will live forever in disgrace. I was ordered to destroy all records to that effect. Despite such a reality, Carnegie continued to be the vice president of the Anti-Imperialist League and its generous finance supporter. He was also a member of the Philippine Independence Committee, come 1904, at the time of the Russo-Japanese War, when the Japanese defeated a white expansionist colonial empire, the Russians, and the vice president of the Filipino Progress Association. That's Andrew Carnegie's position with that philanthropical charity. From 1905 through 1907, Carnegie fought for Filipino independence until his death in 1919, the year my own late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was born. Now, the Filipinos cried for liberation, and they wanted salvation from the Americans. By the time the Americans went into the south of the Philippines and encountered the Muslims, the Muslim resistance was fierce and heavy enough where the Americans launched a genocide, the largest genocide until World War II, larger even than the Armenian genocide of World War I, in which the Turks killed 2 million Armenians. The Americans killed 3 million Muslim Filipinos. So, truly, the Japanese were the liberators and the saviors when on December 7th of 1941 through the 5th of May in 1942, the Japanese invaded the Philippine archipelago. At the start of World War II, the Philippine Islands were United States territory as per the 1898 Treaty of Paris. The archipelago was home to 19 million people and was at a strategic location between Japan and the South Pacific. Because of the importance, the retired Army General Douglas MacArthur, contemporarily serving as a field marshal in the Filipino military, meaning that he was a leader in a foreign country, which was patently illegal, was called back into service by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who had exiled him to that furthest part of empire in order to get him out of the United States after he had massacred the World War I veterans in front of the White House during the Hoover administration and disgraced himself in the eyes of the American people. He was given resources to mobilize Philippine defenses in case of Japanese attack. MacArthur was given 10 million United States dollars, the equivalent of 10 billion today, and 100 B-17 Flying Fortress bombers by which to bomb Taiwan, which was part of Japan. MacArthur deployed all his defenses, the overwhelming majority on the northern island of Luzon and the southern island of Mindanao, in which Duterte was born, forming what he called a key or base point of the U.S. defense line. Mindanao was, of course, an island in which the Japanese had a major city, and in the American capital of Washington, D.C., Henry Stimson and George Marshall believed that a strong presence of American air power in the Philippine Islands would discourage Japanese aggression. By that they meant they were going to bomb Taiwan, which was part of the home islands of Japan. Now, on the Ides of November, the 15th, mid-month of that year, 1941, George Marshall, the man who would later receive a Nobel Peace Prize, the only active military general ever to do so, for the George Marshall Plan, proudly said in a press conference that the greatest concentration of heavy bomber strength anywhere in the world was now gathered at the Philippine Islands. He said it's ready not only to counterattack any attacks on the islands, but is prepared to strike at the Japanese home islands and set the paper cities of Japan on fire. This is the man who patently stated the Americans were going to bomb Japan. When a reporter noted that the B-17 bombers lacked the range necessary for a round trip between Clark Field in the Philippine Islands and the Japanese capital of Tokyo, George Marshall indicated the airfields at Vladivostok of the Soviet Union would be shared by the friendly Soviet government, already presenting the fact that Franklin Delano Roosevelt was a communist in league with the Soviet Union. There you have that. Damning. MacArthur, of course, was preparing to attack Japan as early as late November of 1941. Japanese aerocraft were seen over northern Luzon in reconnaissance to anticipate, scout out what the Americans were planning, and they saw the Americans forming bomber formations and preparing to attack their islands. In early December, Japanese bomber formations were observed flying within 20 miles of Lingayen Gulf beaches and returning to my native Taiwan, presumably, of course, making trial runs in preparation for a counterattack. As a precaution, orders were given to move the 27th Bombardment Group's B-17 bombers southward to Mindanao, the southernmost island where the largest Japanese city outside of Japan was located, out of range of the Japanese bombers. This move was delayed, however, as the pilots were invited to a big party held in honor of Major General Louis Brereton, an event to be held and what was to become the night before the Japanese attack at the hotel in Manila. That was also MacArthur's residence. When the party ended at 0200 hours Manila time, 2 a.m. in the morning, it was 800 hours, 8 a.m. in the morning at Pearl Harbor, territory of Hawaii, when the first Japanese aircraft dropped their torpedoes. As it was too dark for coordinated offensive operations for the Japanese, the Americans and the Filipinos had precious hours to prepare preemptive airstrikes and strengthen ground defenses. Furthermore, at dawn, an unexpected heavy fog over my native Taiwan would further hamper Japanese air operations. As it would turn out, this opportunity was forfeited. While Brereton did his best in getting his aircraft in the air to prepare for MacArthur's approval to attack the invasion fleet, or basically to bomb Japanese bases in Taiwan, MacArthur never gave that order. By 1100 hours, American aircraft began to land to refuel, and it was not until then, at about 1120 hours, that MacArthur gave his approval to bomb Japan, which Taiwan was a part of. Taiwan was an integral part of Japan at that time, but by then it was too late. At 1235 hours, Japanese Army fighters reached the airfield at Iba on the western coast of Luzon, destroying a flight of P-40 fighters in the process of landing. A short time later, the Del Carmen airfield to the southeast was also attacked, with its outdated P-35A fighters forming little resistance against the more modern Japanese fighters. These attacks would repeat themselves within days, destroying MacArthur's entire air force. On the 10th of December, with air superiority thus achieved, General Masaharu Homa ordered the invasion to set forth. Starting on the 20th of December, the Japanese army landed on Mindanao, the southernmost island, and then Luzon, quickly capturing airfields and other key strategic positions. In Washington, on the 14th of December, Chief of Staff George Marshall, who had not seen the Philippine Islands since he was a first lieutenant in Manila in 1915, summoned Brigadier General Dwight Eisenhower to assess the situation. Eisenhower told Marshall, essentially, to abandon the archipelago for the time being, saying, "General, it will be a long time before major reinforcements can go to the Philippines, longer than the garrison can hold out with any doublet assistance. If the enemy commits major forces to their reduction, our base must be in Australia, and we must start at once to expand it and to secure our communications to it." 3 airstrips at Luzon were taken very quickly, while the Lingayen Gulf region fell on the 22nd of December. Between the 22nd and 28th days in December, an additional 43,110 Japanese troops arrived via the beaches at Lingayen Gulf, despite poor weather and rough seas. As an open city, Manila fell quickly, giving the Japanese Empire the use of the naval bases at Manila Bay. The troops who landed at Mindanao marched towards Davao, the largest Japanese city outside of Japan, which was captured on the 20th day of December. So the Japanese people therein were liberated from their American captivity. The troops who landed at, Mindanao, of course, all of this was pivotal ultimately in the capture of the men who would ultimately be subject to the Bataan Death March. Now, a seaplane base was immediately established by the Japanese at Davao, using the construction provided by the labor support provided by the Japanese colony there. to provide themselves local air superiority, and then the work to establish Davao as the staging point for the next invasions further south began. The Japanese landing force at Mindanao only consisted of 57,000 men, but it had little difficulty fighting American and Filipino forces. Now, on 24th December, 7,000 troops from the Japanese 16th Division landed at Mauban, Atimonan, and Siayan on the shores of Lamon Bay at eastern Luzon Island. The Filipino 1st Regular Division opposed the Lamon Bay landings fiercely and slowed the Japanese advance, but ultimately would not be able to hold the line. So, by the way, of course, I've spoken in the past about how all of this resulted in the Bataan Death March. We certainly don't need to go in any detail into that tonight, perhaps, not the Bataan Death March itself, though I'm certainly not avoiding speaking about quote-unquote Japanese atrocities. But obviously, most of you are, well, you know, we're talking about the invasion of Japan and not necessarily the aftermath. Ultimately, of course, we'll be talking about Bataan at some point in the near future. In the interim, let me see now, get my head together and out of my ass, and let me see if we can find enough time to go into that tonight. I doubt it. In the interim, let's try and get back onto track of thought. Now, while Japanese troops advanced across Luzon, President Manuel Quezon, whom the capital of the Philippines is named after, requested President Roosevelt to grant the Philippine Islands their independence so that he could announce Philippine neutrality. Quezon's February 8th message said that after 9 weeks of fighting, not even a small amount of aid has reached us from your United States. Help and assistance have been sent to other belligerent nations, but seemingly no attempt has been made to transport anything here. The United States has practically doomed our Philippines to almost total extinction to secure your breathing space. Despite the harsh truth told from his Filipino counterpart, Franklin Delano Roosevelt refused the request for independence and neutrality. Partly, Roosevelt turned down the request because he claimed the Japanese would not acknowledge such a late statement of neutrality. However, he did grant MacArthur the permission to surrender Filipino troops, but not Americans. Well, immediately following, capturing key cities, naval bases, and, well, 9 ships with 4,000 troops departed from the main Philippine Islands for Jolo of the Sulu Archipelago on the 22nd of December. Jolo would fall on Christmas Day, December 25th, providing a forward base for the Japanese supporting their attacks on the Isle of Borneo in, well, the Indonesian archipelago. Another seaplane base was also established at Jolo to form local air superiority. It was surprising that with MacArthur predicting the attack to take place, though he thought the attacks would come earlier, in spring, he thought they would come later, actually, in spring of 1942, down to the accurate prediction of the Japanese landing sites, MacArthur was unable to react properly to the Japanese attacks. MacArthur was said to be in shock, unable to give commands to his staff officers. When he finally got himself together, he ordered troops to resist the Japanese at the landing sites, which Lieutenant Harold Johnson, later chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, called a tragic error. Johnson believed that, in hindsight, instead of putting the inexperienced Filipino soldiers at the beaches only to be routed by the Japanese, they could have been transporting food and other supplies to Corregidor, where they would be badly needed later on. Some historians believe that the stockpiling of supplies on Bataan should have been done even earlier, for the retreat to Bataan Peninsula had been in the design of the Rainbow Five war plan all along. There were discrepancies in regards to the orders given to the bombers present in the Philippine Islands. According to Brereton, he requested immediate bombing missions to attack my native Taiwan to discourage further Japanese airstrikes, and blamed Sutherland, MacArthur's chief of staff, for not giving the authorization to do so. According to Sutherland, however, he did authorize those bombers to launch, but it was Brereton himself who delayed the action, as he had little intelligence on my Taiwan and did not know where to strike. Of course, as I've said before, the truth is, many of the bombing raids on Taiwan were met with the sightings of a supernatural being, a woman flying through the air, literally catching their bombs falling from the sky. This, of course, deeply disturbed many American pilots and their crews into a panic, to the point where they were deemed no longer fit for military service. With Japanese forces bearing down on Manila, MacArthur ordered his North Luzon force to fight a delay action campaign, confronting the Japanese advanced troops and slowly retrograding as they destroyed key bridges. The United States 26th Cavalry Regiment, also known as the Philippine Scouts, performed admirably as rear guards. The unit was, for the most part, led by American officers, but manned by Filipino troops. Fighting on horseback, they disrupted Japanese advances by attacking swiftly and surprisingly, and withdrew with speed before the Japanese counterattacked. On January 16th, troops of the Philippine Scouts performed the last cavalry charge in recorded American military history. You don't count those cavalry charges in Afghanistan because those special forces charges were not organized, formal U.S. cavalry. So Troop F, under the command of Lieutenant Ramsey, was given the order to secure the village of Morang. They were surprised to discover that the Japanese were entering the village from the other side when the American Filipino force arrived. Without thinking, Ramsey ordered his troops to charge forward on horseback. The stumping horses and point-blank shooting drove off the larger Japanese force, and the U.S. cavalry held the ground for some time before falling back toward Bataan. Meanwhile, the South Luzon force marched toward the Bataan Peninsula with the goal to unite the two forces together for a standoff at the island of Corregidor. Again and again, these tactics would be repeated. Stand and fight, slip back and dynamite. That's what General Douglas MacArthur would note after the war in his own memoirs, describing the delay action retrograde maneuver performed by the North Luzon force to provide time for South Luzon force to march northward. MacArthur's hard-drinking general, Jonathan Wainwright, performed the maneuvers perfectly, succeeding in delaying the advancing Japanese troops under the command of General Homa. After MacArthur's troops retreated across the Bataan to Corregidor under Washington's orders, he left for Australia on February 22nd of 1942. He mistook Washington's intention, and Washington allowed him to misinterpret the messages that when he reached Australia, he would be greeted by a major American army, and he would be able to lead this army and return to the Philippines right away. There was no army. In fact, Australia did not even have enough defenses to protect itself. Upon our arrival at Australia, he made the following note to journalists, Douglas MacArthur did, and I quote his tea, "The President of the United States ordered me to break through the Japanese lines and proceed from Corregidor to Australia for the purpose, as I understand it, of organizing the American offensive against Japan, a primary object of which is the relief of the Philippines. I came through, and I shall return." Though rather casually noted, "I shall return" became a powerful propaganda slogan, which was the spiritual center of Filipino resistance. Now, MacArthur would recall, "I shall return" was scraped in the sands of the beaches. It was daubed on the walls of the barrios. It was stamped on the mail. It was whispered in the cloisters of the church. It became the battle cry of a great underground swell that no Japanese bayonet could still. You know, it's really a tragedy that MacArthur didn't become President of the United States. He certainly had the verbosity, and it was eloquent enough where you could actually enjoy it. On Bataan, the American soldiers felt they were abandoned by their own government to fight a war on their own, and they would mock, "We are the battling bastards of Bataan. No Papa, no Mama, no Uncle Sam." Nevertheless, they fought valiantly, and as General Douglas MacArthur would relate, again with his poetic verbiage, "They asked no quarter, and they gave none. They were filthy, and they were lousy, and they stank, and I loved them." Well, the U.S. and Filipino troops fought on fiercely, forcing General Homa to pause his offensive on the 8th of February in 1942 and request for additional reinforcements, which was approved 2 days later, and troops of the Japanese 4th Division from Shanghai, China, slowly trickled in. The fresh troops helped the dwindling U.S.-Filipino morale began to have an effect. From mid-March, Japanese artillery and aircraft began to bombard Corregidor. On April 9th, General Edward King of the United States Second Corps surrendered all troops on the Bataan Peninsula, bringing on thereafter the death march of the American and Filipino troops from that conception point. Now, Japanese atrocities started even before all of the Philippine Islands were taken. United States Marine Corps officer Lieutenant Michael Dobrovich, a prisoner of war in the Philippine Islands, remembered his own treatment, and here I'll read from his paragraph. "We drove along through the very congested road." Dobrovich was forced to drive a captured U.S. truck. "We saw the beginning of the looting, bayoneting, face-slapping. It was hard to take. The stragglers were either bayoneted or shot. Americans from general to private had to salute every and any Jap or suffer a blow with a rifle or a slap. I arrived at camp on April 11th, 1942. We had to stand for 16 hours in the terrific heat. I saw several soldiers come back from a working party that were dead. I had 10 of my men die in my presence, coming back from working parties, too sick and beyond recovery. At this particular burial, they piled about 30 bodies into one large pit. Before the covering started, one of the dead bodies began to move. It was a feeble effort to raise its head. The Jap guard ordered this Marine of mine to strike the head with a shovel. He hesitated, and that enraged the guard so that the bayonet was thrust at him, so he was forced to obey. As Lieutenant Dobrovich would go on to put it, words cannot describe the conditions of the camp. Dobrovich's experience was part of the Bataan Death March, that 60-mile march forced upon captured Filipino and American soldiers. 2,330 Americans and somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000 Filipinos died during that march up the peninsula, and thousands more in the camps, such as the one Dobrovich was kept in. Understand, of course, that the Americans can sure dish it out, deal in a lot of genocide, but they sure can't fucking take it. Well, that's what the Japanese were delivering to them, exactly what the Japanese knew that they had delivered unto the Filipinos. So this is what really just gets to me, is like, how is it that, these Americans get to bitch about this shit so much about how the Japanese treated them, and yet the Americans seem to know nothing about how they treated the Filipinos. I think that there really needs, there we are, as Jameson Reese says. Yeah, white America is pussy as fuck. It's like, there you go. What do you fucking expect? It's like karma. Karma's a bitch. These guys really make me sore. It's like they want you to memorialize this shit, saying, of course, how, oh my God, look at how they treated us. Oh, yeah. Oh, and of course, it came to, a lot more than just the fact that the Filipinos had been tormented for years by the Americans, 100 years. He came to, of course, how the Americans were treating the Japanese in their own internment camps, where the Japanese had been evacuated to, quote unquote, deported to internally. So there you have that. This is something that Americans really need to come to grips with, is the fact that, well, a lot of this shit happened to you because you fucking deserve it. And there you go with that. Hopefully that, of course, puts some things into perspective. I've spoken of the Bataan Death March before. As Jameson Reese says, they gotta stop being weak bitches. Yes, there you go. It's one of those things where I've tried my best to put this into perspective for people. All right, okay. Let me try and now get my head out of my ass and continue on with the task at hand. I've gone into some depth about the Japanese Bataan Death March before. I might go on about it again in the near future, but in the meantime, definitely we'll let me see if I can look something up here, like the date of the Bataan Death March, and that will give us a hint as to when I might talk about it next. Okay, that was April 9th of 1942 through April 17th of 1942. So around April, I should be going more into it again. And so that borne in mind, to return to the task at hand, at 10:30 hours, 10:30 a.m. in the morning on May 6th, General Skinny Wainwright surrendered at Corregidor. The last U.S. troops in the Philippine Islands surrendered on Mindanao on May 12th, and organized resistance in the islands would soon wane in popular American awareness, even as it clandestinely continued throughout the war. Now, of course, the next battle was the Battle of Wake Island, the conquest thereof, of which we celebrate today. The loss of Wake Island sent American morale to a new low, even as the Americans propagandized that their morale was bolstered to an incredible high. I'll try and put that into some perspective. The Battle of Wake Island was fought from December 8th through the 23rd of 1941 during the opening days of World War II, which of course lasted from 1937, starting with, of course, the American sabotage of the Sino-Japanese peace treaty that led to the rape of Nanjing. And it was, of course, a tiny atoll in the central Pacific Ocean. Wake Island was annexed by the United States in 1899. Located between Midway and Guam, the island was not permanently settled until 1935, when Pan American Airways built a town and hotel to service their trans-Pacific China Clipper flights, and consisting of 3 small islets, Wake Isle, Peel Isle, and Wilkes Isle. Wake Island was to the north of the Japanese-held Marshall Islands and east of Guam. The Battle of Wake Island pitted a small American force against a large Japanese force. The Japanese attacked the remote Pacific Island outpost just hours after their surprise attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th of 1941, which of course was no surprise at all. 16 days later, Japanese troops stormed ashore and Wake Island's defenders were overwhelmed. American morale plummeted. Now, the United States had taken possession of Wake Island at the commencement of its rampages in imperialism circa 1898, the time of victory over the Spanish Empire, and devoid of human inhabitants or potable water, the place hardly seemed worth the trouble at the time. From the sky, the atoll resembled a broken wishbone, with its 3 misshapen islets named Wake, Wilkes, and Peel. As Japanese-American relations simmered with increasing heat 4 decades later, however, Wake Island's low-flying 2.5 square miles of coral sand and rock acquired enormous strategic significance. As tensions with Japan rose in the late 1930s, the U.S. Navy began efforts to fortify said island. The lingering effects of isolationism kept Congress from allocating the funds necessary to act on the Hepburn Board's vision until the 11th hour. A report filed by the U.S. Navy's Hepburn Board in late 1938 recommended the atoll's conversion into a base for land planes, seaplanes, and submarines as part of the Hawaiian Naval Coastal Frontier, which would screen Pearl Harbor from Japanese attacks emanating from the southwest. So, work on an aerofield and defensive positions began in January of 1941. The following month, as part of Executive Order 8682, the Wake Island Naval Defensive Sea Area was created, which limited maritime traffic around the island to U.S. military vessels and those approved by the Secretary of the Navy. In January of 1941, General Superintendent Nathan D. Dan Teeters and his 76-man pioneer party from Contractors Pacific Naval Air Bases finally landed at Wake Island to start turning the Hepburn Board's recommendations into reality. Within 11 months, 1,146 of these civilian construction workers, called contractors by the Navy, were toiling in almost every corner of the atoll, erecting seaplane facilities and a complex of barracks and other buildings. They also used their heavy excavating and grading equipment to provide Wake with a road network and a triangular aerostrip. As Admiral Husband E. Kimmel, the commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, pored over his maps at Pearl Harbor, he realized that every construction process, every project completed by Teeters' contractors, increased the likelihood of an attack on Wake when hostilities broke out with Japan. So an accompanying Wake Island Naval Airspace Reservation was also established over the atoll. Additionally, 6 5-inch guns, which had previously been mounted on the USS Texas, Battleship 35 or BB-35, and 12 3-inch anti-aircraft guns were shipped to Wake Island to bolster the atoll's defenses. So the Marines prepared. In mid-August of 1941, Kimmel started drawing on his limited resources to provide the atoll with a garrison, and while work progressed, the 400 men of the 1st Marine Defense Battalion arrived on August 19th. The admiral intended to defend Wake with 1,851 U.S. Marines, 760 sailors, 2 fighter squadrons, 1 PBI, or flying boat squadron, half a squadron of dive bombers, and half a squadron of torpedo bombers. Now, Major James Patrick Sinot Devereux arrived on Wake on the 12th of October in 1941 to take charge of the 1st Defense Battalion Marines. As the battalion's executive officer at San Diego and then Pearl Harbor, Devereux ruled the rank and file with an iron rod. His leathernecks, as they called them, detested the very sight of him, and they tagged him with a nasty nickname based on his first 3 initials, James Patrick Sinot, JPS. They called him just plain shit. Now, conscious that Wake would become a combat zone at any moment, Devereux worked his men 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. Unlike the contractors, who possessed the best modern construction equipment, the Marines received only picks and shovels to chip out gun emplacements, command posts, and other emplacements out of Wake's hard coral shell. In addition to cracking the whip over the Wake Island detachment, Devereux supervised the atoll's other military personnel until November 28th, when Commander Winfield Scott Cunningham, a seasoned naval aviator, arrived to assume overall command of the island garrison, newly christened Wake Naval Air Station. These forces joined the 1,221 workers from the Morrison-Knudsen Corporation, which were completing the island's facilities, and the Pan American staff, which included 45 Chamorros, or Micronesians, from Guam. By early December, the aerofield was operational, albeit not complete. By December 4th, 1941, the atoll's American garrison numbered only 524 officers and men, 449 Marines, 69 sailors, and a 6-man radio detachment from the U.S. Army. 389 Marines belonged to the Wake Island Detachment, 1st Defense Battalion. This was only a third of the number needed to properly man the 12 3-inch anti-aircraft guns, 6 5-inch Seacoast guns, 6 searchlights, 18 50 caliber anti-aircraft machine guns, 30 caliber machine guns, 30 caliber guns that Kimmel sent to defend the atoll. The other 62 Leathernecks belonged to Marine Fighting Squadron, or VMF 211, the air wing, which brought 12 Grumman F-4, F-3 Wildcat fighters to operate from Wake's pounded coral runways. Because word of the Pearl Harbor attack was flashed to all U.S. commands, American military personnel and civilian contractors on Wake were ready, but they were not well prepared. The understrength Marine Corps garrison had 6 big guns from the old battleship USS Texas, 12 anti-aircraft guns, but only 1 gun director, and 48 heavy, medium, and light machine guns, but not enough people to man them all. The single runway was long enough, but so narrow that only 1 plane could take off at a time. The island's radar equipment remained at Pearl Harbor and protective revetments. They had not been built to protect aircraft from aerial attack. Though the guns had been in place, only 1 director was available for the anti-aircraft batteries. On December 4th, 12 F-4F Wildcats from VMF, what was that initial for again? Marine Fighting Squadron. And for some reason, the Marine Fighting Squadron had the VMF. I don't know why. But it was VMF 211. They arrived on the island after being carried west by the USS Enterprise, the CV-6, the carrier vessel 6. And so that was on the 4th of December, my mother's birthday eve day, when those dozen F4F Wildcats arrived. Commanded by Major Paul A. Putnam, the squadron was only on Wake Island for 4 days before the war began. Now, fueling of the 12 Marine Wildcat fighters was by hand. There were no revetments. There were no maintenance facilities to speak of. As there was no radar, there were shortages of just about everything, including tools and spare parts. Repairs, like everything else, were left to determination, ingenuity, and skill. Now, 4 of the Wildcats were scrambled immediately, but they failed to see the approach of 36 Japanese bombers from Kwajalein in the Marshall Islands. 44 men were killed, including 34 of the 524 Marines. A huge aviation gasoline supply was lost, and 7 Wildcats were destroyed on the ground. The propeller of another was splintered by debris while taxiing. As for the forces and commanders, comparatively, the United States had Commander Winfield S. Cunningham and Major James P.S., or just plain shit Devereux, 527 men, and a dozen F4F Wildcats. The Japanese Empire had Rear Admiral Sadamichi Kajioka, 2,500 men, 3 light cruisers, 6 destroyers, 2 patrol boats, 2 transports, and 2 carriers, which was on the second landing attempt. And as for the Japanese attack when it began, well, due to the island's strategic location, the Japanese made provisions to attack and seize Wake as part of their opening maneuvers against these United States. On the 8th of December, as Japanese aerocraft were attacking Pearl Harbor, bear in mind, Wake Island is on the other side of the international date line, so their calendar is the same as Japan's. Pearl Harbor Day for them is December 8th. So that's when 36 Mitsubishi G3M medium bombers departed from the Marshall Islands for Iwaki, as the Japanese called it, Iwaki Island. Now, around 6:40 a.m. on December 8th, 1941, the Army radio trailer at Wake's Aerofield received an uncoded emergency message from Pearl Harbor, located to the east of the international date line, where it was Sunday morning, December 7th. And it said, SOS! Island of Oahu! Attacked by Japanese dive bombers! This is the real thing! All uppercases, all military communiques were in those days. So the military always communicated by shouting at each other back in the old days. It's only recently they had to train sailors to write everything in lowercase. Now, alerted to the Pearl Harbor attack at 6:50 a.m. and lacking radar, Cunningham ordered 4 Wildcats to begin patrolling the skies around the island. Flying in poor visibility, the pilots failed to spot those inbound Japanese bombers. And as a flustered field musician bleated out a fractured version of Call to Arms on his bugle, Marine artillerymen and machine gunners boarded trucks and roared off to their battle stations. At 11:58 a.m., 27 Japanese medium bombers that had taken off at dawn from the Marshall Islands burst out of a cloud bank just south of Wake's aerofield at an altitude of 2,000 feet. The atoll's defenders had only seconds to react, but they hesitated momentarily, mistaking the enemy planes for an expected flight of American B-17 bombers from Hawaii. And so, striking the island, the Japanese caught 8 of the VMF-211's Wildcats on the ground and quickly turned 7 of them into flaming wrecks, while also killing or critically injuring half of the squadron's personnel, as well as inflicting damage on the aerofield itself and Pan Am facilities. Among the fatalities were 23 killed, and casualties bore 11 critically injured from the VMF-211, including many of the squadron's mechanics. After the raid, the non-Chamorro Pan American employees were evacuated from Wake Island aboard the Martin 130 Philippine Clipper, which had survived the attack. So a stiff defense was set in motion. Retiring with no losses, the Japanese aerocraft returned the next day. This raid targeted Wake Island's infrastructure and resulted in the destruction of the hospital and Pan American's aviation facilities. Attacking the bombers, VMF-211's 4 remaining fighters succeeded in downing 2 Japanese planes. As the battle raged in the air, Rear Admiral Sadamichi Kajioka departed Roi in the Marshall Islands with a small invasion fleet on December 9th. On the 10th of December, Japanese planes attacked targets in Wilkes and detonated a supply of dynamite, which destroyed the ammunition for the island's guns. Now, mounting plane losses and damage to those that returned to base could not faze the Japanese airmen's perhaps even overconfidence, and they reported that they had neutralized Wake's defenses by December 10th. With apparently perfect timing, Rear Admiral Sadamichi Kajioka appeared off Wake Island's south shore early the following morning with a small flotilla called the Wake Invasion Force, 3 light cruisers, 6 destroyers, 2 transports, 2 patrol boats, and 2 submarines with 450 troops from the Japanese SNLF, or Special Landing Forces. Arriving off Wake Island on December 11th, Kajioka ordered his ships forward to land 450 Special Naval Landing Forces troops. Under the guidance of Devereux, Marine gunners held their fire until the Japanese were within range of Wake Island's 5-inch coastal defense guns. As Kajioka's ships bore down on Wake, Major Devereux realized that he was not only outgunned, but that the 3 cruisers outranged his 6 5-inchers. His only chance was to play possum and draw the enemy into point-blank range so his gunners could not miss. The light cruiser Yubari, Kajioka's flagship, closed at 8,000 yards before going into its firing run, and the rest of the flotilla followed suit. The Marines found not being able to fight back almost unendurable. A corporal manning the field phone switchboard in Devereux's command post heard one 5-inch battery commander vent, "What is the little son of a bitch doing? God damn it, we've been hitting targets at Pearl Harbor at 12,000 yards and the bastards are into 7,000. What the hell is he waiting for?" Despite the maddening stress, Devereux's Marines feared him too much to defy his orders. When the Yubari turned into its 3rd firing run just 4,500 yards offshore, Devereux uttered the following command in a dispassionate voice: "Okay, open fire." Opening fire in short order, his gunners succeeded in sinking the destroyer Hayate and badly damaging Kajioka's flagship, the light cruiser Yubari, and several other ships. Under heavy fire, Kajioka and his subordinates immediately elected to withdraw out of range and raced out of the American ambush, or so they thought. Counterattacking, with only 4 Wildcat fighters left in commission, VMF-211's 4 remaining aerocraft flew 10 sorties against the retreating Japanese, harrying its opponents with strafing machine guns and 100-pound bombs. A lucky hit from one of the latter succeeded in sinking the destroyer Kizaragi when a bomb landed in the ship's depth charge racks, causing the second destroyer to explode and go to the bottom. Captain Henry T. Elrod posthumously received the Medal of Honor for his part in the vessel's destruction. That is, he received his Medal of Honor after he was killed. Later that day, a patrolling Wildcat sank a Japanese submarine that dared to surface 25 miles off the atoll. At a cost of 2 fighters damaged and 5 Marines slightly injured, Wake's defenders had routed the Japanese in America's first tactical victory of the Pacific War. The news electrified a nation reeling from Pearl Harbor and other setbacks. Following the example of newspaper pundits and radio commentators, President Roosevelt himself added his voice to what was then a swelling chorus of triumph, telling millions of his fellow citizens on December 12th that the Wake garrison was doing a perfectly magnificent job. 2 days later, as Japanese ships shelled the island, Marine air and land attacks sank 2 destroyers and damaged 2 more. As I had said, a pair of Wildcats shot down 2 Japanese bombers and damaged 11 others. The attacks and rough water stymied a first Japanese attempt to land troops. That's kind of like a, shall we say, a summary of the battle. It's what you would call an order of battle summary. The Japanese commanders, facing a tougher fight than they had anticipated, took a step back. They added 2 destroyers to replace those that were lost, as well as 2 heavy cruisers, and increased the number of troops in the invasion force. That's when the calls for help came out. So stymied in his attempts to take the island, Kagioka remained nearby and directed additional arrow raids against the defenses. While the Japanese regrouped, Cunningham and Devereux called for aid from Hawaii. As the battle for the island raged, so did bloodless battles within the upper reaches of both the Japanese and American naval hierarchies. On the Japanese side, Admiral Chuichi Naguma, who had struck Pearl Harbor, had been ordered to strike Midway Island on his way back to Japan. But he ignored the order, enraging his superior, Admiral Matomi Ugaki. When Naguma was then ordered to support Japan's attack on Wake, he offered only part of his force, the carriers Soryu and Hiryu. Once reinforced by additional ships, including the aerocraft carriers Soryu and Hiryu, which were diverted south from the retiring Pearl Harbor attack force, Kagioka planned his next maneuver. On the American side, Vice Admiral William S. Pye, surname spelled P-Y-E, like Life of Pi, the acting commander-in-chief of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, was the temporary replacement for Admiral Husband Kimmel, who had been fired 10 days after the Pearl Harbor attack as commander of the U.S. Fleet and Pacific Fleet. Pye was holding the seat of Admiral Chester Nimitz, who would arrive in Hawaii from Washington during the last week of December. If the Japanese attacked Wake, Kimmel had planned to oppose it with the Saratoga, Lexington, and Enterprise aerocraft carrier groups. But now that the attack had happened, plans were being reconsidered and the carriers faced delays and uncertainties. Saratoga, for instance, had been slowed by weather on its way to Pearl Harbor from San Diego. After leaving Pearl, the group slowed again to keep pace with its big oiler, which refueled destroyers. The plan was to allow the Lexington group to catch up. Still, the decision to stick with the oiler has been criticized. There were still other variables. Lexington was first ordered to attack the Marshall Islands and divert Japanese attention from an approach to Wake by Saratoga. But Lexington's order was canceled. There was mutinous talk among officers on the bridge, but Lexington complied. Admiral Pye was taking a cautious approach. He listened to several points of view. One was for an immediate attack. Captain William S. McMorris, USN, United States Navy, Chief of War Planning for the Commander-in-Chief Pacific, favored this approach, saying, "We are in great need of a victory." And so Admiral Pye directed Rear Admirals Frank J. Fletcher and Wilson Brown to take a relief force to Wake Island. Centered on the carrier USS Saratoga, the CV-3, or the third carrier vessel in the U.S. fleet, Fletcher's force carried additional troops and aerocraft for the beleaguered garrison. On December 20th, with only 2 Wildcats left capable of flight, the defenders were in dire straits. On December 21st, Japanese carrier-based dive bombers attacked. They attacked again on December 22nd. A Marine Wildcat shot down 2, but was itself shot down. The crash landing of another Wildcat had left Wake with no aero defense. That pilot of that plane would die fighting on the ground. By then, another view was presented that Wake would be a liability to American bases in the Pacific if carriers were lost defending it, and that it would be better to abandon the island completely. Rear Admiral Milo S. Dramel, Admiral Pye's temporary chief of staff, supported this view, saying, "The general situation demands caution, extreme caution." So while Americans rejoiced, Admiral Pye reluctantly agreed with this idea, and on December 22nd, that very same day, VMF-211 lost 2 aerocraft and Wake was left aero-defenseless. He ordered the carriers to return to Pearl Harbor. Moving as slowly as it was, because of the fucking tanker, the relief force was recalled by Pye after he learned that 2 Japanese carriers were operating in the area. And he was afraid the Japanese carriers would sink his American carriers. So back at Wake, Japanese attacks now continued unopposed in the sky. On December 23rd, with the carrier providing aero cover, Kajioka again moved forward. Medium bombers from Kwajalein Island struck nearly every day, and patrol bombers struck at dusk. Some 300 Japanese bombing sorties were ultimately logged. Following preliminary bombardment, the Japanese landed on the island itself. Meanwhile, the second Japanese invasion force was approaching. The Imperial Japanese Navy had reinforced the Wake Island invasion force with 4 heavy cruisers, 2 more destroyers, 2 mine layers, 1 seaplane tender, and 2 veterans of Pearl Harbor, those aircraft carriers Soryu and Hiryu. Kajioka's landing force also received nearly 1,600 additional Special Naval Landing Force troops to ensure Wake's fall. If they were not enough to do the job, the admiral resolved to run 6 destroyers aground and commit their crews armed with rifles to the ground fighting. And while the Soryu and Hiryu's air groups shot down VMF 211's remaining 2 fighters on December 22nd, Admiral Kajioka refused to square off against Devereux's 5-inchers in another gunnery duel. So, dispensing with the formality of any preparatory barrage, Kajioka flung the 900 Special Naval Landing Force troops in his first wave against Wake's south shore in the pre-dawn darkness of December 23rd. Though Patrol Boat number 32 and Patrol Boat number 33 were lost in the fighting, by dawn, over 1,000 men had come ashore. At 2:35 a.m. on December 23rd, some 1,500 Japanese Marines began landing. Commander Winfield Scott Cunningham of the U.S. Navy, commander of the Wake Island garrison, sent a single terse message home. Enemy on island, issue in doubt. So in the final hours, pushed out of the southern arm of the island, American forces mounted a tenacious defense, despite being outnumbered 2-1. The Marine Corps indoctrinated its members to believe that they were riflemen first. As the SNLF men landed at various points, the Japanese Marines, Devereux's leathernecks left their gun pits to meet the invaders as infantry. The grounded pilots of VMF 211 and their surviving ground personnel did likewise. During more than 11 hours of close combat, the Marines, assisted by several dozen sailors and civilian contractors, inflicted heavy losses on the Japanese. At one point, they wiped out a beachhead containing nearly 100 Special Naval Landing Force troops. Elsewhere, they delivered an effective counterattack against other Japanese by trying to overrun the airfield, forcing back the enemy over 900 yards. Unfortunately, Commander Cunningham had received notification of the recall of the American relief expedition that had been dispatched by the Pacific Fleet, and with communications disrupted by the Japanese Marines cutting American field phone lines, Major Devereux assumed that most of his strong points on Wake's south shore had been overrun. Cunningham reluctantly issued orders to surrender, and Devereux bravely headed towards the sounds of the fighting to make sure they were obeyed. Fighting through the morning, Cunningham and Devereux were forced to surrender the island that afternoon. By mid-afternoon, the defenders were crushed. During their 15-day defense, the garrison at Wake Island sank 4 Japanese warships and severely damaged a 5th. In addition, as many as 21 Japanese aircraft were downed, along with a total of around 820 killed and approximately 300 injured. American losses numbered 12 aircraft, 119 killed, and half a hundred wounded. In the aftermath of those who surrendered, 368 were Marines, 60 U.S. Navy personnel, 60 sailors, that is, 5 U.S. Army men, 5 soldiers, and 1,104 civilian contractors. As the Japanese occupied Wake, the majority of the prisoners were transported from the island, though 98 were kept as forced laborers. While American forces never attempted to recapture the island throughout the war, a submarine blockade was imposed, which supposedly starved the defenders. On October 5th of 1943, aircraft from the USS Yorktown, CV or carrier vessel 10, struck the island, and fearing an imminent invasion, the garrison commander, Rear Admiral Shigematsu Sakabara, ordered the execution of the remaining prisoners. This was carried out on the northern end of the island on October 7th, though one prisoner escaped and carved 98 U.S. PW 51043. That's the date and his number as a prisoner, his serial number, on a large rock near the killed POW's mass grave. That, of course, also indicated the number of U.S. prisoners of war that were killed there, really. 98 U.S. prisoners of war dead on that date. 510 meaning October 5th, 1943, or May. I guess the Americans do the month first and then the date, so it'd have to be May 10th, 1943. Well, that prisoner who did that was subsequently recaptured and personally executed by Sakabara, who, of course, beheaded him with a samurai sword. The Japanese Navy sacrificed 2 destroyers, 1 submarine, 21 aircraft, and about 1,000 lives to conquer Wake Island. And much to Japan's consternation, fewer than 100 Americans died during that 16-day siege, including just 46 Marines and 3 sailors. The American news media would not know those details until the return of peace, or rather, the cessation of prosecution of proactive hostilities. Yet when the public learned on Christmas Eve of 1941 of Wake Island's fall, and as I said, it brought morale to a new low, it has been completely revisioned that Americans reacted joyously, that rather than mourn the atoll's defenders, Americans feted them as heroes, characterizing their stand against superior odds as a modern-day Alamo, and proof that their country's sons possessed sufficient courage to crush Japan as soon as the Republic could mobilize its numbers and economic power. So Wake Isle was certainly propagandized to become a potent American rallying point, but this was like after the war was over for future conflicts. It inspired Paramount Pictures to produce the first feature film of the war that showed American fighting men in combat, which was released in late August of 1942. So Wake Island would boost both Marine recruiting and war bond sales at around that point, I guess, is what I should say. It was early enough in the war, I suppose. So in a letter that was dated March 10th of 1942, Commandant Holcomb summed up what the Wake saga meant to Americans who weathered World War II. He said, "Wake Island began the war magnificently for the Marine Corps, and America found that the old soldierly virtues are still embodied in its fighting men. Out of such actions as this, a people's strength and ultimate victory must come. America remembers Wake Island and is proud. The enemy remembers Wake Island and is uneasy." So the island was basically on cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities, reoccupied by American forces on September 4th of 1945. Their blockade to stop out the Japanese obviously had not worked. If you ever see the exchange ceremony of the Japanese lowering the Japanese flag to be replaced by the American flag in the exchange ceremony of the island, you'll notice the Japanese are perfectly uniformed and spotless and looking quite well fed. So this took place shortly after cessation of proactive hostilities prosecution. However, of course, Hirohito, in his bid to satisfy the American bloodlust, allowed Sakabara to be convicted of war crimes for his actions on Wake Island. He was hanged on June 18th of 1947. And, of course, this was what the officer class of Japan had committed itself for. They were more than willing to sacrifice their own lives for the greater good of the Japanese Empire. And, of course, this helped to satiate the American bloodlust and carry on with the Americans providing their efforts in reconstruction of Japan, which the Americans had to supply the labor to clean up Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and absorb all the radiation. Japanese officers, a few of them, were willing to give their lives to make certain that went smoothly for the greater good of the Japanese population. And as history moved on, Andrew Carnegie's efforts were not put to waste. He may not have witnessed it, but the United States was forced to grant the Filipinos their independence in 1946, while the Second World War was still legally on, because the Japanese had given them their independence, and the Filipinos were not going to give it back to the Americans. And since 1958, the locals of Balangiga had been asking for the bells of their church, which had signaled the attack on the Americans, to be returned. In the 1990s, the Philippine government formally asked Washington to return the bells to the Balanginga people. These artifacts should not be treated as trophies for the atrocities committed by the United States. And yet, American veterans and lawmakers expressed strong disapproval about such a proposition. It was only in 2018 when the Filipino dictator, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, demanded Washington that the bells be returned to Balangiga and their rightful owners. It was on December 11th of 2018, after 117 years, that the Balangiga bells were finally brought home. These bells stand in mute testament to the Holocaust of the Filipinos in their land, their own land, which, had it not been for the Japanese invasion, the Americans would have fully finished their job eventually, eradicating not all Filipino lives, if not all Filipino lives, certainly their culture. The Balangiga was only one of the towns that the American troops burned in the Philippines. At the end of the Philippine-American War, there were over 250,000, 300,000 Filipino casualties in the northern islands of Catholic Philippines, the Catholic north of the archipelago, the southern half being Muslim. The Filipinos lost and surrendered to the Americans, and the Philippines became the United States' Commonwealth. However, the country was completely ruled by U.S. military forces alone. The Americans, perpetrators of the Filipino Holocaust, completely revisioned the narrative of the Balangiga massacre. They've revised the history, blazoning their gallantry, focusing on their 48 fallen heroes who fought against savage native insurgency. How can you have a fucking insurgency when it's your own fucking country? But they have downplayed the atrocities of their troops in slaughtering 50,000 Filipinos, civilians that were not even at par against their high-caliber rifles in that town alone. The United States aggrandizes itself to be built upon the rock of democracy, but when it seized and oppressed the Filipinos for 100 years, until the Japanese liberated the Tagalog people, and gave them the confidence to demand their independence that was granted to them in the middle of the Second World War, which would not be over until half a decade after they were granted independence, the Americans showed absolute hypocrisy in their paragons of so-called liberty. Talk about your Liberty Bells. The Americans were cracked in taking those of the Filipinos trying to liberate themselves, taking them to places like South Korea to be put on display. And I don't believe the bell, the third bell in South Korea, has ever been returned. President Trump's justification of his foreign policy often drew on bizarre theories and bad history. One of the worst instances was his claim that the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan because of terrorism. This is wrong, but it raises the question of why Moscow did invade. Now, this is important because, as I said, we're entering the 48th anniversary of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, which had so much to do with the ultimate American invasion, and Biden's withdrawal, and what's going on with the Democrats today, bringing us back to the Trump-Russian connection, or the Russian-Trump connection. Well, to quote as Trump, the reason Russia was in Afghanistan was because terrorists were going into Russia. You know, that's like saying Filipinos were going into, Philippines. They were right to be there. What Trump is saying, the Russians were right to be in Afghanistan. The problem is it was a tough fight. And literally, they went bankrupt. They went into being called Russia again, as opposed to the Soviet Union. Well, the public outcry was immediate and animated in response to Trump's ramblings, or should we say ravings. In an editorial, I remember, titled Trump's Cracked Afghan History. Trump's Cracked Afghan History. The Wall Street Journal responded, caustically enough, right to be there? We cannot recall a more absurd misstatement of history by an American president. The Soviet invasion of Afghanistan was a defining event in the Cold War, making clear to all serious people the reality of the Communist Kremlin's threat. Well, Soviet archives and other evidence indicate that the Soviet leaders were primarily motivated not by terrorism, but by balance of power politics, particularly concerns about growing U.S. influence in Afghanistan. They were afraid Kabul would enter the Western Hemisphere of influence. In addition, the Soviets withdrew military forces primarily for domestic political reasons, not because they were bankrupt. Nor did the Soviet Union collapse because of the war in Afghanistan. When history helps guide policy, it's important to get that history right. Now, to understand Soviet concerns about Afghanistan, it is helpful to go back to 1973, 6 years before the Soviet invasion. On July 16th of that year, Mohammed Daoud Khan overthrew King Zahir Shah, who had ruled the country since 1933, coming into power or assuming control of his dynasty at the same time that my father entered power in Germany. Adolf Hitler and Franklin Delano Roosevelt assumed dictatorship of the United States. So when the king was overthrown by Mohammed Khan, it was in a coup d'etat. And Moscow, which had been providing military aid to Afghanistan since at least 1955, grew increasingly alarmed about instability in Afghanistan. And in April of 1978, Daoud was assassinated during a counter-coup d'etat led by Nur Mohammad Taraki, further increasing Soviet fears about their southern flank. The next year, it was Washington's turn to become alarmed after its ambassador to Afghanistan, Adolf Dubs, was kidnapped by armed extremists posing as police. When Afghan security forces attempted to rescue him, Dubs was shot and killed. President Jimmy Carter's national security advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, blamed the incident on either Soviet ineptitude or outright collusion. Afghanistan headed toward the abyss. Demonstrations erupted in cities like Herat, and as one top-secret Soviet assessment concluded, key parts of the Afghan army eventually collapsed. In June of 1979, there was yet another coup d'etat, as Taraki was replaced by Hafizullah Amin. This was the last straw for Moscow. As the Soviet archives indicate, Moscow's leaders believed that Amin was growing too close to Washington. A top-secret report to Soviet leader Leonid Brezhnev warned, "It is known, in particular, that representatives of the USA, on the basis of their contacts with the Afghans, are coming to a conclusion about the possibility of a change in the political line of Afghanistan in a direction which is pleasing to Washington." The KGB came to similar conclusions and assessed that Amin would likely turn to Washington for aid. This is the same shit Vladimir Putin is saying about the Ukraine, that we got to invade before they go west. And, well, you see how it turned out in Afghanistan. So on December 8th, Pearl Harbor Day in Japan, 1979, Brezhnev hosted a meeting with several trusted Politburo members, including the ideologist Mikhail Suslov, the KGB head Yuri Andropov, who would later become the dictator of the Soviet Union himself, Defense Minister Dmitry Ustinov, and Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko. Andropov and Ustinov argued that Washington was trying to expand its influence in Afghanistan, just as Putin argues they're trying to do so in Ukraine. The group tentatively agreed to direct the KGB to remove Amin and replace him with the Babrak Karmal. By the way, again, this was held on December 8th, 1979, the same day, not only as Pearl Harbor Day in Japan, but the same day that Vladimir Putin recently held a virtual discussion with President Joseph Biden. They also deliberated about sending troops into Afghanistan. On December 12th, Brezhnev, Suslov, Andropov, Ustinov, and Gromyko met again. The group assessed that the deteriorating situation in Afghanistan threatened the security of the Soviet Union's southern borders, which the United States and other countries could take advantage of by aiding the Afghan regime. In addition, Afghanistan could become a future U.S. forward operating base situated in the Soviet Union's own soft underbelly in Central Asia. On Christmas Eve of 1979, elite Soviet forces began flying into Kabul airport and the military airbase at Bagram. The 357th and 66th Motorized Rifle Divisions of the Soviet Army invaded Afghanistan from Turkmenistan and began advancing south along the main highway. The 360th and 201st Motorized Rifle Divisions crossed the Amu Darya River from Uzbekistan. The Soviet invasion created an immediate general global uproar. In response, over 6 countries, including these United States, boycotted the 1980 Summer Olympics, which were held in Moscow. And we've got the Olympics coming up, held in Beijing, which many countries are boycotting via diplomats. No diplomats will be present. Only the sports people will go. Like, fuck me gently with the chainsaw. Now, to argue, as we say, let's just try and put this into some perspective, as Trump didn't see it right. The Soviet invasion obviously increased already high tensions between Washington and Moscow at that time. Terrorism had nothing to do with any of this. While Soviet leaders were concerned about religious fanatics that were involved in Afghan protests, the Soviets were overwhelmingly concerned about American power and influence in region. To argue that the Soviets were right to be there, as President Trump remarked, is either to misunderstand Cold War history or, even worse, to legitimize Brezhnev's cold-blooded anti-American strategic rationale for invading Afghanistan. In response to the Soviet invasion, the United States conducted one of its most successful covert action programs during the Cold War. Now, U.S. aid to the Afghan Mujahideen began at a relatively low level under James Earl Carter, or Jimmy Carter, the peanut farmer, but then increased as the prospect of a Soviet defeat appeared more likely. The CIA provided about $60 million per year to the Afghan Mujahideen between 1981 and 1983, which was matched by assistance from the Saudi government, the royals of Saudi Arabia. And beginning in 1985, the United States increased its support to the Afghans to $250 million per year, thanks to an American congressman named Charlie Wilson, CIA Director William Casey, and growing support from within these United States. As Peter Moon said, Charlie's War, or Wilson's War, or the War of Charlie Wilson. He said they were like promoting that in a loop on various cable channels he was previewing. This shift culminated in National Security Directive 166, which was signed by President Ronald Reagan and set a clear American objective in Afghanistan, which was push the Soviets out. The CIA provided cash, weapons, technical advice on weapons and explosives, intelligence, and technology like wireless interception equipment, all of which would come back to bite them in the ass when these same motherfuckers would turn it all against America. However, by the mid-1980s, Soviet leaders had had enough. The historical evidence proves that Moscow's decision to withdraw its forces came over half a decade before the collapse of the Soviet Union and centered on domestic concerns. While early Soviet assessments of the war in Afghanistan were hopeful, they eventually turned gloomy. At a Politburo meeting in October 17th of 1985, Gorbachev read letters from Soviet citizens expressing growing dissatisfaction with the war in Afghanistan, including mothers' grief over the dead and the crippled and heart-wrenching descriptions of funerals. For Gorbachev, the Soviet withdrawal was primarily about domestic politics. The downsides, including in blood, were too high and now outweighed any geostrategic benefits. Over the course of the war, nearly 15,000 Soviet soldiers were killed and another 35,000 injured. On April 14th of 1988, the Soviets signed the Geneva Accords, which were designed to promote good neighborliness and cooperation, as well as to strengthen international peace and security in the region. As part of the Accords, the Soviets promised to withdraw their forces from Afghanistan. On February 15th, the Ides of February 1989, the last Red Army units crossed the Termezh Bridge into the Soviet Union, ending what Gorbachev had referred to as a bleeding wound. Almost 2 years later, in December of 1991, the Soviet Union itself collapsed, and the hammer and sickle flag was lowered for the last time over the Kremlin. The Soviet Union crumbled because of a complex set of reasons that included political and ideological factors, including years of relentless suppression of political opposition, followed by Gorbachev's policies of glasnost, or openness, and perestroika, or restructuring, trying to convert pyramids into Grecian columns. An architectural impossibility. The economic equivalent was trying to turn the Soviet economy into a free market. Economic challenges, of course, from a state-run economy broke the Soviet Union. Military factors, including the country's exorbitant defense spending, and social factors like endemic corruption and the desire of ethnic communities in Central Asia, the Caucasus, the Western republics, and the Baltics to all become independent. The war in Afghanistan was not a primary cause of the Soviet collapse, though it was an example of Moscow's military overreach. Nor will the United States suffer a similar fate today because of its involvement in Afghanistan. It is foolish to compare the two empires on that basis. As the United States weighed the costs and benefits of withdrawing from Afghanistan, it was important to examine the Soviet experience, including the many differences. The United States went into Afghanistan in 2001 following the terrorist attacks on September 11th, 2001. At the time, Al-Qaeda was headquartered in Afghanistan with the aid of the Taliban, with Mullah Omar of the Taliban and Osama bin Laden of Al-Qaeda marrying each other's daughters to cement their alliance, just as Oliver Stone wants to cement his alliance with Vladimir Putin by effectively pimping out his daughter to God knows what. If she's not marrying Vladimir Putin, what the fuck is he doing with her? Making her his goddaughter super sleazy, as Jameson Reese says. Now, there was substantial global support for the American campaign in Afghanistan, and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization invoked Article 5 of the Washington Treaty. Today, terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State operate in Afghanistan. rendering the complete American withdrawal not simply risky but catastrophic without viable political settlement or the further weakening of terrorist and insurgent groups that is no longer possible. The Soviet Union, on the other hand, invaded Afghanistan because of inflated concerns about American meddling. As Graham Fuller, the CIA's chief of station in the late 1970s, told the press, I would have been thrilled to have those kinds of contacts with Amin, but they didn't exist. The Soviets only thought that he and I were sleeping in bed together. We didn't even know each other's names. The Soviet Union's 1979 invasion was roundly condemned by world leaders. Instead of countering American influence in region, the Soviet invasion had the opposite effect. It prompted, provoked, necessitated an increase in American involvement. As Soviet leaders realized by the mid-1980s, a Soviet withdrawal from Afghanistan would likely trigger an American withdrawal from the region, which it did, leaving Afghanistan the abyss in which the bilge water of which was spawned the attacks of 9/11. In addition, the war in Afghanistan did not cause the collapse of the Soviet Union. Instead, Moscow's ideology and system failed, as President Reagan predicted nearly a decade before the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Democracy would leave Marxism-Leninism on the ash heap of history. It did. If President Trump was attempting to draw parallels between the Soviets going bankrupt because of Afghanistan and the American experience today, it is a misplaced analogy. The Soviets did not go bankrupt because of Afghanistan, nor will the United States today. As the firestorm following President Trump's remarks should remind us, getting history right is imperative, but getting history wrong is dangerous and ultimately counterproductive if the United States wants to make informed policy decisions. Understand that the United States left Afghanistan to prepare for a war it will probably never fight. When the United States prepared to withdraw from Afghanistan during the last days of the Trump administration and the first days of Biden's presidency, the urgency of refocusing on great power competition was offered as a leading justification. Mark Esper, Trump's last confirmed Secretary of Defense, praised troop reductions as helping free up time, money, and manpower, while Biden's Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, later declared, "We have other very important items on our agenda, including the relationship with China, including dealing with everything from climate change to COVID. And that's where we have to refocus our energy and resources." By the late 2010s, the counterterrorism interests that had justified wars in Afghanistan and Iraq had, without question, sunk on America's list of national security priorities. The new Cold War, with Communist China, as some have called it, now reigns supreme. The logic on Afghanistan was linear. Withdrawal from Afghanistan frees up resources, including money and troops, which can be reappropriated to the Pacific theater of cold conflict to help deter Communist Chinese aggression. Linear logic was also completely flawed. The thought process assumes that Red China, or Russia, or Iran intends to fight these United States and its allies in combat, on a battlefield or at sea, heavyweight military, head-to-head against heavyweight military, and that deployments to Afghanistan and the Indo-Pacific are therefore zero-sum, all or nothing. But the past proves America's adversaries do not intend to fight conventional wars. Instead, the future of warfare is irregular, set to be fought on political, covert, psychological, and digital battlefields. And America is critically underprepared, as the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan so starkly proved. The United States has often been criticized for strategic mistakes in Afghanistan, but the latest American foreign policy debacle was more accurately down to failures of grand strategy. Notably, the notion that Afghanistan and other so derided forever wars represent a lost or wasted cause. No, the United States will not win the war on terror. It will never win a war on terror, because terrorism is a tactic, a means to an end, not the end in and of itself. But the discussion should long ago have shifted from winning and losing to managing and accepting such a conflict and commitment as the price of empire. America was not winning in Afghanistan, but it sure as hell wasn't fucking losing. So, should the United States have even left Afghanistan? No! That being said, the decision to depart Afghanistan and the ignominious manner in which it played out have been widely panned by national security experts and politicians. Casualties had plummeted, which, as Richard has pointed out, coincided with an Obama-era decision to end combat operations, not with Trump's signing of any fucking peace deal. The initial mission, which was being completed successfully, the United States having went in to prevent another 9/11, and its presence there contributing to the successful effort to keep the homeland safe from terrorist threats from Afghanistan, had proved a resounding success. No attack ever sourced out of Afghanistan ever again. And as a bonus, many Afghan people were enjoying a greater degree of freedom and human rights, albeit they had enjoyed infinitely more under the Soviet Union, but another time with that. Much of the U.S. national security policy today is driven by ensuring sufficient resources for an allegedly coming conflict with communist China, projected to be over my Taiwan or in the South China Sea. But even if America does end up in a conventional war, Afghanistan was beneficial preparation. That war provided an arena in which to train and conduct real joint operations between our services and with our NATO allies in the field, under combat conditions. Communist Chinese leaders have publicly discussed their fear of so-called peace disease, the fact that Red China rarely fights wars, and that its soldiers almost uniformly have no real military experience. That is not the case for these United States, and continued engagement for America's most elite soldiers ensured readiness and fitness should a more serious conflict break out. Presence in Afghanistan also provided forward basing through installations like Bagram Air Base. And Afghanistan sits in a strategically important location. America's three leading adversaries blanket Afghanistan from the west, in Iran, the north, through former Soviet republics still heavily influenced by the Kremlin, and the northeast, where the Communist Chinese Empire holds a short border. But more importantly, it provided an arena for these United States to practice the kind of irregular warfare that leading national security scholar Seth G. Jones argues in his latest book entitled Three Dangerous Men, subtitled Russia, China, Iran, and the Rise of Irregular Warfare, is likely to define the next generation of competition. In its 20-year Afghan quagmire, the U.S. military repeatedly failed to adapt its enormous capabilities to so-called low-intensity conflict. In so doing, it reinforced a crucial message from Vietnam. Technological superiority and conventional military power do not always win the day, and the United States is vulnerable to non-state actors, particularly when domestic energy and morale wane. Refusal to heed that lesson in Afghanistan and willingness to walk away in defeat has therefore again highlighted an effective path forward for American adversaries seeking to undermine American influence, inflaming third world insurgencies which seek to force Western armies into long-term engagements which they do not seem able to win. The United States should not be surprised to see adversaries return to that playbook repeatedly. Then, of course, they might be just too fucking stupid to see the advantage. Regardless, the withdrawal was fundamentally about realigning our military for a conventional confrontation with the Communist Chinese Empire. But, as the aforementioned Jones observed, Chinese military strategy generally aims to avoid a conventional war. China's goal is to weaken and surpass these United States without fighting. Now, withdrawal from Afghanistan to prepare for war with Red China, then, is further evidence of the American military's bias towards fighting the war it wants, not the war it likely faces. As one U.S. Army officer wrote after the withdrawal, "If America takes nothing else from its experience here, it should adopt a more realistic outlook on the limits of its massive conventional military in small, irregular wars." Of course, we are obligated to ponder Afghanistan's future. Afghanistan now has already sunk back into terrorist sanctuary, with the Taliban providing safe haven for al-Qaeda and affiliated networks. But, as has generally been the case in Afghanistan, its future will be determined in large part by the desires of the next state to intervene. China, Russia, and Iran will all likely see important reasons to engage in Afghanistan, if nothing else, for defensive purposes. And when they do, it will be more than likely be through irregular means. Not tanks and battalions, but information and psychological warfare, intelligence units and covert action, special operations and economic coercion. Some, including the aforementioned Jones, have argued that leaving Afghanistan, the Afghan quagmire, for revanchist Russia or Red China to clean up, now bogs down those countries. But Red China in particular has shown an adeptness at dealing with unsavory actors and situations. Its leaders' willingness to work with the Taliban, a long-standing challenge for these United States, given that terrorist group's alliance with al-Qaeda, will help dampen any costs of their engagement in the country. The Communist Chinese will also likely aim to infuse Afghanistan with economic investments as part of its Belt and Road Initiative, buying loyalty that it hopes will help allay its counterterrorism concerns. As one analysis reads, in Beijing's view, if China can rebuild and stabilize Afghanistan, the Red China model would be proved superior, and consequently, Communist China would be proved superior to the United States as a global leader. Well, revisionist Russia, too, has laid the groundwork for collaborating with the Taliban in Afghanistan, at one point even offering bounties to the Taliban for killing American troops. Moscow has hosted Taliban delegations for peace talks for several years. Russia, of course, sees risks in engaging in Afghanistan. How could it not, given the Soviet Union's own fatal mission there? But those risks will be outweighed by the blow to American credibility and global standing, as Anna Borshchevskaya, a senior fellow at the Washington Institute focusing on Russia's policy toward the Middle East, has written. And to quote Anna Borshchevskaya, as desperate Afghans cling to the sides of American airplanes leaving Kabul while Biden told the American public he does not regret his decision, Moscow's, like Beijing's, clout can simply grow by default. as Afghan bodies fall from the sky. For Iran, perhaps the adversary with the most immediate stake in Afghanistan and a sizable Farsi-speaking Irano-ethnic population of Persians in the city of Herat, U.S. withdrawal represents an enormous propaganda boon. More evidence that the great Satan America cannot survive in region and ultimately must leave altogether. Afghanistan will now join the long list of Middle Eastern and Asian nation states, rogue states, already including Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, where Iran supports and empowers proxy actors in a bid to expand its regional influence into empire. Now, each state does have serious national security interests in Afghanistan, chief among them counterterrorism, where each side will likely accept relations with the Taliban, rogue terrorist networks like the Islamic State in Afghanistan or ISIS-K, will be uniformly rejected and pursued. Russia and China both have Muslim enclaves in their own countries, which in both countries have sparked jihadist uprisings against their criminal regimes. Moscow and Beijing will both carefully watch any safe havens that emerge in Afghan land to ensure Afghanistan does not become a destination for jihadi from the Caucasus or the largely Uyghur Xinjiang province in northwest China, properly East Turkestan. Iran, meanwhile, has long warily watched the emergence of Sunni jihadism across its border with Afghanistan. The two nations almost went to war in the late 1990s over a Taliban attack. Its marriage of convenience with several senior leaders of al-Qaeda throughout the years suggests it will also make peace with the Taliban in exchange for their avoiding Iran in any international terrorist campaigns. The main drawback to Jones's argument over the coming predominance of irregular warfare is the classic chicken or the egg question. Which comes first? If the United States did focus on unconventional warfare, might that embolden China, Russia, and Iran to in fact pursue the far more threatening conventional military measures? And will those countries really press forward with their irregular strategies now that the United States is seemingly committing fully to rebuilding its conventional powers? The Afghanistan withdrawal might pose the ultimate test. Should American adversaries embrace America's withdrawal and seek to press their own advantages in this critical strategic arena, Jones will be proven right. Afghanistan will become the latest battlefield in their increasingly successful irregular warfare campaigns against these United States. However, should they withdraw inward, nervously fencing with the Taliban while focusing on building their own conventional forces to respond to America's latest maneuvers, he will not. Instead, it will be me who will be proven right. And everyone will be forced onto the conventional field of battle by the pressures of the world situation, the convergence of plague and economics, forcing us to settle these issues in the most immediate sense by whatever brute force we can mobilize and muster. Regardless, there be flaws in U.S. national security strategy. In certain respects, American adversaries' constant activity has highlighted their own priorities. Russia seeks to undermine American democracy, believing that disharmony in America's heartland damages Washington's foreign policy credibility. The Communist Chinese Empire unleashes waves of propaganda to defend its conduct in the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic, seeking to maintain its own credibility and competency on the international stage. And Iran spends inordinate amounts of funding, inordinate amounts of energy and monetary funding proxy groups around the region, seeking to maximize its influence all around Southwest Asia and the South Asian Indian subcontinent, the Middle East and India. carving out for itself an Indian Oceanic empire and Gulf states hegemony. They all share a desire to undermine America, or rather our empire, without direct military confrontation, which may even lead to collaboration in post-American Afghanistan. The United States, then, by insisting on continuing to build up its conventional military capabilities, misses the point. It must be willing to fight the enemy where the enemy wishes to fight us. And as Joan argues in his book, from which I read the following sentence, while conventional warfare, clashes between large military forces, defined 20th century power, irregular warfare will increasingly define international politics in the coming decades. This may include Cold War-style irregular proxy wars, where both sides fight kinetic wars through third parties in third countries. The main counter-argument is whether America needs to actively fight at all in order to better prepare for either irregular or conventional combat, or if it can build its capabilities from afar. But such a mindset would inevitably lead America to step away from its engagements around the world, opening thereby vacuums for adversaries to fill and expand influence, and leaving the American empire without forward basing for responding to national security emergencies. The most critical flaw in America's current strategy, however, is its insistence that great power competition and counterterrorism are mutually exclusive. They are not. Many of the same irregular warfare initiatives that helped these United States defeat the Soviet Union in the Cold War, and that should now be deployed against communist China and revisionist Russia, also carry counterterrorism benefits. Public diplomacy and influence operations that promote and celebrate American values do not just counter authoritarian propaganda in third world countries, they undermine the narratives perpetuated by anti-Western extremist groups. Strong international diplomatic and military alliances do not just deter Red Chinese or revisionist Russian aggression, they provide these United States greater reach in its more militaristic counterterrorism pursuits. Providing economic and governance support to countries around the world does not just align them closer to these United States, it strengthens their capacity to defeat extremism within their own borders. If the American empire intends to largely deprioritize counterterrorism, and more broadly irregular warfare, in this new Cold War, it will miss out on some of its most effective tools. Now, the war sage, Sun Tzu, oft quoted by Jones in his book, implored his followers to attack weaknesses, to strike where the enemy cannot defend. American adversaries across the board have concluded that America's weaknesses exist in the so-called gray zone, the range of activity between peace and war. And in response, it appears, these United States will continue building its conventional warfighting capabilities to prepare for a fight that will probably never happen, or rather, everyone hopes will never happen, and yet will probably prove inevitable. Jones's concluding note, however, is an encouraging one. Russia, China, and Iran will forever be underdogs in global competition with these United States and our allies because they share governing systems that repress people and that are fundamentally unattractive. Nobody wants to live in Iran. Nobody wants to live in Russia. Now nobody wants to live in Red China. So his quote, I'll quote his book. The principles and objectives that guide American foreign policy should be linked to the country's democratic values And U.S. policy should leverage all the instruments of power, such as military, diplomatic, financial, developmental, intelligence, and ideological. So, America and our allies will always be favorites, as long as we fight the right way. But, checkmate, Putin has the West cornered. As 2022 nears, with every tick of our clock, the West is still trying to figure out Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's next maneuver, or move on a complex geopolitical chessboard, and preparing an aggressive package of sanctions should he decide to make another land grab in Ukraine is fairly fucking pathetic. Tensions are now at their highest since 2014, when Russia illegally annexed the Crimea and dispatched little green men into Ukraine's Donbas region. An all-out land invasion of Ukraine is now a real possibility, perhaps even inevitability. But let's face it, Putin could care less about the West's threats, sitting as he does in the enviable position of being able to call all the shots. Europe is in the grip of an energy crisis, with winter on its way, and the lowest of reserves. And with Russia supplying some 40% of all European Union's gas imports, the Kremlin has already shown its ability to checkmate the West's harshest sanctions simply by limiting production and potentially triggering rolling blackouts across the continent in the middle of winter. When a former KGB officer became Russia's dictator more than 2 decades agone by now, the one question everyone in the West seemed to be asking was, who is this Mr. Vladimir Putin? Today, the question has changed to, what the fuck is Mr. Putin planning? The tens of thousands of Russian troops deployed near Ukraine's border, the increasing anti-Western rhetoric in Moscow, a Russian diplomatic initiative that looks more like an ultimatum to the West than any serious negotiation. Are these preparations for a large-scale Russian military operation? An invasion of Ukraine? Is this a prelude to war? We don't have a direct line into the mind of Vladimir Putin. Only he, perhaps, knows what the plan is. And right now, at home and abroad, he's keeping everyone guessing. But some things are crystal clear. This week marks 30 years since the dissolution of the Soviet Union. President Putin once described that as the greatest geopolitical tragedy of the 20th century. He remains deeply resentful of how the Cold War ended, with Moscow losing territory, influence, and empire. In a recent state TV documentary, Mr. Putin said, "What was the breakup of the USSR? It was the breakup of historical Russia. We lost 40% of our territory. Much of what had been accumulated over 1,000 years was lost." The Kremlin resents as well NATO's post-Cold War enlargement to the east. Moscow accuses the West of breaking verbal promises that the alliance would not expand into Eastern Europe and the former Soviet space. NATO insists no such promises were ever even given. Can Russia undo what is done? It appears to be trying. Putin's endgame is USSR 2.0. Coming almost 30 years to the day the Soviet Union collapsed. On Christmas Day of 1991. His next moves across the board come at a delicate geopolitical moment, with Western fears of a Ukraine invasion, the colonization of Belarus, a Europe-wide energy crisis amidst the coldest of encroaching winters. United German Chancellor Angela Merkel stepping down as EU chief negotiator, and concerns over American President Joe Biden's discombobulated foreign policy. If you've any doubt about Putin's plans to roll back the clock, just read his 5,000-plus word essay on why Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine are doomed sans closer integration with Mother Russia, or his audacious demands Friday into this weekend for a veto on who joins the NATO alliance and limits in stationing troops and weaponry in any country which joined the alliance after 1997. Without firing a single shot, Putin has managed to send the West into a collective panic, or at least into a position where they feel the need to appease an aging autocrat. For the past 4 months, and particularly between September 7th and my mother's birthday on December 5th, according to all Western intelligence sources, Putin has been amassing tens of thousands of troops with heavy weaponry as close as 30 miles to Ukraine's borders. U.S. intelligence reports observe a buildup of up to 175,000 troops, enough to stage a swift and immediate incursion. Another land grab would add to the territory seized in 2014 when Russia illegally annexed Crimea and sent Russian-backed combatants into the heavily industrialized eastern Donbas region of Ukraine to deprive that fledgling democracy of heavy industry. With so much muscle and that industrial shot in the arm, Putin could be gunning for a land bridge between Russia proper and the Crimea. A move which could be designed, in part, to free up water resources blocked by Ukraine in the North Crimean Canal, which once accounted for up to 85% of the peninsula's water needs. The Kremlin's actions have not been limited to Ukraine. Russia has been engaged in hybrid warfare with the West, including cyber hacking one of America's largest pipelines, spreading disinformation about coronavirus vaccines, to the point where we have half our nation on an anti-vax, fear porn, jag and addiction all its own. If it comes to a choice between dying by COVID or being killed by a vaccine, I'd prefer to die by vaccine myself, seeing what COVID does. Russia has interfered in American elections and neutralized opponents on foreign soil. From within the sacred soil of Der Vaterland, the fatherland of United Germany, to assassinating agents on the English Isles. Most recently, Putin opened up another front with the West by establishing a military alliance with the man often dubbed as Europe's last dictator, Belarus President for life Alexander Lukashenko. Emboldened by the Kremlin's backing, Lukashenko has acted with impunity by jailing opponents, forcing a Ryanair jet with a political opponent on board down onto the ground, a skyjacking, along sending tens of thousands of migrants towards its border with European Union neighbors. While weaponizing migrant refugees, Russian citizens are now being prepared for nuclear war. The rhetoric on Kremlin-funded state television is amping up the sense of urgency around Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's NATO ultimatum. One day after Moscow submitted a draft of its Russo-American Security Treaty, containing brazen demands that NATO roll back its military deployments in Europe and deny membership to Ukraine and other post-Soviet nation states, Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov threatened that Moscow would raise the stakes if the West doesn't treat its demands seriously. To open this work week, he told Interfax on Monday that Russia needs answers urgently because the situation is very difficult. Putin himself ordered 2 nuclear-capable long-range bombers to fly into European airspace this weekend as they were dispatched to patrol Belarus. Just a week ago, Russia warned that it would redeploy intermediate-range nuclear weapons, IRBMs, intermediate-range ballistic missiles, with nuclear warheads on its western flank, in striking distance of Central Europe, for the first time since they were banned in a 1987 treaty between Presidents Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev. There have also been grim signs of things to come from the Russian government. A new national standard for urgent burial of corpses in peacetime and wartime has been introduced by the government in recent months. It will come into force on February 1st, 2022, and specifies the burial in mass graves to be dug by bulldozers, disposing of up to 1,000 bodies in a 24-hour time period. Bodies are to be placed, I'm translating from the Russian here, bodies are to be placed in 4 layers, either in bags, wooden coffins, or zinc coffins, prepared in advance and subsequently covered with dirt. Then the mass graves would be compacted with a bulldozer, filled with a mineral binder, and equipped with devices for the absorption and neutralization of radioactive, hazardous chemicals and biological agents formed during the decomposition of corpses. Russia's government agency responsible for the creation of the new said standards did not respond to any of my inquiries as to the purpose behind this effort. Military expert Alexander Goltz told the newspaper Novye Izvestia, or the new reality, so to speak, that those who prepared these standards thought in terms of either a global epidemic or a global war in which not only the military, but also the civilian population would die. This is only possible with the deployment of nuclear weapons. Again, I translate this from the Russian for you, from Novye Izvestia. Former military spokesman Viktor Baranets concurred and added, "It may turn out that we will have to send troops not only to Donetsk and the Lugansk regions, but also to the greater Ukraine. We have a flaming fuse in the Black Sea region. There are also dangers in the region of Belarus and concerns in the Kaliningrad region. NATO has grandiose plans for the immediate capture of the Kaliningrad region, even with the use of nuclear weapons. How then? Will we bury? One by one or what? We're getting ready for the major crises." That's the plurality of crisis. Now, chess legend and highly knowledgeable critic of the Kremlin, Garry Kasparov, himself an Azeri, I believe, native of Azerbaijan, who was way ahead of his time with his 2016 book, which was titled Winter is Coming, and subtitled Why Vladimir Putin and the Enemies of the Free World Must Be Stopped, has described the revisionist Russian government's creation of the mass burial standard as one of the signposts on the way to apocalypse. This was in his book in 2016. He said, when you hear them talking about mass burials, it's time to prepare for the end of the world as you know it. Now, propagandists on Russia's state-funded television stress that Moscow is now approaching the West from a position of strength, what they call a masculine foreign policy. Pro-Kremlin propagandists and state media experts filled in the blanks with what kind of escalation should be expected. On Sunday's edition of News of the Week, Russia's top propagandist, the state TV host Dmitry Kiselyov, notorious for his previous assertion that Russia is the only country that can reduce the American empire to a pile of radioactive ash, revisited his beloved argument to explain why the United States will be willing to entertain Putin's unreasonable proposition. He asserted that Russia is willing to suffer any consequences and to go to any lengths to get whatever it wants. In discussing the Kremlin's bold and unreasonable ultimatums to these United States and our allies, with the brazen, well, I would say all the brazen arrogance of a seasoned mobster borrowed from The Godfather, Kiselyov said, and here I quote his TE at length and verbatim, translating from the Russian for you, "You," this is his words, not mine. This is Russia's top propagandist, the TV host Dmitry Kiselyov. Let me read what he said to you. "You, over there in the US, NATO, and the EU, decide for yourself. If Russia is making an offer, are we making an offer that can even be refused? Russia is making an offer you cannot refuse. This is a moment of truth in our relations with America, in which we move on to complete reciprocity. From a position of total strength, we simply designate a cause and effect relationship. That's how it will be. Never before has anyone published the text of the proposed treaties, but never before in the 21st century has the situation been so acute and the risks so great. Non-standard situations require non-standard approaches. Secondly, we're holding all the strongest cards in our hands. Very strong cards. Our hypersonic weapons are guaranteed to produce a response that is so unpleasant for America to hear, being reduced to radioactive ash. Russia prepared and handed over to the Americans its written proposals on strategic stability, or, more simply, on the prevention of nuclear war. Since we are already at a critical point, to be honest, it's simple. The US and NATO must roll back from our borders, otherwise we will, figuratively speaking, roll up to their borders and create symmetrical, unacceptable risks. If you put a gun to our head, we will respond in kind. The whole point is that the development of the Ukrainian territory by the Western Bloc is not only Ukraine's business. This is a complete breakdown of the global balance, which poses an existential threat to Russia. In other words, for Russia, it is a matter of life and death. We simply will not allow it, regardless of the costs to ourselves, and regardless of the cost to those responsible for it. Now, on Saturday of this last weekend, Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Alexander Grushko discussed Putin's ultimatum to these United States and NATO with pro-Kremlin propagandist Vladimir Soloviev, who donned a red hoodie emblazoned with a Soviet hammer and sickle album, himself declaring that the Soviet Union is reborn. In an episode of Soloviev's show entitled NATO's Capitulation, Grushko said, and here I quote his T, translating from the Russian transcript for you, The moment of truth has come. We have reached a red line, and our proposals aim to pull us away from this red line and start normal dialogue that will put security interests at the forefront. Now, he described the Kremlin's hard-nosed demand to the West as throwing the rock into their swamp. And as Daniel Arola said before, it was from Alexander Dugin that we got the entire drain the swamp meme that Donald Trump used in his campaigns. And Vladimir Solovyov, as I said, an infamous pro-Kremlin propagandist, went on to explain that Western refusal to play by Moscow's rules will lead to a military or military technical response, with Russia creating counter threats to the United States and our allies. Now, opening this work week, on Monday, in response to the question as to whether Russia could deploy nuclear weapons to Belarus, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told the journalists, and bear in mind this man is speaking from an official position, he said it's no secret that the deployment of various kinds of weapons near our borders, which can pose a danger to us, clearly requires adequate steps to balance the situation. Various options are available. Now, in past years, Russian lawmakers have been advocating the placement of Russia's advanced weapon systems in Cuba, Central America, and elsewhere in America's own underbelly. And these options all likely remain on Moscow's menu, conveying the message that could be summed up as USSR or bust, as in we're reinstituting the Soviet Empire or we're going to die in the trying. Russia's national ice hockey team sparked outrage in Europe by wearing Soviet uniforms in Euro Hockey Tour's Channel 1 Cup in Moscow on Sunday, this last weekend. The return to Soviet imagery is in total coordination with Putin's ultimatum to the West that seeks a rematch in the Cold War that was lost by the Soviet Union. Now on Monday, opening this work week, the hostess of state TV show 60 Minutes, the Russian 60 Minutes, surmised that, by the way, this individual, of course, is TV hostess, state TV hostess, Skabiva. And I'm trying to remember her first name. Now, of course, she's been pointing out a number of things on behalf of her propaganda for motherless Russia. Olga Skabiva. Now, Olga Vladimirovna Skabiva, or Skabieva. She's a Russian television hostess and a political commentator. She, Skabieva, has actually received the nickname Iron Doll of Putin TV due to her criticism of all Russian opposition. All I know about her was that she was born on December 11th in 1984 in Volshki, or the Volgograd Oblast in the Soviet Union, where she graduated from high school. So she's about 37 years old. And so anyhow, she's the Russian propagandist and a 60 Minutes talk show hostess on the government-owned TV channel Rossiya 1, in case you ever want to look her up. Now, basically on Monday, the Iron Doll of Putin TV, Olga Skabayeva, she said, the United States have to sign off on the notion that their hegemony is over. The declaration about a military response is being made by our Foreign Affairs Ministry, which never happened before. Russia is placing the United States in a no-win situation. Either they retreat voluntarily or we will force them to retreat. At the same time, Russia is not taking any obligations upon itself with respect to the preservation of Ukraine, much less of its sovereignty. And then on Tuesday, but yesterday, mind you, the day before yesterday, depending on your time zone, state TV hostess Skabida pointed out, we're contemplating placing our nuclear weapons in Cuba and Venezuela. The level of anxiety has reached its maximum. We're 20 days away from the expiration of the ultimatum, and the stakes are rising, even though it seems they couldn't be any higher. And yet, despite all these provocative threats of war, as recently as Thursday, European leaders were responding to Putin's bullying tactics and intimidation by trying to nudge him toward the bargaining table. This could be a sign that the Eurobloc fears that even if they sign off on further harsh sanctions on Russia, should an invasion take place, Putin could respond by holding back gas production, and they're all going to freeze to death. Right now, it's children in Syria that are freezing. Their parents are quoted as saying, "My children are cold." Soon, you might be hearing that in Europe itself. Andrei Soldatov, a Russian investigative journalist and security services expert, emphasizes that the Russian Empire is already heavily sanctioned, and that targeted Russian companies have been effectively inoculated with lucrative contracts from the defense forces and intelligence entities of the Russian Empire. Russia has likely seen the impact of the 2018 harsh Western sanctions on Iran and calculated it can withstand punitive measures even if it means suspension from the international SWIFT, the SWIFT, all uppercase acronym for the Society of Worldwide or Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunications. That's a payment system. Perhaps not coincidentally, revisionist Russia and Red China pledged this week to work jointly towards a closed trading network of their own. A crypto payment system, well, conventional payment system that's completely networked, that would reduce dependence on the international financial system and limit transactions in any American currency so that they would develop their own joint fiat monetary system. At home, Putin has been brandishing the state's power through fear and cohesion, chiefly by banning all civil society groups, jailing all high-profile opponents, and threatening Russian nationals who work for foreign embassies. So what are the tools that even be left in the West's diplomatic toolbox? Depressingly few, but some options remain. Banning Russians from travel, blocking those multi-million-dollar property deals which have transformed both London and Miami into playgrounds for wealthy Russians, even ordering the immediate expulsion of Russian nationals from Western countries. In other words, whatever it takes short of direct military conflict. Until that too becomes inescapable. Clearly, video chats with Biden and threats from European leaders of serious consequences will never deter Vladimir Putin. With an invasion of Ukraine imminent, the West needs to clarify the pain that awaits the Putin should he decide to makest his next maneuver. The appearance of a lack of resolve, whether in diplomacy, on the battlefield, or on the chessboard, is never a winning strategy. And as tensions mount over Ukraine, the Kremlin said that, well, but Saturday, during the weekend, that the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin told his titular Finnish counterpart, President Sauli Niinisto, that he wants immediate talks with these United States and NATO over security guarantees. In a readout of the call, the Kremlin said Putin reiterated the need to immediately launch negotiations with these United States and NATO in order to develop international legal guarantees for the security of our country, with demands including stopping NATO from expanding east and the deployment of weapons in neighboring states, including Ukraine. In terms of understanding the escalating tensions over Ukraine, we have a brewing conflict. Antagonism between Ukraine and Russia has been simmering since 2014, when the Russian military crossed into Ukrainian territory, annexing Crimea and whipping up a rebellion in the east through an insurgent invasion. A tenuous ceasefire was reached in 2015, but peace has been elusive. Then there's been a spike in hostilities. On top of that, Russia having recently been building up forces near its border with Ukraine, and the Kremlin's rhetoric towards its neighbor has hardened. Concern grew in late October when Ukraine used an armed drone to attack a howitzer operated by Russian-backed separatists. Now we've got these ominous warnings. Russia calling the strike a destabilizing act that violated the ceasefire agreement, raising fears of a new intervention in Ukraine that could draw the United States and Europe into a new phase of this conflict. As for the Kremlin's position, President Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin of Russia, who has increasingly portrayed NATO's eastward expansion as an existential threat to his country, said that Moscow's military buildup is a response to Ukraine's deepening partnership with the alliance. In terms of a measured approach, President Biden has said he's seeking a stable relationship with Russia. So far, his administration is focusing on maintaining dialogue with Moscow while seeking to develop deterrence measures in concert with European countries. But on Putin's strategic chessboard, we've had a series of destabilizing moves. In the stretch of Europe from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, where Moscow and the West have competed for influence for decades, the threat of a new military conflict is growing ever more certain. An ominous buildup of Russian troops near Ukraine, a migration crisis in Belarus that Western leaders call a hybrid war by a Kremlin satellite state, escalating fears over natural gas that have Europe dreading the coldest of winters in its history. Russia is weaponizing migrants and Europe's energy crisis to achieve its interests. Over the weekend, the security situation in and around the borders of Belarus and Ukraine inched closer toward full-blown confrontation with forces supported by Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. On Poland's border with Belarus, guards from both countries faced off from a distance of just a few dozen meters as the Belarusians tried to dismantle a fence recently built by Poland to deter migrants shipped in, actually airlifted in from the Middle East. The European Union, NATO, and the U.S. government have all pointed out that President Alexander Lukashenko's government is weaponizing migrants, encouraging people looking for a better life to enter Europe through Belarus before funneling them to rush the borders of EU countries in frigid temperatures. Many of them becoming entangled in barbed wire fences like charging troops in World War I. And in nearby Ukraine, intelligence reports have shown a worrying buildup of Russian armed forces on both the land and in the sea, and on the sea, the surface thereof, amid warnings from the West that there is a high probability of Russian military adventurism in the weeks ahead. The show of force, Ukraine's deputy defense minister claims that more than 90,000 Russian troops are amassed along its borders, has set off alarm bells in several Western capitals, where Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea and invasion of eastern Ukraine through proxy forces in 2014 have never been forgotten. Both front lines are being watched closely, especially as much of Europe braces for potential gas shortages this winter. The Kremlin, which has been masterfully consolidating control over all the supplies to the continent, including with the newly constructed Nord Stream 2 pipeline into United Germany, is sending signals that it is prepared to use energy as a political tool in defiance of threats of sanctions should Moscow not get its way on the geopolitical stage. This is all straight out of the Putin playbook, simultaneously creating confusion on multiple fronts and striking while his opponents are preoccupied. These perfect storms are hitting just as United Germany, traditionally the pace car of Europe's diplomatic convoy, undergoes a major political transition after the departure of Chancellor Angela Merkel, one of the few world leaders who has had the fortitude to stand up to Vladimir Putin. For the former KGB chief, using vulnerable migrants as human bargaining chips and sowing a border crisis is an opportunity to further divide the European Union over how to respond. The good news is that Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union, was able to display rare unity. The EU backed Poland's hardline stance against the migrants and threatened to impose a fresh round of sanctions on Mr. Lukashenko's thuggish regime, as well as on any airlines and travel entities involved in migrant trafficking. Pushback also needs to be applied on Turkey, a NATO member, after its national carrier became one of the first non-Russian airlines to re-enter Belarusian airspace after the dictator Lukashenko's government compelled a Ryanair jet to divert and land in Minsk under threat of arms in May in order to seize a wanted dissident who was on board. Adding to the sense of unease in region is that Ukraine has been achieving major battlefield gains in the Donbas with Turkish-built Bayraktar TB2 armed drones, a development that has not gone unnoticed by the Kremlin. One thing is for sure, the muscle sent by Russia to Ukraine's borders needs to be taken seriously. On Monday, opening this work week, NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg warned Russia to prevent escalation and reduce tensions. And the crisis will be an early test for Canada's novice Foreign Affairs Minister, Mélanie Joly, who hasn't yet issued a public statement on recent events, but has pledged to deliver a foreign policy anchored on humility and audacity. A clearer articulation of where Ottawa stands is needed immediately. Given the changing scenario on the battlefield in eastern Ukraine and the growing credible threats elsewhere along its borders, Canada should also review its security assistance to the Ukrainian armed forces with a strong emphasis on offensive training. The situation on NATO's eastern flank is dire indeed. The deck has now been stacked against Ukraine and the inexperienced administration of President Volodymyr Zelensky amid the buildup of Russian troops, the border crisis, a looming energy shortage, as well as a continuing battle with simultaneous coronavirus and polio outbreaks. Mr. Putin's grand plans include reunification with Ukraine and total destabilization of the West. Mr. Lukashenko, meanwhile, is the Russian president's puppet through and through, and he will remain in power as a menace to the rest of the world as long as the Kremlin allows it. Russia's latest show of force on the border of Ukraine and Moscow's willingness to use pipelines and human migrants as part of its geopolitical arsenal will demand a major rethink of the West's diplomatic toolbox if it hopes to keep Mr. Putin in line. President Vladimirovich Putin of Russia has increasingly put his cards upon the table. He is willing to take ever greater risks to force the West to listen to Russian demands, and America and its allies are sensing an unusually volatile moment, one in which Mr. Putin is playing a role in multiple destabilizing crises at once. This month, Russian long-range nuclear bombers flew repeated patrols near the European Union's border with Poland. And an unexplained and stealthy military buildup in southwestern Russia has American and European intelligence officials warning that the Kremlin is laying the groundwork for another invasion of Ukraine. During a speech delivered on Thursday to Russian diplomats, Mr. Putin signaled more openly than before that he was using his military to coerce the West to respect Russia's interests in the region. He said that Western countries were finally recognizing that Russia was serious about defending its red lines that relate to the presence of NATO forces near its borders. To quote us Mr. Putin, "Our recent warnings have indeed been heard and are having a certain effect. Tensions have risen there after all. It is important for them to remain in this state for as long as possible, so that it does not occur to them to stage some kind of conflict on our western frontiers that we do not need." Tensions have been exacerbated by the migration crisis orchestrated on the European borders by Belarus, a close Russian satellite state, a puppet dictatorship, and by an energy crunch that Russia, which supplies much of Western Europe's natural gas, has exploited to try to pressure the Eurobloc to approve a new pipeline that would increase the Kremlin's leverage in region to that of total control. They would kill Europeans, mass murder them by sentencing them to freeze to death by the simple flip of a switch. That the Europeans put themselves in that position leaves me without any sense of sympathy. In Belarus, on Friday into this last weekend, tensions that earlier yesterday last week triggered violent clashes at the main border crossing into Poland continued to ease. Belarusian security officers carrying Kalashnikov rifles kept guard around a enormous warehouse housing some 2,000 migrants. Not large enough, I might add, to prevent that combined flesh pit of sweat and shit and piss from stinking to the point where the Belarusian guards are wearing gas masks. Many of the migrants voiced alarm and frustration that instead of advancing into Poland as they were promised, they had now moved backward, suggesting that President Alexander G. Lukashenko of Belarus is having trouble keeping the anger from boiling over now that the migrants are losing all hope of ever reaching Europe. In Moscow, Mr. Putin appears to be feeling increasingly confident. He repelled this year's challenge to his rule from the imprisoned opposition leader Alexei Navalny, while other opposition figures continue to be arrested or forced into exile. He maintains an approval rating above 60% in independent polls, despite Russia suffering one of the worst COVID-19 death tolls in the world. His United Russia Party claimed a sizable victory in September's parliamentary elections, prompting a few protests despite evidence of fraud. Mr. Putin also commands a military developing ever more modern weaponry, such as sophisticated hypersonic missiles and nuclear-capable torpedoes. And Russia is building a tighter relationship with the Communist Chinese Empire, underscored on Friday into this very weekend when the two countries conducted a joint strategic bomber patrol over the Pacific, trying to buzz the Japanese Empire. At the same time, Russian analysts concur. The Kremlin is growing increasingly concerned about the possibility that the West will further expand its military footprint in post-Soviet Eastern Europe. Lithuania and the other two Baltic states that were once part of the Soviet Union, Latvia and Estonia, are already NATO members hosting Western troops. In Belarus, Russia's closest ally, the West has given full-throated support to the exiled opposition to Mr. Lukashenko. But it is Ukraine that is primarily responsible for Russia's current red lines. The Kremlin said in September that the broadening of NATO infrastructure on Ukrainian territory, where the West already provides training and weaponry to Ukrainian forces, would cross one of those lines. And in recent weeks, military activity by the United States and our allies in the Black Sea region near Ukraine, where President Volodymyr Zelensky has struck an increasingly anti-Russian tone, has infuriated Russian officials. Dmitry Trenin, the head of the, if I remember, the Carnegie Moscow Center think tank, that was established by Andrew Carnegie himself, one of the good rich men on Earth, said that to Russia, the current moment could well seem like a role reversal of the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, when President John F. Kennedy was prepared to risk nuclear war to prevent the Soviet Union from basing missiles off the Florida coast. Scholars at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in Washington wrote this month that the Kremlin increasingly views Ukraine as a Western aircraft carrier parked at Russia's southwestern border. Amid the tensions, Russia is pursuing talks with Washington on a range of issues as a prelude to a second summit meeting between Mr. Putin and President Biden, a sign that the Kremlin hopes to extract assurances that its influence in Eastern Europe will be respected, actually deferred to. On Thursday, without offering further details, Mr. Putin said Russia would push for serious long-term guarantees that ensure Russia's security in the region, by which he really means total dominance. Whereas Mr. Biden has said that he is seeking a stable and predictable relationship with Russia, while pledging to continue to push back against Russian actions that go against democratic values or American interests. In an interview with the New York Times last week, a Russian deputy foreign minister, Sergei A. Ryabkov, welcomed Mr. Biden's engagement while making it clear that Russia would expect complete concessions. To Russia, Mr. Ryabkov said, stability and predictability meant less American meddling in our domestic affairs, with less attempts by the U.S. to limit our completely legal and legitimate interaction with our friends, allies, and partners all over the globe. Now, Russia has hosted a series of American officials for talks in Moscow in recent months, including William Burns, the head of the CIA. And this week, the American envoy for Afghan policy, Thomas West. On Wednesday, Jake Sullivan, Mr. Biden's national security advisor, spoke by phone with Nikolai Patrushev, the secretary of Mr. Putin's secretary council, a security council. Mr. Patrushev's office said the call concerned upcoming contacts between the presidents and improving the atmosphere of Russo-American relations. Mr. Ryabkov, the deputy foreign minister, said, I welcome signs of readiness on the other side, not just to produce and promote its own points and views, but also to listen to what we are telling them. Before he sat down with Mr. Putin in Geneva in June, Mr. Biden met with leaders of the Baltic countries to ensure them that the United States would continue to honor its defense commitments under the NATO alliance. The administration, people familiar with its thinking said, believes more direct talks, including possibly a conversation between Mr. Biden and Mr. Putin, will be necessary to further understand Moscow's intentions, rather than simply relying on old-school Kremlinology. Now, Mr. Asta Skaisgirait, the foreign policy advisor to the president of Lithuania, himself an EU and NATO member, well, Lithuania is an EU, European Union and North Atlantic Treaty Organizational member state that has faced a wave of immigration from neighboring Belarus in recent months, has affirmed that these United States needed to be careful in engaging with Russia at all, even as Mr. Putin claims, as he did on Thursday, that Russia is a peace-loving state. So what does Mr. Putin even want? Well, Ms. Skaisgarait's answer is simple. She's a lady, and she says, Putin wishes to restore the Soviet Union. We have to not be naive. We have to be very vigilant about what he does on the ground, and not to put ourselves into a trap of Putin's rhetoric. It's a regional security situation which is very worrying at the moment. And Mr. Trenny, the Carnegie analyst, said Mr. Putin had little interest in full-fledged invasions and occupations of other countries, given that the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in the 1980s helped precipitate the collapse of the Soviet Union. But he said securing an international commitment to Ukraine as a neutral state, with its more pro-Russian East being given some autonomy, was a critical priority for the Kremlin. Of Mr. Putin's new approach, Mr. Trenny has said, he believes that it's time to shift gears in our foreign policy. In the Russian president's evolving view of the West, he went on, you only understand the language of force. President Putin has come to the conclusion that normal diplomatic channels, means, forms, and methods are not working. The situation is potentially rather a bad one. This is what brings us to the new Russo-American conflict, a confrontation beyond Cold War. The conflict between the White House and Grand Kremlin Palace, which by far is more dangerous and intense than that of the Cold War era, seems to have reached its peak. The 2008 Russo-Georgian War was a clear instance of Russian military confrontation with one of the allies of our United States. The Russo-Georgian War was a war between Georgia, Russia, and the Russian-backed self-proclaimed republics of South Ossetia and Abkhazia. Russia and Georgia were both formerly constituent republics of the Soviet Union, the Greater Soviet Union. During the battle, Russian troops drew very close to Tbilisi, Georgia's capital, forcing Mikhail Saakashvili, former president of Georgia, who was a U.S. ally, to surrender himself. Then, as his surrender encompassed the nation, the dialogue between Georgia, American, and Russian personnel all began at two levels. On the surface were the North Atlantic Treaty Organization's special moves for expansion to the east and the adaptation of military configurations in the Baltics. However, the underlying agenda for the U.S. was to bring down Russia's political climate through its neighbors, like Ukraine. Today, we are witnessing the power struggle between Russia and these United States that has certain properties. The tension between Moscow and Beijing, well, Moscow and Washington, I mean to say, as mentioned, is rising, and both states more than ever have been boasting their power to the extent of elimination of the other. Failed plans such as anti-proliferation to limit the expansion of nuclear weapons technology and nuclear disarmament to reduce the total number of nuclear devices in existence, ideally down to zero, are clear examples of the conflict. NATO plays a pivotal role in the recent dispute between the two states, or rather superstates. In the summer of 2017, NATO troops held a large-scale defensive drill named Iron Wolf 2017 on the border separating Poland and Lithuania to deter Russian aggression. In return, or rather in response, Russia conducted Zapad 2017 drills, military drills with Belarus in September of the same year. Now, the Belarus enclave in September of 2017 was the same year that Kaliningrad, bordering Poland and Lithuania, reeled under Russia's largest exercise since the Cold War, with 12,700 troops in on drills. In that same year, 2017, Russia tested its new hypersonic missile, the 3M-22 Zircon, an anti-ship missile with 5 times the speed of sound. Clearly, Moscow's objective is to challenge NATO and these United States' naval and military capabilities. However, on a larger scale, Russia needs to frighten the American and European empires and create a sense of fear and insecurity through boasts of power, a sense of warning that a war is on the way. Obviously, here NATO will change the balance of power to the benefit of Russia. On the other hand, the recent decision by the United States and NATO members in establishment of 2 command centers in America and United Germany against Russia, and enhancement of NATO and U.S. nuclear weapons in Germany's territory, reveal Washington long-term military strategy to be against Moscow. These concerns have all put Washington and NATO's at an alert level for a possible military attack on Moscow. Despite recent warnings from influential political figures like the former Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev, the late and ongoing conflicts between these United States and Russia can lead to a condition far more grim than the Cold War. Amid this mayhem, factors such as multiplicity of actors, increasing the rate of international actors' vulnerability, modernizing nuclear weapons will all enhance the cost of the new confrontation between Washington and Moscow. Europe has been turned into the battleground between these United States and Russia, as the conflict between Washington and Moscow is on the rise. Many analysts believe the world will be going through a repeat of tensions of the Cold War era, or even worse. NATO's, the North Atlantic Treaty Organizations, and Russia's new type of military drills Both represent a radicalization of the climate between the two sides and a shift from political dispute to military conflict. Although the real conflict is between Washington and Moscow, NATO's European member states will inevitably get affected by the dispute, the result of which can severely threaten the European Union's security. European countries were hit the worst post-World War II and Cold War, and were the main victims of the war's devastating effects due to their geopolitical position. Today, given the deployment of Americans' nuclear missiles in Europe and Russians on Western European borders, Europe can once again become the main battlefield between the White House and the Kremlin. Even if no war breaks out between these United States and revisionist Russia, European countries will experience the aftermath of the conflict on their economy, which is pretty much dependent on imports and exports, and will be hit by a tsunami of immigration. Nowadays, the likelihood of the European Union collapse, due to internal and external threats, has increased more than ever before, which is a matter of concern for many EU leaders. In a wrap, European states don't hold certain theoretical and practical framework or policy in regulating relations with Moscow and Washington. Thus, many of them have become involved in the conflict between the two superpowers, a process that can be very dangerous for the European Union itself. What can salvage the European continent, which is stuck in the middle of the American, or the United States and Russia's tug of war, is the formation of a coalition of EU member states that are also part of NATO to mediate in the growing crisis between the United States and Russia. I mean, the United States and Europe meddle in Russian elections, after all. Tensions have escalated between the United States and Russia, not simply because of what they have done to our elections, but what we've done with theirs. These tensions have also appeared in various parts of the world, including Syria, the Mediterranean, the Baltics, and the Crimean Peninsula. As time passes, the battlefield between these United States and Russia becomes ever wider. European countries, too, have directly gotten involved in this complex situation. On the one hand, without the support of these United States and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, they have the power to form an independent and unified army to counter Russia's threats. On the other hand, their commitments to these United States and NATO have led to a sharp decline in their maneuverability in the peaceful settlement or existing conflicts between the United States and Russia. What is certain is that European countries, as effective actors in the international arena, see their security as a precaution for avoiding Russian persistent controversy, especially in a military dimension, between these United States and Russia. European countries know well that in the event of any conflict between Washington and Moscow, Europe will be the main venue thereof. But will the European countries have mediation power between the White House and the Kremlin? Will they be able to resist engagement in case of chronic tensions between Russia and these United States? The answer to this question is definitely no. The fact is that the membership of many EU member states in NATO, as well as the specific geostrategic and even geoeconomic status of the European Union, has made these countries part of the conflict between the United States and Russia. While, according to the best-known mediation rules in the international system, if the independence of an actor is less, mediating power also declines. Europe can not only play a mediating role between these United States and Russia, but will directly influence the conflict. The European Union is now faced with Russia in various geographic and strategic arenas. Undoubtedly, in the near future, we will see more serious political conflicts regarding Europe's relationship with these United States and NATO. These disagreements will augment conflict between the United States and Russia. Since 2014, as a result of the crisis in Ukraine and the intensification of tensions between Russia and NATO in Syria, Europe has directly entered the conflict between the United States and Russia. In 2017, the trend was intensifying. In the NATO military maneuvers in the summer of 2017 in Poland and Lithuania, NATO members presented a controversial military confrontation with Russia. By contrast, Russia also responded sharply to NATO's military maneuvers in Kaliningrad area. Undoubtedly, in 2018, the tensions between Russia and these United States will increase further. However, the main question is, what will be the future of Europe itself? Well, no one can answer that question. The United States and the European Union are making a joint and complementary effort to change the political fabric of Russia. Washington and NATO members are well aware that one of the major ways in which the Russians rethink foreign policy and the retreat of the Kremlin against NATO threats is to deflect Russia's internal structure through the emergence of some political conflicts and chronic disagreements. The next point is that the United States and European Union are, well, they consider the election as the most sensitive political event in Russia, which can strengthen the pro-NATO currents within Russia and weaken Putin's power. In other words, the United States and Europe see Russia as an opportunity to inject some of the deterrent factors in Moscow's domestic and foreign policy towards the 2018 presidential election. Now, Washington and Europe know that according to polls, Putin will be re-elected in 2024. Nevertheless, NATO members are struggling to strengthen the internal divide between Russian parties and the Russian people. The West does not pay much attention to the outcome of the Russian presidential elections, but seeks to curb Russia's power by creating a turbulent political atmosphere in country or inside Russia's own borders. Now, all of this is important because both Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin were named above Joe Biden on the most admired list for 2021. Now, facing a slump in popularity polling numbers in these United States, President Joe Biden has been outshone by Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and Vladimir Putin in a global survey of 2021's most admired people. In the online poll, YouGov asked 42,000 people across more than 36 countries to rank the public figures they most admired. And at the end of his first year as president, Biden was ranked the 20th most admired man on earth. He was a new entry to the annual list, but he trailed behind his Oval Office predecessor, Donald Trump, who in 13th finished 2 places higher than in 2020. Further up the rankings, Russian President Vladimir Putin in 9th, up 3 places from 2020, while ex-President Obama retained his top place, having ousted the long-time incumbent Bill Gates in 2020, with the Microsoft man second this time round. Chinese communist dictator Xi Jinping retained his 3rd place, while footballer Cristiano Ronaldo moved up 2 places to the 4th. SpaceX founder Elon Musk, who has just been named Time Magazine Person of the Year for 2021, moved up 3 places to 6th in line, The billionaire investor and philanthropist Warren Buffett was a new entry at 11th. The methodology it involved YouGov asking panelists in 38 countries the question, thinking about people alive in the world today, which man or woman do you most admire? Lists of 20 men and 20 women who had been nominated in at least 4 countries were compiled, with up to 10 local figures added to the group for certain countries. So, the world's most admired men for 2021, numbers 11 through 20. Well, 11 is Warren Buffett. 12 is Sachin Tendulkar of fucking India. Donald Trump is 13. 14 is Shah Rukh Khan of India. 15 is Amitabh Bachchan of India, which is like fucking so many Asian Indians on it, simply because there's so many fucking Asian Indians putting in their vote. 16 is Pope Francis, who's like, that's the Vatican state that he represents, or basically Catholicism. 17 is Imran Khan of what I believe is Pakistan. Our man Salman Sheikh can correct me if I'm wrong on that. And 18 is Virat Kohli of India. And number 19 is Andy Lau of Communist China. And number 20 is Joe Biden. That's from YouGov, at YouGov, December 14th of 2021. Now, the reason this is important is because Putin still wants Trump to be president. Don't lose sight of that fact. Both Trump and Putin are running for president in 2024. And yes, Bill O'Reilly has confirmed Trump is running. I mean, this feels familiar, right? Russia was, after all, the national adversary of my youth. You know, my dad was never particularly easy to perturb. But I clearly recall a photograph of his face being readably anxious, visibly so. One October afternoon that photograph was taken in the year before my sister was born, back in 1962, as the United States and Russia, in the guise of the Soviet Union, squared off over the emplacement of missiles in Cuba and arguably made their nearest advance ever to the brink of nuclear war. For years afterward, Russia was the enemy. Our schools held duck and cover drills and offered classes on how to provision a fallout shelter. We learned ways to protect our families from blast and radiation. It involved sandbags. Anti-Russia rhetoric became part of the curriculum. The Soviet Union finally collapsed in 1991. But after 30 years in the wilderness, Red Russia is back, demanding and receiving the world's attention by threatening to invade the sovereign nation of Ukraine with 175,000 troops. It turns out that Russia is still the enemy. The invasion of one of our allies is an act of war, and the Biden administration promises strong measures in response. But it also indicates that it will not commit American troops to save Ukraine. But what about saving Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, or other former Soviet satellite states that Vladimir Putin is hell-bent on reacquiring or requisitioning for revisionist Russia as an empire, a resurgent Russian monolith? Our best hope is that Putin is staging pure political theater, threatening to invade Ukraine in order to enhance his standing and political leverage abroad and at home. Besides, it's simply in the nature of insecure strongmen to bluster and strut right up to the brink. It's a dangerous game. Usually it's hard to tell precisely where the brink is. Whatever his intentions, I know that Putin has an ulterior motive as well, or at least an interest in a collateral benefit from this crisis: the re-election of Donald Trump. Republicans are eager to picture President Joe Biden as a doddering old fool without the courage or competence to confront a wily player like Vladimir Putin. A recent New York Post headline is representative: "Weak Joe Biden no match for Vladimir Putin." The flip side of this unproven proposition is that Putin would not dare to threaten Ukraine if we had a tough, unyielding president in place, a man known as Donald Trump. But Americans should be leery of this idea. Clearly, Trump was Putin's preferred candidate in 2016 and 2020. And why not? Putin recognizes a compliant mark when he sees one. Even after considerable Russian meddling in our election, Trump openly took Putin's side in Helsinki over the evidence from his own intelligence agencies. And if you doubt that the Trump campaign knew that it had a friend in Vladimir Putin, and vice versa, you clearly haven't read the 448-page Mueller report. I have, and nothing could be plainer. If anything, Putin has a greater interest in a Trump presidency now than in either 2016 or 2020. Even over a Biden administration that appears to be reluctant to use force to stop the invasion of Ukraine. An article by Ann Applebaum in the current Atlantic magazine is illuminating. In her column entitled, "The Autocrats Are Winning," Applebaum proves that democracy is engaged in a losing battle with autocrats such as Putin, Xi, Orban, Maduro, Assad, Lukashenko, Mohammed bin Salman, and Erdogan. She calls these men Autocracy Incorporated, a club of despots bonded together by a common desire to preserve and enhance their personal power and wealth. Beyond the acquisition of wealth and power, autocracy isn't interested in any ideology. Nor are its members concerned about their international reputations. But every new member increases the club's strength and legitimacy. Putin recognizes a fellow autocrat in Donald Trump, and to bring the United States, the world's strongest proponent of democratic governance, into the autocratic fold would prove more than reacquiring Ukraine. And Donald John Trump would fit right in. This is the Kremlin's strange victory. Donald Trump wanted his July 2018 meeting in Helsinki with his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, to evoke memories of the momentous encounters that took place in the 1980s between U.S. President Ronald Reagan and Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev. Those arms control summits had yielded the kind of iconic imagery that Trump loved. Strong, serious men meeting in distant places to hash out the great issues of the day. What better way, in Trump's own view, to showcase his prowess at the art of the deal? That was the kind of show Trump wanted to put on in Helsinki. What emerged instead was an altogether different sort of spectacle. We all know by now that Trump rarely read the detailed briefing materials his staff provided for him, and that in meetings or calls with other leaders he could never stick to an agreed-on script or his cabinet members' recommendations. This had proved to be a major liability during these conversations, since it often seemed to his foreign counterparts as though Trump was hearing about the issues on the agenda for the very first time. whenever Trump was winging it, he could be persuaded of all kinds of things. If a foreign visitor or caller was one of his favored strongmen, Trump would always give the strongman's views and version of events the benefit of the doubt over those of his own advisors. During a cabinet meeting with visiting Hungarian delegation in May of the year before yesteryear, for example, Trump cut off the acting U.S. Defense Secretary, Patrick Shanahan, who was trying to make a point about a critical European security issue. In front of the visiting Hungarian delegate, in front of everyone, Trump told Shanahan that the autocratic Hungarian dictator Viktor Orban had already explained it all to him when they had met in the Oval Office moments earlier, and that Orban knew the issue better than Shanahan did anyway. In Trump's mind, the Hungarian dictator simply had more authority than the American officials who worked for Trump himself. The other leader, as an autocratic dictator, was his equal, and his staff members were not. For Trump, all pertinent information trickled down from himself, not up to him. This tendency of Trump's was lamentable when it played out behind closed doors, but it was inexcusable and indeed impossible to either explain or justify when it spilled out into public view, which is precisely what happened during the now legendarily disastrous press conference after Trump's meeting with Vladimir Putin in Helsinki. Before that press conference, Trump was pleased with how things had gone in his one-on-one meeting with Putin. The optics in Finland's presidential palace were just to Trump's liking. The two men had agreed to get U.S.-Russian arms control negotiations going again and to convene meetings between their countries' respective national security councils. Trump was keen to show that he and Putin could have a productive, normal relationship, partly to dispel the prevailing understanding, or rather awareness, that there was something perverse about his ties to the Russian Presidente. Trump was eager to brush away allegations that he had conspired with the Kremlin in its interference in the 2016 U.S. presidential election, or that the Russians had somehow compromised himself, matters that at the time of the meeting, Special Counsel Robert Mueller was actively investigating. Things went wrong as soon as the press conference began. Trump expected public praise for meeting with Putin and tackling the nuclear threat. But the U.S. journalists in attendance were not interested in arms control. They wanted to know about the one-on-one meeting and what Putin might have said or not said regarding 2016 and electoral interference. Jonathan Lemire of the Associated Press asked Trump whether he believed Putin, who had repeatedly denied that his country had done anything to hack him into the Oval Office, or the U.S. intelligence agencies, which had concluded the very opposite. Lemire pressed Trump, "Would you now, with the whole world watching, tell President Putin? Would you denounce what happened in 2016? And would you warn him to never do it again?" Trump balked. He really didn't want to answer. The only way that Trump could view Russia's broad-based attack on the American democratic system was through the lens of his own ego and image. It had become clear to myself that endorsing the conclusions of the U.S. intelligence agencies would be tantamount to admitting that Trump had not won the 2016 election at all. That Vladimir Putin indeed had hacked him into the Oval Office. The questions got right to the heart of his insecurities. If Trump said, "Yes, the Russians interfered on my behalf," then he might as well have said outright, "I am illegitimate. Hillary Clinton should be your presidentress." So, as he always did in such situations, Trump tried to divert attention elsewhere, He went off on a tangent about a convoluted conspiracy theory involving Ukraine and the emails of his 2016 opponent, Hillary Rodham Clinton, and then produced a muddled, rambling answer to Lemayere's question, the crux of which was, "My people came to me. They said they think it's Russia. I have President Putin. He said it's not Russia. I will say this, I don't see any reason why it would be. But I have confidence in both parties. I have great confidence in my intelligence people, but I will tell you that President Putin was extremely strong and powerful in his denial today." The outcome of the Helsinki press conference was entirely predictable, which was why I and others had counseled against holding it at all. But it was still agonizing to watch. The camera was positioned immediately behind the U.S. National Security Advisor and the Secretary of State. One could see them visibly stiffen slightly, and perhaps contrary to the expectations of many American observers, even Vladimir Putin himself was somewhat dismayed. Certainly he reveled in the national and personal humiliation that Trump was courting, but he also knew that Trump's careless remarks would provoke a backlash in the United States and thus further constrain the American president's already limited room to maneuver on Russia policy. The modest agreements for further high-level meetings were already out the window. As he exited the room, Putin told his press secretary, within earshot of a communist Chinese microphone, that the press conference had been ̶Chuo. That's how I was able to hear Putin say, "Bullshit!" That was broadcast on communist Chinese television where they didn't know what the fuck he was saying. But speaking Russian, as well as Chinese, I did. Now, Trump's critics immediately pounced on his bizarre conduct in Helsinki. It was more evidence that Trump was in league with Vladimir Putin and that the Kremlin held sway over our American puppet president. The following year, Mueller's final investigative report determined that during the 2016 election, the Trump campaign had in fact been willing to exploit any derogatory information about Hillary Clinton that came its way from whatever source, including our Russian enemy. In seeking to thwart Clinton's bid to become the first female American president, the Trump campaign and the Kremlin had been acting in parallel. Their goals had aligned. Mueller concluded that although this did not amount to a criminal conspiracy, there was every amount of evidence of an extensive and sophisticated Russian political influence operation against these United States. And the Mueller report also sketched the contours of a different, arguably more pernicious kind of Russian connection. In some crucial ways, Russia and the United States were not so different, and Putin, for one, knew it. In the very early years of the post-Cold War era, many analysts and observers had hoped that Russia would slowly but surely converge in some ways with these United States. They predicted that once the Soviet Union and communism had fallen away, Russia would move toward a form of liberal democracy. By the late 1990s, it was clear that such an outcome was not on the horizon. And in more recent years, quite the opposite has happened. The United States has begun to move closer to Russia, as populism, cronyism, and corruption have sapped the strength of American democracy. This is a development that only I foresaw 20 years ago, but one that American leaders should be doing everything in their power to halt and reverse. Indeed, over time, the United States and Russia have become subject to the same economic and social forces. Their populations have proved equally susceptible to political manipulation. Prior to the 2016 American election, Putin recognized that the United States was on a path similar to the one that Russia took in the 1990s, when economic dislocation and political upheaval after the collapse of the Soviet Union had left the Russian state weak and insolvent. In these United States, decades of fast-paced social and demographic changes and the Great Recession of 2008 through 2009 had weakened our country and increased our vulnerability to subversion. Putin realized that despite the lofty rhetoric that flowed from Washington about democratic values and liberal norms, beneath the surface, the United States was beginning to resemble his own country, a place where self-dealing elites had hollowed out all the vital institutions, and where alienated, frustrated people were increasingly open to populist and authoritarian appeals. The fire was already burning. All Putin had to do was pour on some gasoline. Hence, a special relationship. Special as in Special Olympics, but that's an insult to the developmentally disabled. I do hope our man Jameson Reese is taking care of the latest bot assault. I see Deep Space Pilot, who says, "Looks like they found a new way to troll you, Douglas." That's Ronald Stroini of the Deep Space Pilots band, acid rock band. Check him out. Veronica Pereira says, "Hola D." And I say, yes, buenos noches a todos, my dear Veronica Pereira. All right, you do what you have to do, Jameson Reese, if you're awake. Thank you. Now, when Trump was elected, or more properly, selected, as he was hacked into office by the enemy, Putin and the Kremlin made no attempt to conceal their glee. They had thought that Clinton would become presidentress and that she would focus on criticizing Putin's style of governance and constraining Russia, as she had resolved to do. They had steeled themselves and prepared for the worst. Instead, they got the best possible outcome from their perspective: a populist, nativistic president with no prior experience in foreign policy and an enormous, fragile ego. Putin recognized Trump as a type and grasped his political predilections immediately. Trump, after all, fit a mold that Putin himself had helped to forge as the first populist leader to take power in a major country in the 21st century. Putin had blazed the trail that Trump would follow during his 4 years in office. The essence of populism is creating a direct link with the people, or with specific groups within a population, then offering them quick fixes for complex problems, and bypassing or even eliminating all intermediaries such as political parties, parliamentary representatives, and established institutions. Referendums, plebiscites, and executive orders are the preferred tools of the populist leader, and Putin has abused them all over the past 20 years. When he came to power in December 31st, 1999, at the end of a decade of crisis and strife in Russia, Putin promised to fix everything. Unlike his predecessor, Boris Yeltsin, Putin did not belong to any formal political party. He was the champion of a looser, personalized movement, a personality cult. After 2000, Putin turned Russian presidential elections into national referendums on himself by making sure his rivals were obscure or completely manufactured opposition candidates. And at every critical juncture during his time in power, Putin has adjusted Russia's political system to entrench himself in the Kremlin forever. Finally, in 2020, he formally amended the Constitution so that in theory, and health permitting, he can run for re-election and stay in power until 2036. After which, what will it matter? All of Putin's machinations greatly impressed Donald Trump. He wanted to get along with Russia and Putin personally. Now, according to Michael Cohen's memoir book, published just yesteryear, former President Donald Trump idolizes Vladimir Putin as a leader because he is down to the wealthy Russian president's enormous riches and his running Russia like it's his own personal company. Michael Cohen, the disgraced ex-president's former attorney and self-described fixer, makes good on all the claims published in his book entitled Disloyal, which is subtitled A Memoir, and subtitled The True Story of the Former Personal Attorney to President Donald John Trump. In a damning statement, he described the president as a cheat, a liar, a fraud, a bully, a racist, a predator, a con man, and as someone with an interest in profiting from his high office. Cohen has publicly stated he is against Trump's re-election in 2024. Cohen himself is currently serving a 3-year federal sentence for crimes committed while working for Donald Trump, having been convicted of lying to Congress and violating campaign laws on Trump's behalf, a fact he readily acknowledges in his own book. Now, Cohen, who describes himself as both Trump's fixer and designated thug, has gone on to outline what he knows to be the basis for the ex-president's admiration for the Russian dictator as derived from years observing Trump's behavior and motivations. The first reason, Cohen writes, is money. Though Putin's exact wealth is impossible to verify, the former president himself has pinned Putin as the richest man in the world by a multiple. He also admired how Putin had the ability to take over an entire nation and run it like it was his personal company. Like the Trump Organization, in fact. That's Trump's own words, as quoted by Michael Cohen. Now, Cohen characterized Trump as mesmerized by Putin's all-encompassing control over Russia and how he could leverage his own power in these United States, to point of occupying America, so to speak, with his little green men, when Trump called for reinforcements in Washington, D.C. and Portland, Oregon. To quote as Cohen's own writ verbatim, "Locking up your political enemies, criminalizing dissent, terrifying or bankrupting the free press through liberal libel lawsuits," I'm reading. "Locking up your political enemies, criminalizing dissent, terrifying or bankrupting the free press through libel lawsuits. Trump's all-encompassing vision wasn't evident to me before he began to run for president. I honestly believe the most extreme ideas about power and its uses only really took shape as he began to seriously contemplate the implications of taking power and how he could leverage it to absolute maximum level possible." Now, Cohen said Trump initially saw cozying up to Putin as a means of ensuring access to Russian markets after his expected loss of the 2016 election. However, Trump soon came to realize that Putin's own hatred of Trump's 2016 Democratic rival, Hillary Rodham Clinton, could prove an advantage. Collusion between the Trump campaign and Putin in 2016 was really a confluence of shared interests in harming Hillary Clinton in any way possible, up to and including interfering in the American election itself, adding that this subject caused Trump precisely zero unease. This is the national security crisis of the big payback. Hillary Rodham Clinton was Putin's worst nightmare. That's why his minions hacked America. The ascension to the presidency of a liberal woman who backed women's rights and gay rights and a free press would have been a victory for everything that Russian reactionary despises. By far the lamest response to 2018's indictments by Robert Mueller was Trump's tweet over the weekend in which he wrote, "Russia started their anti-US campaign in 2014, long before I announced that I would run for president. The results of the election were not impacted. The Trump campaign did nothing wrong. No collusion." First of all, it's a complete non sequitur. Sentence C has nothing to do with sentence B, which has nothing to do with sentence A. Second, he seems to be admitting here that Russia was meddling in our presidential campaign, which he had long denied. He couldn't quite bring himself to type meddling, but he most certainly implied it. But most telling of all is this. What does he think it proves that Russia started meddling in our elections before he was an officially declared candidate? He'd been flirting with Iran since the Reagan administration and had been in direct contact with the Russians starting then. One supposes he thinks it means that since the meddling sort of predates him, or rather a public awareness of him as a political figure, it can't have been about him. In a way, he's actually right. All this Russia stuff happened in the first place not because Vladimir Putin had any love for Donald Trump, but because he truly, personally hated Hillary Rodham Clinton. He fears her. The Russians are truly convinced she's willing to go to war with them. It's an extremely important point to remember, because only when we remember this do we see how surreal this whole episode is and recognize the gravity of the danger we still face. Let's take Dr. Alexander's time machine. Did I get his name right? Has Jameson fallen asleep? At any rate, let's go back in time using Peter Moon's time machine. Well, the one he got from Doc Alexander. It's late 2013. You're the world's leading reactionary cultural ethno-nationalist. After having been out of power, at least officially, for 4 years, you became president again a little more than a year prior. You rigged the elections of the previous 2 years to make sure you'd win, and of course you did. You're back in the saddle for as long as you want to be, and now you're playing for keeps. You crack down on the homosexuals, throw the book at Pussy Riot, the all-girl band, who were arrested, interestingly, the night before the election you won. Those are just your appetizers. Then comes the main courses. You roll into Ukraine and invade the Crimea. Well, you invade the Ukraine and annex the Crimea outright. The United States and the EU start placing sanctions on you. Your economy tanks. The price of oil drops. The ruble collapses. Who are you gonna blame? Well, it's the United States that led the sanctions push more than anyone else, banning transactions with Rosneft, Gazprom Bank, and other big Russian entities. You blame Barack Obama, the HNIC, the head nigger in charge. Then you start thinking Obama's on his way out. Who's going to succeed him? You can read American papers just as well as anyone, and in mid to late 2014, the American papers are saying unanimously, whether approvingly or not, that the next president of the United States is almost certain to be Hillary Rodham Clinton. You especially hate her more than you hate anyone. Michael Crowley and Julia Loft did a great job in a 2016 Politico article explaining why. She harshly criticized the 2011 parliamentary elections as rigged. She compared your annexation of the Crimea to what Hitler did back in the 1930s. She promoted social media networks as vehicles for democracy promotion against dictators. In other words, she supports everything you oppose and opposes everything you support. She must be stopped, or at the very least, bloodied. So that, I am certain, Mueller, well, that's what he told us when he issued his report. And it's how and why the Russian hacktivism, hacking activism started. It was to destroy Hillary Rodham Clinton. And it wasn't merely personal. It was also ideological. The closest thing to an ideology the autocrats have, because her victory, the ascension to the presidency of the United States of a liberal woman who backed democracy and women's rights and girls' rights and gay rights and the rights of ethnic minorities and a free press, would have constituted a victory for everything a reactionary cultural ethno-nationalist despises. And on top of all that, she's a liberal woman who backed all those things and was never for a single moment, ever afraid of Vladimir Putin. She stared him in the eye until he fucking blinked and pissed and shit his little impotente pants. She was his worst nightmare. And she was taller than him, too. Do you think it's a coincidence that the indictment noted that Russian meddlers were instructed to post content that focused on politics in the USA and to use any opportunity to criticize Hillary and rest, except Sanders and Trump? We support them. They supported Sanders because he's a communist. And he's the motherfucker who went to the Soviet Union just before its collapse and came back saying, I have seen the future. Yeah. Real brilliant son of a bitch. And what did that old commie Sanders and Donald John Trump have in common? It's the reunification of the Soviets and the Americans against the 1,000-year Reich. The old commie and the old capitalist, they were running against and regularly attacking the balanced centrist Hillary Rodham Clinton. Of course, the Kremlin loved them both. Whoever won of those two was a Kremlin's effective occupation of the United States. So Trump, as I said, is right to a point. Putin wanted to kneecap Hillary Clinton at first, but then, lo and behold, the world's leading reactionary cultural ethno-nationalist could scarcely believe his good luck, because the world's second leading reactionary cultural ethno-nationalist entered the Republican primary. And bigger in whale shit, look, he was winning. Could this possibly be happening? Putin had to think to himself, I don't know, but we'd better go all in here. Imagine having a racist, xenophobic, rights-trampling, free press-hating partner in, of all places, the United States of America. Putin never could have dreamed that in his plot to challenge global liberal democracy and spread authoritarianism like a cancer, he would have an ally in the President of the United States of America, the country, the empire that has for 70 years, in ways both good and admittedly quite bad, or even hypocritical, been the frontline defender and champion of global liberal democracy. Talk about boring from within. Having a super mole, as they called Gorbachev himself when he defected. You don't get any deeper inside the belly of the liberal democratic beast than the Oval Office. And now we have the surreal spectacle of one of our two political parties cheering on and excusing and defending all this out of fear of any fact that might implicate dear leader. The Republican Party is on the same side as Vladimir Putin, a Russian insurgency in effect. Partly because Putin was against Hillary, and she is the great Satanist. A fellow American, a bigger enemy than Vladimir Putin of the evil empire. And partly because they're pretty comfortable with reactionary ethno-nationalism, the Republicans, the Red Party for a reason. I don't know how we can go any lower, but I have every reason to suspect we bloody will. Which begs the inescapable question. Will or should Kamala Harris become the Spiro Agnew of 2022? The last vice president of these United States to resign was Spiro Agnew in October of 1973. Should Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris be the next? This is not a partisan attack against Kamala Harris. If anything, what I say is likely to upset a number of Republicans and conservatives who would prefer to bury any options to upgrade the Democratic Party's 2024 ticket. Ironically, as more and more Republicans hope that Kamala Harris remains on that ticket, especially as the candidate for president, a growing number of Democrats are publicly vocalizing their concerns about President Biden and Harris as viable candidates at all 3 years from now. Spiro Agnew, Richard Mulhouse Nixon's vice president, resigned after pleading no contest to a felony count of tax evasion. His resignation came just 10 months before Nixon himself resigned the presidency in disgrace. Their resignations set off a musical chairs version of appointed vice presidents, and soon enough thereafter, Gerald Ford and Nelson Rockefeller assumed the country's two highest offices. Spiro Agnew did not have to resign. If he and Nixon had agreed, he could have stayed on and toughed it out. But at what eventual cost to the Nixon White House, the president's agenda, and most importantly, his party's chances for re-election come 1976. So looking forward to 2024, it is fair to say that more and more Democrats are becoming concerned about their party's chances for re-election, whether with Joe Biden or Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket. Lately, there have been a number of reports alleging infighting between Biden and his staff and Harris and her staff. The staffs may deny it, but the reports have emanated from multiple sources, and as someone who is all too familiar with the machinations and the petty intrigues of the Department of Defense from my career therein, I say that where there be smoke, there is almost always fire. During the best of times, a natural rivalry exists between the staffs serving the president and vice president. Often the rivalry is healthy. It pushes each team to better serve their boss. That said, this is far from the best of times for the Biden-Harris White House. They appear to have been in crisis mode almost since day one, given COVID-19 and the badly executed troop withdrawal from Afghanistan, and much of their troubles seemingly having been self-inflicted. You know, I've always disagreed with T.S. Eliot, who proclaimed in his poem, The Wasteland, that April is the cruelest month. Seasonally, it's August. And of course October, but that will be for another transmission. As history has proven, the summer's finale brings on the most dangerous month of the year, except for October. Now, August is the month when wars start, as is October, both for their own reasons. As for August, it's when the water dries up and the spirit begins to wither. Insomniacs pull down their shades and lock themselves in their rooms in August. Lifelong friends have fistfights. People feel like they're going to burst, and sometimes they do. When the late rock writer Al Aronowitz penned that paragraph that I just read in his poem entitled August Blues, or his song, more like a ballad, he spraketh more truly than he knew. So, knowing that it's sourced from Al Aronowitz, let me read it again. August is the month when wars start. It's when the water dries up and the spirit begins to wither. Insomniacs pull down their shades and lock themselves in their rooms in August. Lifelong friends have fistfights. People feel like they're going to burst. Sometimes they do. The majority of wars have begun in the spring and summer, with August being the danger zone. The War of the Roses began in May 22nd, 1455, which was one of the earliest. The 100 Years' War really began on June 24th, 1340. As we bottomed in global climate during the 1700s with the Meander Minimum. Did I get that right? At any rate, oh God, what is that called? Weather. Okay. I know it's not the Meander Minimum, but it certainly meanders. The Maunder Minimum, also known as the Prolonged Sunspot Minimum, was a period around 1645 to 1715, during which sunspots became exceedingly rare. That is the years of the quiet sun predicted in the Bible. During a 28-year period, 30 years from 1672 to 1699, within the Maunder minimum, observations revealed fewer than half 100 sunspots. So, during that period of time, we had a mini ice age. The sun generated less heat. The quiet sun predicted in the Bible itself. As I said, when we bottomed out in global climate during the 1700s, this cycle shifted the wars to late summer. The American and French revolutions technically began in July. However, the insurrection of August 10th of 1792 was one of the real defining events in the history of the French Revolution, since the monarchy fell 6 weeks later. If we look at World War I, that began on July 28, 1914, and World War II began on September 1st, 1939 in Europe. The Vietnam War and the Tonkin Gulf incident was August 1st, 2014. The Gulf War, the first invasion, or Bush War I, took place on August 2nd, 1990, the very Desert Storm of which I was a participant. The Iraq War, the second invasion of Bush War II, began on March 20th, 2003, but this was clearly a monetary war game set in motion by Dick Cheney, as it appears clearly out of sync historically with conflicts. Most famously, both the First and Second World Wars erupted in August. The 2008 hostilities between Russia and Georgia, which Peter Moon was alluding to per his own experiences when he was in Romania, were only the latest in a series of modern crises and conflicts that have all broken out in what the novelist Edna O'Brien called the Wicked Month, when ordinary people and politicians alike should be at their most relaxed and sunning themselves on soft-walled sands, but have just as oft been plotting wars and starting rumors of wars, as Vladimir Putin is doing now. The very name of the month of August, however, has a martial ring. August is named after Caesar Augustus, first of the Roman emperors, who was himself a successful general, or he would never have been Caesar. We enter the danger zone that month for armed conflict. His month. Do you have a favorite book that has directly influenced you as a writer, and even perhaps served as a source of inspiration for a book you're writing? I'm speaking directly to Peter Moon, but any one of you who dabbles in the arts will suffice, because if so, you might want to consider including a quote from that book at the beginning of your own book as an epigraph. Epigraphs serve to give readers some idea of the themes and subjects that will appear later in your work, while also establishing context for your story. Now, to give you my own little master class here, and my madness has a method, an epigraph is a short standalone quote, line, or paragraph that appears at the beginning of a book. The word epigraph is derived from the Greek epigraphein, or epigraphein, meaning to write on. The use of epigraphs varies from book to book, but generally authors use them to set up themes or place the events of their story in context. Epigraphs are most commonly a short quotation from an existing work. Epigraphs usually appear offset by quotation marks at the beginning of a text, but there are no set rules dictating how writers use them. Now, an epigraph can serve a number of different purposes. Whether a literary work is fiction or nonfiction, epigraphs serve to clue readers into some element of the work they are about to read. Sometimes authors use epigraphic quotes to set up larger themes they will explore later in their books. Other epigraphs set up expository information that will help the reader understand the work itself. Now, in a scathing essay from Esquire magazine in 1935, Ernest Hemingway warned the United States about getting involved in the brewing conflict in Europe. In a piece entitled Notes on the Next War, subtitled A Serious Topical Letter. Hemingway wrote that the first panacea for a mismanaged nation is inflation of the currency. Woo, that's topical. The second is war. Oh, that's topical too, on the Russian side. Both bring a temporary, I'm reading back from Hemingway here, both bring a temporary prosperity, both bring a permanent ruin, but both are the refuge of political and economic opportunists. Now, Hemingway was from the lost generation of writers that were heavily influenced by World War I and its unprecedented destructiveness. Echoing the sentiments of Randolph Byrne, war was labeled as notoriously the health of the state, and worried about the continuing growth of executive power in these United States under Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Hemingway says it removes the only possible check. No one man, nor group of men, exempt from fighting, should in any way be given the power to put this country, or any country, into war. Now, foreshadowing a common criticism of the Obama administration's foreign policy at the time. Hemingway wrote that, when you give power to an executive, you do not know who will be filling that position when the time of crisis comes. That cycle of crisis turned up in 2021. As China speeds up the nuclear arms race, the Pentagon concludes that Beijing may build 1,000 or more nuclear warheaded weapons by 2030. But it's the new technologies that worry strategists. Amid our own rising domestic trend of civil unrest and terrorism, we have Iran and North Korea in a mad rush to enter the nuclear weapons game. According to Ernest Hemingway, no one wins in a modern war because it is fought to such a point that everyone must lose. This may seem like severe hyperbole to a postmodern audience, as we have not experienced anything remotely close to the carnage wrought by the two world wars. But to Hemingway and others of his generation, the totality of World War I weighed very heavily on their mind. The First World War started in August of 1914. Barbara Tuchman, who wrote what was to become an all-too-influential hack job on World War I, titled it The Guns of August. It would last, the war, for more than 4 years. The war started by those Guns of August, and kill about 9 million people in uniform alone. In the same time period, the war and other violent conflicts would kill an estimated 20 million civilians in collateral damage. Then when the Americans unleashed the American Army and Navy flu and propagandized it as the so-called Spanish influenza, 200 million more would die. Altogether, 230 million people. That was a good percentage of the world population. It altered the course of human evolution itself as a species. The world would never be the same. Now, the epigraph from Notes on the Next War by Ernest Hemingway reads, "Not this August, nor this September. You have this year to do in what you like. Not next August, nor next September. That is still too soon. They are still too prosperous from the way things pick up when armament factories start at near capacity. They never fight as long as money can still be made without. So you can fish that summer, and shoot that fall, or do whatever you do. Go home at nights, sleep with your wife, go to the ball game, make a bet, take a drink when you want to, or enjoy whatever liberties are left for anyone who has $1 or a dime. But the year after that, or the year after that, they fight. Then what happens to you? Well, World War II started in Europe on the 1st of September, as he predicted. And this year's August was filled with harrowing images out of Afghanistan. Helicopters evacuating U.S. Embassy staff in a visual callback to the fall of Saigon. Taliban militants roaming the streets, executing innocents. Afghans clinging to the outside of C-17s until some of them fell to their deaths after takeoff. Unlike most Americans, I disagreed with Presidents Trump and Biden's goal to leave Afghanistan even after 20 years. Yet even in my own cynicism, I expected a modicum of competence as we opted to withdraw. The end of the Afghanistan war was even worse than anyone realized. Biden's Afghanistan mess may be worse than Britain's infamous retreat, yet Biden seems to think that if he ignores it, the press will move on and all will be well. But Afghanistan is much worse than the fall of Saigon. Biden needs to act like it. By mid-menses, or mid-month on the Ides of August, everyone realized the withdrawal from Afghanistan was an operational fiasco. But instead of correcting the problems, our governmental officials thought it best to just point fingers. The intel community leaked that they had warned the White House this would happen, but were ignored. The Pentagon leaked their own warnings, but insisted Biden overruled them too. For his part, the president blamed everyone he could think of. As the last American forces left Kabul, many pundits, especially those who wanted to paint the withdrawal as a success, drew parallels to the infamous British retreat from Kabul after the First Anglo-Afghan War. MSNBC's Rick Stengel said, "Here's a disastrous withdrawal when the British left Afghanistan in 1842. 4,500 troops left Kabul, and one Englishman 11 days later arrived in Jalalabad. That was a disastrous evacuation." The Washington Institute for Near East Policy's Simon Henderson repeated the analogy at The Hill, himself having writ that a famous painting depicts William Bryden, a British surgeon and the only survivor, reaching the safety of Jalalabad. While Henderson, unlike Stengel, is correct that the withdrawal was to Jalalabad and not out of Afghanistan entirely, he is wrong that Bryden was the only survivor. Notwithstanding, that is, Elizabeth Thompson's 1879 oil painting, the late Peter Hopkirk's flowing Great Game narrative, or the fictionalized account narrated by Flashman, the character made famous by the late George MacDonald Fraser. While it is true that several thousand British soldiers, family members, and their camp followers departed Kabul, and only Bryden arrived in Jalalabad, he was not the only survivor. Several dozen British citizens survived the long march from Kabul, but they were taken hostage en route during the multiple hit-and-run attacks led by partisans of Dost Mohammed, the once and future Afghan king. Dost Mohammed was, at the time, the nemesis for British strategists who sought to prop up Shah Shuja and turn Afghanistan into an important piece of informal empire. Prior to his death, Taliban propaganda likened Mullah Omar to Dost Mohammed and implied that post-Taliban Afghan presidents Hamid Karzai and Ashraf Ghani were like the hapless Shuja. Over the next several years, Dost Mohammed's forces ransomed off, and in some cases married off, his British hostages, much to the benefit of his treasury and to the continued humiliation of the British Empire. The retreat from Kabul would mark one of its worst military defeats, at least until the loss of Singapore a century later, when the Japanese kicked the British Empire rotten to the core as it was, sending tumbling down its rotted edifice of a structure, crashing into sawdust, termite-eaten from the inside out, never to reemerge in Asia until the recent British allusions that they might defend Singapore should communist China rampage in the East. Herein lies the true parallel with Afghan history. In the faces of the hostages, especially the woman, bartered off as so much market meat, British white woman, to native sultans and sheikhs and sycophants of the Afghan warlords. President Joe Biden and Secretary of State Antony Blinken left behind more than 100 Americans. The true figure must be much higher. No one has confirmed how the White House and State Department generated that number and are simply assuming its accuracy. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan suggested the United States has leverage, although the only leverage it might have is the up to $9.4 billion in Afghanistan's foreign reserves that American banks physically hold. However, the disaster of the American withdrawal might be worse despite Stengel's potted analogy, or separately, Washington Post columnist Jennifer Rubin's effusive praise of the State Department's efforts. There is a pattern, not only in Iraq, Syria, and Yemen, but also in Afghanistan, where tribesmen and criminals kidnap foreigners for profit. Sometimes, as in 19th century Afghanistan, they seek to ransom hostages themselves, but today, they also often sell them to transnational terrorist networks such as Al-Qaeda. While Biden, Blinken, and Special Envoys Almay Khalilzad differentiate between the Taliban on one hand and Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State's Khorasan branch, or ISIS-K, on the other, no American official has ever shown any evidence to suggest the Taliban have dissociated themselves or disassociated themselves from such terrorist networks. Quite the opposite has proven true. It is now widely conceded that America's 20-year war in Afghanistan, the longest in our history outside the ongoing and endless war with the Thousand-Year Reich in exile, was a tragic bungle of monumental proportions. However, we are just beginning to learn that the final phase of the war, not so much the frantic evacuation, but the entire last 3 years, as we tiptoed toward the exits, was disgraceful in its own appalling way. The unsettling details thereof are documented by Steve Call and Adam Enthus, whose long article entitled "The Secret History of the U.S. Diplomatic Failure in Afghanistan" appears in the most recent New Yorker magazine. Cole is the author of the book entitled Ghost Wars. Not just one of the best books on the run-up to the September 11th attacks, but some claim it's one of the best books on U.S. foreign policy ever. The New Yorker article, he notes, is based on hundreds of pages of mostly classified meeting notes, transcripts, memoranda, and emails, as well as interviews with both United States and Afghan officials. The vast pile of evidence provided, or so Cole and Enthus so write, amounts to a dispiriting record of misjudgment, hubris, and delusion. They could have added to that list of adjectives self-delusion, incompetence, and sheer mendacity. Not that getting out of Afghanistan was all that bad of an idea, but the way our leaders got out should shock even a jaded observer of shady politics, as it did myself. Presidents Donald Trump and Joe Biden, as well as some of their top aides, come off rather badly in that article. It being no secret that Trump wanted out of Afghanistan from the get-go. After a brief spell, when his generals convinced him to try out their new strategy of victory, which was neither new nor much of a strategy, Trump hired Zalmay Khalilzad, an Afghan-born and bred diplomat and former U.S. ambassador to Kabul, to negotiate a deal with the Taliban. The real goal of these talks, an aide to Khalilzad told the New Yorker reporters, was to get our troops out of there in 6 to 9 months. Now, Khalilzad himself is a well-known Washington figure, an experienced operator with a debonair flair, debonair flair. There we are in the English. And in this story, he's also a self-aggrandizing snake. It has long been reported that he kept Afghan President Ashraf Ghani out of his negotiations with the Taliban. That's what Trump wanted him to do. It turns out he kept U.S. officials in the dark as well. Ryan Crocker, a former ambassador to Iraq, is quoted as likening Khalilzad's evasive approach to an Arab proverb. It is good to know the truth and speak it, but it is better to know the truth and speak of palm trees. In September of the year before yesteryear, a car bomb exploded in Kabul, killing nearly a full dozen people, including an American soldier. In response, Trump called off the negotiations, to the relief of many American officials who thought the talks were giving far too much to the Taliban, as they were. Khalilzad was ordered home. Instead, he secured the release of 2 professors, an American and an Australian, who had been kidnapped a few years earlier. Pleased by the feat, Trump's Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, allowed Khalilzad to resume the peace talks. Khalilzad re-entered the talks with unearned arrogance. As Cole and Untus report, one of Ghani's aides urged him to change his approach. The Taliban, he warned, weren't interested in political settlement. They were rather on a victory march. Khalilzad told the aide not to worry. "I've cornered them," he said. "There will be a political settlement." Of course, there was no such thing. Under the deal that Khalilzad signed, the Taliban agreed not to attack U.S. troops as they were withdrawing, but they were expressly allowed to continue fighting Afghan troops. The Taliban also insisted that the Afghan government free 5,000 prisoners. U.S. military officers who took part in the negotiations vowed to walk out if the Taliban got the release without agreeing to a ceasefire. Khalilzad, however, agreed to the release. The Taliban wouldn't agree to a ceasefire. The talks continued anyway. Ghani complained to Pompeo, who pressed Ghani to release the prisoners anyway. Pompeo assured Ghani that American troops would leave only when there is a political resolution. However, according to the New Yorker, Pompeo added that this promise might be revoked if we have no progress in the talks. It turned out there was no progress in the talks, mainly because the Taliban didn't want any progress. So Pompeo felt he wasn't being duplicitous when his commitment wasn't honored. As should have been clear at the time, an unconditional U.S. withdrawal clinched the collapse of the Afghan military and with it, the government. Once American troops started to withdraw, American contractors, no longer having the troops' protection, pulled out as well. Without the U.S. contractors, The Afghan Air Force could no longer maintain their planes or helicopters. Cole and Entus report that the officers at U.S. Central Command offered to provide telemaintenance, talking Afghan officers through maintenance procedures over the phone. They also offered to set up an aircraft repair shop in the United Arab Emirates, 1,000 miles away, beyond the range of most Afghan planes. Were they serious? Cynical? Harebrained? Hard to say. In any case, by the time Joe Biden entered the White House, the Afghan government was doomed. During the transition, Jake Sullivan and Antony Blinken, who would become National Security Advisor and Secretary of State respectively, warned Biden in a memo that the peace talks were going nowhere. They were fully aware of what was happening. Still, Biden asked Khalilzad to stay on as emissary, at least through the spring. For continuity's sake, you know? 2 days after Biden's inauguration, Sullivan assured Ghani's National Security Advisor that if the Taliban didn't get serious at the peace talks, they will bear the consequences of their choices. Sullivan explained that this did not mean the United States would escalate the conflict, only that we would take a hard-nosed look at the situation. The level of cliché here is remarkable. Meanwhile, Blinken and Khalilzad discussed a new idea, abandoning the peace talks and skipping ahead to a summit in Turkey, where the Taliban and Ghani's government would negotiate a peace-sharing deal. That called for a new constitution, a transition government, new courts, and a national conference. Blinken told Biden he wanted to explore the idea of delaying American troop withdrawal until after the Turkey summit, before anyone had agreed to hold such a summit. Did either Khalilzad or Blinken think this plan was remotely plausible? On the Ides of April, what T.S. Eliot said is the cruelest month. On April 15th of that cruel month, the day after Biden announced the coming withdrawal of all U.S. troops, the Taliban announced they would not attend any summit in Turkey. Why should they? The game was over, and they'd won. On the 5th of August, as the withdrawal date neared, Blinken assured Ghani that Khalilzad was working on yet another proposal to the Taliban, a 1-month ceasefire in exchange for the freeing of another 3,000 prisoners. Ghani rejected the unserious idea out of hand. The next day, the Taliban captured the capital of Nimruz province. I have to breathe here. The following day, the U.S. Embassy urged all Americans to leave the country. On August 10th, Ghani, who was still trying to boost the morale of his cabinet and citizens, announced a new infrastructure project on his Facebook page. Leaders in Washington and Kabul were living in a fantasy, or pretending that they were. Five days later, the Taliban entered Kabul in force, and Ghani fled the country. On August 30th, the last of the U.S. troops, who had been reinforced for the sole purpose of handling a massive evacuation, left the country as well. The 20-year war was over, at least for us. While Biden blamed everyone else. Biden opened the work week of August 16th by first blaming President Obama's decision to send 17,000 additional troops to Afghanistan, so saying, "I opposed the surge when it was proposed in 2009 when I was vice president." He directed more blame at Trump, claiming he was unable to change the last president's withdrawal deal. Sure, Biden systematically reversed every other Trump-era policy he could find, but his Afghanistan deal was somehow sacrosanct. The president also blamed the Afghans themselves. To quote his tea, Afghanistan political leaders gave up and fled the country. The Afghan military collapsed, sometimes without trying to fight. After disappearing for 24 hours, Biden sat down with ABC News' George Stephanopoulos to blame even more people. To Snuffleupagus, he contradicting the leakers and several senators, Biden insisted that the military didn't tell him to maintain a small force on the ground, and the intelligence agencies never warned him that Afghanistan could fall so quickly. Either everyone in government is to blame, or no one is. The ship of state, by all evidence, appears lost at sea, and no one dares to take the helm. Duplicity reigned in this war from the very beginning. President George W. Bush and his crew thought the war was over when the anti-Taliban rebels conquered Kabul and a Western-chosen president, Hamid Karzai, was installed, thus allowing U.S. troops to thin out and invade Iraq. In fact, the Taliban, who had never left, resumed the fight. Under President Barack Obama, when the U.S. effort escalated and switched to a strategy of nation-building, the generals sent rosy-eyed assessments from the front, claiming progress and promising more, knowing that they were at the very least exaggerating. Obama himself eventually caught on, drew down the troops, and switched to a less ambitious strategy. Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan. His negotiator tried to maneuver the Taliban into a deal that gave a win to all parties, but he was the one being maneuvered. Biden's team thought, or pretended to think, it's unclear which, that a semblance of victory could be pried from abject defeat. All of these players were dishonest, with their allies, with their adversaries, and, most damagingly, with themselves. This is a humanitarian as well as a policy crisis. Bizarrely, the White House has treated the unfolding debacle as a mere political messaging crisis instead of the military, humanitarian, and foreign policy crisis it is. That's why Biden didn't mention Afghanistan in his August COVID-19 speech, where he again refused to take questions. If they change the subject, the administration assumes, the press will simply move on. But the Taliban won't move on. The Kabul nightmare is only in its early stages. It has since been determined that an estimated 10,000 to 15,000 Americans remain in country. Hostages to be bartered over the next several generations. The United States government isn't sure where they even are. They have told those in Kabul to come to the airport, but they'll have to move through numerous Taliban checkpoints. Who knows how many of our Afghan allies are in hiding despite wasting months begging for Biden to save them. Their requests are lost in our dysfunctional bureaucracy. What happens if we get out all but 1,000 Americans? That would be 20 times the embassy staff seized during the Iranian hostage crisis. What if a few jumpy enemy fighters surrounding Kabul's airport decided to open fire or mortar the runway? How will the Taliban commemorate the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks? Oh, wait, that passed already. How about the 21st coming up? Next year. More than 100 years agone, some wag remarked that the first casualty when war comes is truth. Those who skirt the truth might have in mind the line from Aeschylus in the 5th century BC. God is not averse to deceit in a holy cause. Self-delusion is an ennobling way to continue justifying these evasions. The patterns are probably inevitable in warfare, especially among the leaders who are shocked to find themselves on the losing side. Shouldn't Biden be planning for the worst? The fact that this White House isn't contemplating possible developments even a few weeks out beggars belief. And few have mentioned how an emboldened Communist China or revisionist Russia might handle Taiwan and Ukraine over the next few months. Many compare the fall of Kabul to the fall of Saigon, but the situation in Afghanistan looks far worse. We rescued all the Americans from Vietnam. Well, we left all of the hybrid children to genocide and slavery. President Gerald Ford, however, immediately gave a long speech taking responsibility, answered more than 20 questions from journalists, and still welcomed 130,000 refugees into our country. President Biden likes to think of himself as another FDR. At this point, he isn't even a President Ford. Democracies are equipped with the tools and safeguards, oversight, investigations, legislative control over the budget, and in the case of American democracy, the War Powers Act, to contain the spread of these evasions. Voters and lawmakers should use these tools more often. Simply put, as the White House seeks to turn a new page, it is likely that the Taliban will flip an old one. The Taliban will negotiate for as much of the $9.4 billion as they can get, but will keep the pressure on Biden's White House by selling American prisoners sporadically to groups that might make a spectacle of their execution, or their gang rape unto death, a fate much worse than death itself. In that scenario, all on film, a snuff film for all the world to watch, Washington's spin will be irrelevant, as will Biden's angry rhetoric and blame shifting. The withdrawal was strategic malpractice. Leaving Americans behind was unforgivable. But what cometh next will be even worse. For that reason, and others, it is safe to assume there are a number of Democrats who want the party to keep the White House after the 2024 elections, and who might embrace a scenario in which Kamala Harris resigns her office sooner rather than later. Why? Because her resignation would give the Democrats the option to install someone who party leaders believe would have the best chance of winning the presidency in 2024. The scenario would play out this way. President Biden picks a replacement for Vice Presidentress Harris, someone well vetted by party leaders. Then, after the swap, Biden announces sometime in 2023 that he will not seek re-election after all, making his new vice president the Democratic Party standard-bearer. A few months ago, I speculated hereon that if he won Virginia's gubernatorial election, Terry McAuliffe would be a credible candidate to fill such a role. But McAuliffe lost that election in November, largely because, in an unnecessary display of homage to teachers' unions, he said, "I don't think parents should be telling schools what they should teach." With that world-class political blunder, McAuliffe managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of near-certain victory. That's not to say that McAuliffe is off the VP list. It's just that his unfortunate choice of words will forever hang around his neck as a political albatross. So, if McAuliffe has been pushed down on the list, who now tops it for the Democrats? One name getting a fair amount of attention for such a mission is the gay Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, whose very name means chicken lover, who showed early success in the 2020 presidential primaries. There is no doubt that to lead the Democratic Party, Buttigieg checks a number of important boxes, but I suspect that many Democrats fear he is not quite ready for the viciousness of the presidential campaign stage in its closing months and weeks. There is another name getting attention again. Former First Lady Senatoris, Secretary of State, and presidential candidate Hillary Rodham Clinton. Yes, I know. Mentioning her name might set off gales of derisive laughter, especially within certain Republican and conservative circles. But I know as such reactions would all be underscored by a certain amount of fear. Hillary 2024? Given the competition, she may be the Dems' best hope. So fuck King Kong versus Godzilla. There may yet be another rematch coming up in the 2024 race for the White House. And we're not talking, God help us, Biden-Trump too. Like her or not, Hillary Clinton is a solid step above Pete Buttigieg, Kamala Harris, and even Joe Biden when it comes to Democrats who could run for president. She's tough, intelligent, battle-tested, and completely ruthless in politics to the point of leaving a trail of bodies behind her a mile long. A murderess. She's the only one who can hope to fucking win. If I were the Republican nominee for president in 2024, or whether it is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, former South Carolina Governoress Nikki Haley, Senator Ted Cancun Cruz of Texas, or even Donald Trump himself, I would not want to look across the debate stage to see Hillary Rodham Clinton staring back at me. Instead, 2016 Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton is the only tenable prospect to consider when looking for a viable candidate, particularly if an 80-something President Biden decides not to seek a second term. And why would he? Just 22% of voters want to see him seek a second term, according to an INI TIPP poll. That's the tip. It doesn't get much better when polling only Democrats, where just 36% want to see the president run again, with that Juggernaut candidate named someone else coming in first with 44% support. The Democratic bench is about as deep as the New York Jets is these days. Vice President Harris? She's at 28% approval per USA Today. Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo? No longer governor and thoroughly disgraced. Governor Gavin Newsom, the Democrat from my own Golden, California? He had to spend major time and resources just to avoid being ousted in deep blue California during a recall election earlier this year. The gay transportation secretary, Pete Buttigieg? Not even 40 years old, and he has a supply chain crisis on his resume. The old communist Senator Bernie Sanders? The independent from Vermont? Senatoress Elizabeth Warren, the Democratress from Massachusetts? Senator Cory Booker, Democrat of New Jersey? If those are the options, why not Hillary? She's just 74 years old, which is like being bathed in the fountain of youth compared to Joe Biden. And she's still stunned, 5 years later, that she actually lost to Donald Trump, which she didn't. Trump was hacked in. In fact, she sounds no different than Trump in constantly complaining about all the reasons she lost, and that, well, the election was stolen by Trump and the Russians anyway. There are just three simple little words that have become impossible for any Republicans to say. Joe Biden won. 11 months after the Democrats' inauguration, Republican lawmakers and candidates across the country are squirming and stumbling rather than acknowledging the fact of Biden's victory in the 2020 presidential election. In debates and interviews, they offer circular statements or vague answers when asked whether they believe Biden won. Yes or no? In Minnesota this week, 5 grand old party candidates for governor came up with 1,400 other words when asked by conservative radio host Hugh Hewitt for an answer. On NBC's Meet the Press on Sunday, the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas would only concede, Joe Biden was sworn into office. The hazy statements are but one measure of election denialism within the Republican Party. Former President Donald Trump's lies about a stolen election have so taken hold among the Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent voters that many of the party's candidates either believe them or fear the political repercussions of refuting Donald Trump. That sets up a surreal dynamic for next year's elections, the midterms, where the toughest question posed to grand old party candidates, particularly in primaries, may be one with a one-word answer that they're reluctant to give. Biden received more than 81 million votes to Trump's 74 million, according to the tally of the Federal Election Commission. The tightest margin was in Arizona, where Biden won by 10,457 votes. More importantly, he won 306 votes in the Electoral College, more than the 270 required to become president. Trump got 232. Even a grand old party-led audit of votes in Arizona's largest county came up with a Biden win, finding more votes than they had before. Dozens of state and federal courts, as well as the Trump administration's Justice Department, have all dismissed claims of any widespread voter fraud. When the Associated Press set out to count every fraud claim in the states disputed by Trump, it found fewer than 475 potential cases nationwide, 1,500th of 1% of Biden's winning margin in those states. And yet, any Republican candidates may be eyeing another number. A July Associated Press NORC poll found 66% of Republicans said Biden was not legitimately elected president. More than 2/3 of Americans overall said Biden was legitimately elected. The doubt has been fueled by Trump, who has argued without evidence that the election was rigged and has urged his supporters to reject the outcome. He set out to oust fellow Republicans who voted to certify the result. Now, we can continue into the connections with Russia in our next transmission. We cannot risk ending this transmission too late tonight. Obviously, I have become a major threat, as Jameson and Reese can attest, by the assault we've undergone by an endless stream of bots. We are truly under siege. So obviously, the enemy is alarmed by Douglas Dietrich. What I've exposed and what I articulate is too much for them to deal with. Now, my love to all who support me this holiday season, even if it doesn't arrive in time for Christmas, make certain to give people the gift of the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. Now, the other day, Facebook locked me out. They put up a memory for me to share, the one with the picture of my mother in Nazi uniform. I thought that was ideal to promote the Vampirology book available on Amazon.com. Buy a copy of that for yourself. When I tagged everyone after adding in the editorial text promoting Vampirology on Amazon.com, subtitled The Vampire Case Files? What did he subtitle it? Let's look it up. Facebook locked me out. Vampirology, the Vampire Research Paper. Get a copy and gift it unto others so we can educate people on the reality of my late mother and most certainly myself. Anyhow, Facebook locked me out, and I had to change my password to get back in. Later on, they asked if I would appeal it. I have. Haven't got any response from any human reviewer yet. Maybe I'll be permanently locked out after that. We'll find out soon enough. In the interim, pray for myself and support myself. I need your money for the holidays. Send it through PayPal or my address at douglasdietrich.com, the physical mailing address where you can send a check or money order. Never cash. Douglas Dietrich, 1242 Green Street, San Francisco, California, 94109. We are ending stream.